Yes, we are actually. No, I was winding you up.
Yeah, but who did it?
You? Yeah.
No, it was 1892.
It's faded a bit though.
A little and stretched.
Good morning. Day 3 of 3 here at Dragstalgia 2022.
That is what you call parachute journalism. Just diving in at the last second.
Yeah, you missed all the fun though.
Oh,
never
sorry,
mind.
I'll go then.
John Price, good morning to you.
Sorry, just having my final glass of red wine before we start.
Yeah.
But I think my wife has
Me too.
swapped the red wine for water, which is I
That
think
was
that's a
not
bit
very
naughty,
kind.
is it?
No, that's
okay.
not so good.
Good morning. Enjoyed my day yesterday. Thank you very much indeed. Went for a wander around the pits after I left here, and what a joy that was. Just everybody seemed so happy, and
Something you never normally got to do.
no. I mean, for me, the joy of coming up to Dragstalgia and hot rod drags, etc., was the fact I could go and walk around the pits and talk to everybody.
Yeah.
But of course, being up here, then you you
to
miss
normal.
that side. So, yeah, so that was really nice. Met up with Frank Brackvogel. Tried to run me down this morning because I was so old. He was helping me. Anyway, we're off and running.
We are. We had the Custom Car Invitational to start the day. That does look like a chimney.
Well, Stuart Smith, is he in the nines again? Oh, nearly 10-13, 129. Tell you what, I mean, that's outstanding. That can run nines. Got a lot of power in there.
Is this Nostalgia Superstock Elimination Round 1? It is, gentlemen. So hold on to your hats. The biggest ever class elimination in UK drag racing is coming your way right now.
Oh wow! So we're starting.
Yeah.
Well, that was one pair for the Invitational, and then we're on to, on to racing for whatever reason. There we
All
go.
right.
Yeah, we got 6 rounds to get in for Super.
Yeah.
That was so many people there, and guy supplied all the food, and
Wow.
He was given a lot. Said, "Oh, we need 200 burgers and 100 sausages." I think he miscounted. But to the king, team Key and real good night.
So how
To be never seen qualifying so close, so tight. Absolutely extraordinary for this class. So that's the El Camino, isn't it?
Yeah,
Just
it
on its
is.
way down. Paul
Well-
Small. So we've got a lot of the cars are going to be having buy runs this morning, aren't
No,
they?
well, they shouldn't be actually. That should have been Tim Stanbury. Funny you should say that in the other
okay.
lane. Same here, actually. This should be Dave Bilodeau taking on Gary Carr, but no Gary Carr this morning.
Okay, the
unfortunately.
Chevelle's missing.
Yep. The
So-
thing is that there's the way the ladder works is that I think we have there's all races in round 1, and the buy run, because of the way the ladder works, I'm sure we'll get Colin to show you in a minute. You don't get a buy run until a bit later on in the day.
Right, Dave Bilodeau on a solo. Gary Carr broken ring gear in the rear diff, so that's why Dave is on the solo.
984 and a 78 for Dave Bilodeau. When you've got this much competition, you'll take any freebie you can get, and it looks like we might have another one as well, actually. Oh no, beg your pardon, sorry.
Well, okay, so Jake Hawthorne, our number 5 qualifier in the Kestrel beer lane. And they're both running off the same index, these two.
Now, this was pre-planned. Jake has got to speed it up a little bit. Pete has got to slow it down a little bit. The idea being they thought, well,
We're going
let's
in the
just have a
middle.
bit of fun.
Yeah,
Pete's
Sounds a
just
bit too
got
nice.
to break out.
Okay, so they've dialed in 1160. Look at the results boards right at the end. So now it's he who dares wins with these two.
Yeah, we can't mention reaction times, but there was a visible difference on the tree.
So, right. So
Look at the win
that's,
margin.
That's a win margin.
wow.
That's nothing. Absolutely nothing, that isn't. 0.15 to a 0.399. Very, very snoozy for Beat Christmas on the tree. A quicker run. That's absolutely nothing in it
So
whatsoever.
Pete Christmas with the demon goes through then, yeah?
That's correct.
Okay,
Absolutely.
lovely. Well,
Yeah,
here's our
those-
next pair.
Those win margins, like Simon very kindly occasionally, I'm not asking him to
Turns
now,
them
but
into feet and inches.
yeah, turns them into like what the
Yeah,
distance is, and it's like that's minuscule, especially at that speed.
Well, Gary Semper in the Kestrel beer lane dials in 1154. 1234 is the dial in for Neil Francis out there in the Auto Glim lane. So there's going to be a little gap between the man in the right-hand lane going and the man in the left-hand lane going. And reaction times, red light in the left-hand lane. So automatically Gary Semper goes out, leaving Neil Francis to take what I don't suppose he knows at the moment is a leisurely win. He dialed in 1234, takes the win with a 12.50.
Yeah, the other thing as well with the sun where it is at this time of day, it's real hard to see the lights in the tree. So, like you said, John, you don't know whether he won. Normally on an average day, shall we say,
You'd see the lights.
You'd see
the
the
wind
light.
lights would come on in your lane. So here's Gary Cork in the Coronet. Should have been racing Glyn Boardman, but no Glyn Boardman here. So Gary Cork on a run, dials in 1152. Can't eliminate yourself on a bye run though, can you?
if you don't make it to the start line to take the green, you don't go through. You do need to at least take the tree.
If you remember, Glyn Ball was the one that threw his bonnet off the car yesterday.
Oh,
That's-
right.
Yeah.
Ah,
But it
okay.
landed, and unbelievably, it didn't break it at all. It didn't. But he hasn't made it round. He was at the barbecue last night, so I don't actually know why he hasn't made.
That's
the
because
first
that's
round.
why he hasn't made it round.
Yeah. Right, this is a toughie actually. Chris Goodale and Dan Williams. Pair of Chevys. Wow. 10:30 plays at 9:93.
That win margin, by the way, Simon just reliably informed me it was half an inch.
Good grief.
Wow.
There is no way that one.
Wow.
No way at all.
Okay.
Thank you, Simon, as always.
So it is Chris Goodale who's away first, but the man in the Auto Glim lane makes up the difference within nanoseconds. And let's have win line coming up for Dan Williams, and that's Williams Brothers Chevelle.
10:05 backing off 160 an hour.
Yeah.
He knew he had that one.
Well,
Didn't
yeah.
wanna break. Use where a lot of this cargo, you should say, do you know what? You should run this in Nostalgia Superstore.
Do that anyway.
All right, 12:42 plays 10:21. There goes Chris. And Dave Simcock in pursuit.
It seems like an age, doesn't it? The 2 seconds between them. But Dave Simcock clawing it back at the top end. Who's going to get it? Right-hand lane does it.
Yeah. That was unlucky. 12:39 and 42 breakout. 006 off the line through. But it is Dave Simcock that takes it.
Oh, he broke out.
Yeah, Chris broke out, went 300s too quick.
Wow.
Got there first, definitely.
Well, I did say it's going to be tough, exciting racing with all the qualifying being so close.
Shelby Watts and Stu Doiney.
So Shelby dialing in with, is it a Challenger?
Yep.
Dials in 11. And Stuart Doiney with the Nova dials in a 12. So Stuart Doyney is going to be the man who leaves the start line first. There you are. Well, this looks pretty even, Stevens. They head towards the top man. Who's going to get it? It is Stuart Doyney. Dialed in 11, breaks out. Oh no, he's broken out.
Yeah, Shelby broke out.
Shelby broke out, sorry.
And she got there second.
Other than that, she won.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah. A simplified version, thank you.
Neve Smith with the fair lane, dialing 14.99. That is actually the slowest that she can dial in. Going alongside Nick Williams at 10.94.
What was one of the things I really love about this event as well, especially with so many of these cars, is staying up the top end in the caravan. In the morning, they all drive up and down the fire-up road to warm up.
Really?
It's just like having your own personal car show, standing there having a cup of tea, watching everyone go past. Fantastic. So Nick is going to try and run her down. He's there. He doesn't want to break out, and he doesn't. Very nicely judged, Mr. Williams. A bit of a reaction time advantage as well.
Yes, not much.
But when everything's that close, when
Yeah.
margin was 0.22, he just made sure he kept his nose in front at 86 miles an hour.
So Nick Martin with the Duster dials in 13.79 in the Kestrel Beer lane. And Andy Bosomworth, if I've pronounced that correctly, with the Coronet, dials in 10.32. So the handicap going against the man in the Autoglim lane of some 3.5 seconds. So it's going to seem like an eternity to him sitting there.
Very well weighted.
Yeah.
It looks like he's not going to get there, but I tell you what, he is. He's in front, and he takes the win.
He got there.
Look at the elapsed times.
Wow.
Bang on. 10.32 on a 32 for Andy. Mick wasn't far off, actually. Only a few hundredths off, but again, reaction time difference. 0.12 to a 0.28.
Next pair then, the Roadrunner of John Davidson dialing in the Kestrel lane 10.44. In the Autoglim lane, Duncan Watts dialing in 9.3. So the handicap goes against the man in the Autoglim lane, just over a second.
It's been a while since I've heard.
John goes red.
005 as well, oh so close. Well, actually, Duncan nearly went over the centre line.
Yeah,
so
very close.
Would have been a first or worse, that one.
Yeah.
I haven't heard that phrase for years.
First or worse.
Yeah. No, well, that's what the other one. The other one is the handicap. Because I don't think we say handicap at all. No, we don't. It's all good, but we just don't say that for whatever reason. But that's. I remember when I was a kid and I heard that the first time. I thought, oh, that's not really fair, getting a handicapped guy to drive a car.
Yes, you would.
He's doing well, yeah.
Well, Andy Rawson with the Duster 10.40 in the Kestrel lane, and Ty Strevitt with the Dart 12.10.
Unfortunately, Ian's given him a buy run. Something leaking on Ty's car.
Ah. Well, all this use that they've had over the weekend is taking its toll on some of the vehicles, of course.
Well, there are a few noticeable absentees in this round one competition. 10.53 on a 40. It didn't really matter, actually, for Ash Rawson because it was a buy run. Do you know what? It doesn't appear that there was anything wrong with Ty Strevitt's car at all. But Ian saw something that didn't look great, so told him to shut it off and back it up. The amount of times racers go up to him afterwards and say, thank you very much indeed, because you just saved me an engine or X amount of money or whatever it might be, you know? Yeah. One of those, actually, I hope he doesn't mind me saying, being Robin Reed from yesterday. Something was leaking. And they shut him off, and he said he was very grateful for it because they found another problem when they actually stripped the car down as well, other than the one that got him shut off. And he said he probably would have destroyed the whole thing if he'd have run it.
Wow.
So,
and been a racer and worked in the business, and yeah. Must be acknowledged as one of the greatest start line marshals in the world, I would think.
Longest serving,
Yeah.
best looking.
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
Well,
Seriously,
I have to say
no,
that in
no,
case
I think-
Nicky was listening. You see, that's what.
Here's one I lined up earlier.
That's the one. I've just realised actually, if we did this right, we could make a fortune in this job, couldn't we? Just say being nice about people instead of being rude all the time. You know, getting them to pay us to be nice. Go a long way, I think. So, Pete Wiseman. See, this is what happens as well on race day, by the way. If you notice, Colin has his nose down here all the time. He's like a little kid doing his homework. It's great. Really, really good. Pete Wiseman taking on James Sweeney. James with that very cool looking satellite.
They got the same index as well to race against, so 10.5 seconds.
So the tree's going to run exactly the same time.
There we go.
And you can see the reaction time difference. We don't need to tell you.
Yeah, and they're both looking to run 10.50 and beat the other man. Who does it?
Oh, wow.
Right hand lane.
Deary me. That's a breakout and a half for Pete Wiseman. 10.15.
What a 10.50 darling.
Deary me. Bang on though in the other lane. 10.51 on a 50.
Yeah. So next pair coming through, and we've got the Barracuda of Jack Bishop in the left-hand lane. Dials in 977. Was our number 32 qualifier with the 977. And Adrian Patelli with the Charger in the Auto Glim lane, dials in 1075. So the handicap works in his favour. There's the word handicap. This is going to be interesting. This is going to be tight with these two. They're both on song, both running really, really well. And it is first win into the left-hand lane. Jack Bishop takes the win. Dialed in 9.77, runs 9.82, 300ths of a second, 500ths of a second.
That would actually go down as a whole
300th,
shot
it
win,
would,
because
yeah.
if you look at the reaction time difference compared to the difference in the dial-ins, that would be a whole shot win.
Yeah.
So, all important start line reactions. I'll nick that one from you as well, by the way.
Yeah.
Although it's very difficult not to, because we are talking about the same thing all the time, aren't we?
Yeah.
So Phil Stillwell with the Camaro on the Kestrel side of the racetrack with the 1279, going to be going a couple of seconds before Adam Novak with the beautiful, beautiful Roadrunner.
It is a racing car show, isn't it? This it really, really is. So there's a Camaro away, and a wheels up launch from Adam Novak in that huge Roadrunner.
I think he'd already caught him by half track, just doesn't want to break out. And he doesn't.
Beautiful.
Nicely done. Win margin of 0.12, a 0.14 reaction time difference of 0.39. Well done, Adam.
Yeah, Jason doing some great help there. That's Phil's first ever race meeting in the Stouter Superstock. So another newbie coming in and some great help down there.
Just realised we should rename this morning Tales from the Barbecue. That's where it's come from. Morning. That hang, you know. Really.
Yeah. So Rob to in the two before with a 1237 dial-in. It's the gap that Coronet has got to make up. Hones in on the duster. Now does he want to take fabulous stuff? 20 runs 10.32.
Yeah, backed out at the finish line because the reaction time difference meant that he caught him before the finish line, and all he'd had to do was keep his nose in front to make sure he didn't go too quick. Go on. Jim Smith with the gorgeous challenge. I've got to stop. You've got to stop saying wow. I've got to stop saying gorgeous.
Yes,
definitely,
okay.
Definitely. Wow, look at that Challenger.
It looks gorgeous.
It really does, doesn't it? Taking on Simon Rickwood with the Bossa Nova in the Auto Glim lane.
Well, let's have a look at the times here. About a second and a half between them. There's the gap that Bossa Nova has got to try and catch and pass, runs alongside, puts the nose over first, takes a very convincing win.
That's a whole shot win again if you look at the elapsed times over the stripe by nearly 1/10 of a second. But yeah, reaction time on the start line again.
Well, no Jamie Ellis, so a solo for Richard Granger. Styles 1180.
Oh, just see what he does.
No, time was. Well, the tree didn't run for him. Well, it ran, but that's bizarre. Well, he took the green, so I can't see an issue in going through round 2.
Well, here's the flying Firebird coming through.
Yeah, your number 1 qualifier. Dialed in 9:23. It ran 9:23 with 3 zeros after it, so it was absolutely bang on.
Sorry? No. Yeah, whatever.
And the 65 Falcon of Chris Layram in the Auto Glim lane does in 12:60, 3.5 seconds. James Oliver is going to be waiting there on the start line and pulls a red line. Chris Layram hands the win to James Oliver, our number 1 qualifier. Doesn't have to do any more. Charging hard, runs so sweet that car. Oh dear.
He's going to be tough to get around if he keeps doing that all day.
Yeah, 9:25 dial-in, runs 9:26.
Well, that was quite a big matchup actually, because Chris Layram's normally goes rounds with that car. So, the Charger in the Kestrel lane, 14:21.
Shows you how many pairs have go through. Dan Williams has done his race. He's come back down to the start line. It's still the same class running. Brilliant stuff. And he wasn't in the first pair either.
And he probably just walked back as well. So Glenda Thompson taking on Spencer Tram, another one of the Williams brothers stable. Spence will be going second. There goes Glenda. There goes Spence. That's going to be super close. Spence takes it. Again, on a very little baby hole shot. 0.12, 0.19 on the tree. 0.6 at the stripe means that he was just that little bit better on the tree.
Yeah. Excellent racing. I mean, you could watch this all day long, and half the time you wouldn't pick the winner out from the start line, would you? It's very, very good.
Oh, someone's forgot the dialing board. Well done. There we go. 10:25. For Mick Sharp with the Detroit Huster. That's another very, very nicely turned out car from down on the south coast. Taking on Old Scatterbolts. I said this on Friday, Johnny, that certain cars that want them to run like their name, like truck or something like that, you don't want Old Scatterbolts.
No, that's so true. So 12:01 dial-in, left-hand lane, 10:25 in the right-hand lane, and it is that right-hand lane has been taking most of the wins here today.
Shot win, but nothing to write home about on the tree. Yeah. Half a second for Mick Sharp. Oh well, in the other lane too. So
well, there's no motor. This
right window.
So 60 Mustang in the left-hand lane, the notchback, the coupe, all those names we used to give it. Small block 289 under the hood for Dan Sanderson, dialing in 1377, and then the Camaro Pete Dodd dialing in 915. It's going to be like from here to eternity while he waits.
It's going to be the tortoise and the hare, this one. The engine size as well, if you look, twice the engine size for Pete Dodd.
Ah,
well, red light,
yeah,
for Dan Sanderson.
Had a good chat with Dan last night. He was a spectator on the banking last year. He's in the race car this year. So,
really?
Yeah. And he almost took number 1 qualifier as well. He ended up number 2. He ran 13.77 with a 0. but it was just the 4th digit that separated him from that. But he won 50 quid in the raffle last night,
So he's
he was happy.
Okay. Well, I hope he's enjoyed it. And anyone out there listening, you know what to do next year.
Here we go. It's all Chevrolet out there at the moment. John R. Hurihan. Hurihan?
Hurihan.
Yeah, you have to teach me, boys. Haven't been here for a while. Dials in 1270. 1020 is the dial in for another one under the heading of the Williams Brothers Racing. And this is Guy King.
The one and only Guy King.
The King.
2.5 seconds is the difference. It's a green light drag race. Can Guy King run down the Camaro? It's going to be close. That's very close. Guy King runs bang on his dial-in, but loses on a hole shot to John Hurihan, who goes 12.81 on a 70. That is a massive hole shot. I'm really sorry to say that out loud, Guy. 0.19 at the finish line it was. Very quickly from security, an orange Clio, registration for HCF. Can we please have it moved from wherever it might be? So an orange Clio, registration number 4 HCF. If you could please move it, that would be fab. Thank you.
3 more pairs to go.
Colin's been busy writing away down here like doing 100 lines at school. Don Short is out there in the Kestrel lane, dialing in 1305. What car is that, Colin?
Which
He's
one?
now in instead of
Monte Carlo.
Monte Carlo, thank you. And then Clive Dandridge out there in the Auto Glim lane, dialing in 12.6. So there's not an awful gap between these two, under half a second. But you either like the car or you like the pickup truck. You've got to cheer for one of them. So it's going to be the car leaves second. Or first. That was me. I got that wrong. I was looking at the wrong thing.
50-50 chance, and there you go.
But the truck just goes motoring by. What he wants to do is not break out, and he does that very well indeed. Well done, Clive Dandridge, with the pickup truck.
Off pace for both of them, strangely. Right, no Stuart Arthur with a Roadrunner for this first round matchup. Was due to be taking on Kiwi himself in the Kestrel lane. Kiwi was our first ever winner of Nostalgia Super Circuit. The first running of Dragstalgia all those years ago, when even we were little.
Got to say thanks to Kiwi and the whole of the Thompson family for being the chefs last night. They were cooking for ages last night, but great job. Oh, right, okay.
That was the last pair then.
Did anyone see Tim Stanbury go through?
No, he didn't turn up. He didn't show.
Well, neither did. Ah, right, okay.
Yeah, that was the buy run. I remember saying that Tim didn't make it, unfortunately.
Right, so it was Paul. That was Paul Smeller. You saw them. Right,
so
okay.
Is this custom
It is
invitational
indeed.
again?
We are back to very strange again to see something car we haven't seen all weekend. First thing Sunday morning is out there. We don't have names, fortunately.
Ian Smith in the right lane.
Colin has names.
Yes, because it's like if you keep going to the car, you get to know everyone's there.
No, forgot them as soon as I walk out.
Oh dear. Ed Smith with the Morris.
That's a very super smooth Morris Minor, isn't it? I was trying to. I'm so glad you said that, because that was the only thing that I could think it was. But then I thought, no, it's going to be something totally different.
Yeah.
Highly modified.
And then you've got to try Chevy in the Gasser guys in the Kestrel beer lane. Two more. This is the thing with drag racing. You get so many cars that are so totally different racing against one another.
It's a great leveler, especially the whole dial-in thing is a really, really good leveler.
Well, 11 seconds for the Morris Minor and 15 for the Gasser.
So up next we got Frankenstein the Gasser. Colin, you have the name of the gentleman who's tried to stay anonymous for a long time. Taking on Alan Sidwell with the Opus in Autoglib lane.
Well, Adrian's had this car for years. It's an original Opus, and Adrian turns up at nearly every car show I go along to. He's my age. I'm not being rude to him saying that, but it is an original Opus, a type of kit car of the 1960s.
Simon Devos is the driver of Frankenstein. Goes 10.62. He's actually been called out to race someone later on.
Has he?
Yeah.
That'll be cool.
Watch this space.
1486 for Adrian, 85 miles an hour. This is Damien Halliwell with the Biscayne that we fairly commonly see in top speed automotive street eliminator. It is a full-on street car, or street barge, I should think, would probably be more appropriate. But beautifully turned out car.
It is huge, huge back window. I mean, that is a panoramic back window to Sabre, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful.
Normally runs in the mid-10s or thereabouts. And street driven, as I just said. There you go, 1063.
Yeah,
27.
spot on. Well done.
First round, gas and circus. Colin goes back to doing homework. We move on with the racing. Steve Matthews with Honky Tonkin. 9.75 in the Auto Glim lane. Taking on Simon Press with the Rocket. His first ever bracket race.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, okay.
They were heads up racing. At
Sorry, I
Melbourne.
said wow again. I apologise.
No,
yeah,
it's
yeah,
fine, it's
okay.
fine, it's fine. I would think it was someone else if you didn't. Up at Melbourne Raceway, Simon actually was part of the event up there where they were running heads up. This is the first ever bracket race. He's going to go first, and he's got the job of being run down by Steve Matthews. Possibly run down by Steve Matthews. So, the tree is going to run. Well, all the reaction time practice not put to good use by Simon there. But he takes the win. Look at that.
Oh, well
and his
done.
first ever round win, 10.98 to 97. Bang on, old chap. Well done indeed. 0.1 over the line, 0.26 on the tree. He wasn't too happy with that. But Steve Matthews won a night with a 9.98. Couldn't get close enough. He is going to be overjoyed.
Still got lots of toys that we bought from Simon.
Oh, I showed a photograph of him and my kids playing with all the blooming Orchard toy stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
It's got thousands of little bits, right?
Absolutely.
That take ages of hoovering up and putting in the bin. Anyway, Adam Krasinski taking on Nick Hewison.
Yep. Adam with the Chevy, dialing in 1220. 1040's the dialing for Nick, but red light on the tree straight away for the little Fulton, and automatically the win going to Adam Krasinski.
Yeah, 007 was so close. It's in the practicing as well is that someone's always sitting there watching the tree with too much time to think of. And that's, you know, not always a good thing anyway. In the Kestrel lane.
Not bad. Not with Nick Brooklang a minute.
No,
it's Drew.
It's Drew Mason.
Yeah.
So Drew off the line first.
So I'm sure Nick will be around somewhere watching. But if you are an NSRA member, then of course the man who normally drives that car, Nick Brooklang, is the editor of the magazine, which we get every couple of months.
Technically a whole shot win for Tony Pearson there. 0.5 over the stripe. He was further off his dial-in, but Drew was a bit later on the tree. So it will be Tony Pearson with the Guzzler moving on to round 2.
So the car is called Grumpy Grizz. I love that. Billy Jones is the driver in the Kestrel lane with that Willys. Dialing in 10.53. And then the Green Onions 55 Chevrolet. Dialing in the hands of Ray Turner at 10.85. Both of these cars immaculately turned out.
Well, the Tucker name in the car has been around for an awful long time in the UK hot rodding scene. Good to see Ray And the Tucker family is still out here.
Is it Tucker or Turner?
Turner.
Ah, okay. That's why I've never heard of them.
Sorry, I just that was quick. That was a quick slip into John Price mode. I won't do it again.
At least I can be the reason for every fault that is made here today. Oh, no. Well, very little to choose between them, but it is the left-hand lane. Billy Jones with that Willis coupe takes it.
Stop me if you heard this before, but another whole shot win. 006 on the tree to a very, very good 0.5.
Yes.
But yeah, that's the way to do it.
A very small gap between them, 0.2 of a second on the finish line.
200s. That
200s, of course.
The second, the
200s.
second one's 200s. That is nothing in it, basically. Tom Margison, the Tinseltown Hustler, is going to be going first in the Kessel Lane, taking on your previous #1 qualifier, moved down to #4 by the end of yesterday. That's Sean Milsom with Ain't Misbehaving. Oh, Shawnee with a big red light. Well, Simon, you can get your own back at Sean right now. You can go and rib him. He's out in round 1. The other thing to mention, that was your points leader for the Gasser Circus series out in round 1 as well. Sean Milsom was out there in front.
Yeah, but Martin Hallam didn't qualify.
Oh.
So he is out. So Tom Margison, who's third in the points, is making hay while the sun shines now.
Well, he was the one that made his own luck that time.
Yeah.
Excellent. Katie Boone with the Mighty Mouse. It's really cool the way they run this car, Katie and her husband Ted. She runs it in the Gasser Circus without nitrous in the bracket class, and Ted, when he's not limping around, runs it with nitrous in Outlaw Anglia as well. They run it, you know, they share the driving.
It's a family affair.
Indeed it is. Taking on Ray Irish with the Gas Junkie. Katie was number 2. Ray was number 10. Katie's actually going to be going first. Katie goes red.
A lot of nerves out there on the tree this morning. But it's Ray Irish who takes the win. Ray wasn't far off of his index as well. 10.04 dialed in, took the win with the 10.05.
So Jason Pickett with the Cherry Bomb, another immaculate creation from the Williams Boys stable. Was that the one that was debuted on live on Facebook in lockdown?
It wasn't it, I think.
Was that right?
To the workshop. Yeah. And we thought, oh, we've got to do something. So yeah, we did a Facebook Live reveal. The work to keep the self-distance from. They all live together. Yeah. So they were. Had to get out a camera shot because I couldn't get close. It was. It worked. So. And, a lot of people enjoyed it. So.
Hobbs is the man in the Falcon in the Kestrel Lane, dialing in at an 11.40. The man, Jason Pickett, in the 55 Chevy. We'll be waiting for a little while, but he pulls the red.
He didn't wait.
He didn't wait at all. So there you are. So our man in the Kestrel bid, Patrick Hobbs, moves on to the next round. And those rounds are going to come round quite quickly, aren't they?
Yeah. And that is his first round win because he's the new driver for the Falcon. Obviously, it's normally Nick Barn. Oh my goodness me! Grant Falcon. It was a new driver for that car, but still in its winning ways and still qualifying #1. Last pair.
Brian Gibson with the identity crisis, or the burnout crisis, as it was yesterday in the Kestrel Lane. That wasn't a crisis, it was fun.
Is this the man who did the S on the track?
Indeed.
Ah, okay.
Well, Graham Barton with high anxiety proves the name of the car by going red with a .11, quite a big red, unfortunately, as well. Everybody got itchy right foot today, it seems. Yeah. So 11.37, the win for Brian Gibson. Very quickly, just want to see matchups for round 2. Simon has got Patrick Hobbs, with the Falcon in the next round of racing. Billy's got Brian. Ray Irish going to be going against Adam Kaczynski. Tom Margison against Tony Pearson. Good on him. A quick run with the two-seater before we get into round one of Outlaw Anglia.
Right, passenger for this one, Tina Green from Birmingham. She's been coming to Santa Pod since 1989. Fancy to go, and their friends race in the Wild Bunch. So, Tina, it's taking you a long time to get down to the quarter mile. Trouble is, it's a drug. You'll be buying a Wild Bunch car soon, so we'll see you in the lanes in the not too distant future.
Kiss goodbye to the bungalow. Here comes the car.
You can't race a kitchen.
No.
You know, we were talking about Shane Bird and Gary Bird yesterday. Had a message from Gary. Basically said, Shane is my son. So Gary is dad, Shane is the son.
Oh, okay.
And then he says, I won't be running today due to engine damage from the fuel pump failure. So, sorry, Gary. But so Shane will be upholding family honours in Outlaw Anglia.
Don't forget, you can, if the thought takes you, you can buy a ride in the Santa Pod two-seater. I don't know what the going price is now, but it is, they call it the thrill ride for obvious reasons, and you'll see why in a minute. That you will be quite capable of running in Super Pro with this, wouldn't you?
Well, let's not forget Steve Warner, the former driver of the car, multiple event and big national champion as well. Paul Brown, national champion in Pro ET. Good drivers. 784, 169.8.
It's so consistent.
Oh,
that car,
it's brilliant.
Yeah.
Well, funny you should say that, because way back when Suzanne Callan was driving two-seater, the Swedish two-seater, she crashed her own car the week before, I think it was, and raced to the two-seater in Super Pro and won at one of the European finals back then. I think it was about 2000 there or thereabouts, something like that. Someone with more brain power than me will remember. Anyway, lots and lots of stuff going on today. Let's have a quick look at what's where, if that's okay. We've also got all of our traders around behind the tower. So please go and have a wander around there. We've got the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame auction, which is now open in the marquee. Which I think, have you donated stuff to this today, or was that yesterday?
Well, it doesn't matter when it goes, but
it's going to go.
It will go at some stage. It doesn't matter. Some of it will be for next year.
There's actually new stuff in there today.
Yeah, there's a whole different load of auction lots to go through today. Colin Miller is still throwing T-shirts out in the track. Cole, we read the post last night, mate. Gutted that you've broken the engine, but it's a 6-second engine, so that we will take. It's the go. Cole. No, many a time you've been through the pain, you've been through the ecstasy, and it was one of those massive highlights on the night when he finally got his 6.
It was the highlight of Friday night, to be brutally honest.
It was.
Outstandingly good. So yeah, we've got the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame auctions. We've actually got the live stage on as well over at the Vintage Hub today. There's actually a band on 11 o'clock in the morning.
Wow.
That's all right. It's nice to start the day. Still awake and sleeping off the Hayseed Dixie hangover from last night. They were really good. It was absolutely rammed. It was actually like, I thought, hang on a minute, am I still at a racetrack or a festival? It was just so good. Anyway, Hayseed Dixie are, I don't know if you probably, I hadn't heard of them before, being completely honest. A lot of banjos going on. But they play AC/DC songs and things like that with banjos. But they're really, really good. It's like it's a different twist on songs that you know and love. Let's put it that way. Really good one. Indeed. That's a bit of a moral reversal, I suppose. It came across very, very well. Like you said, Cole, it was absolutely rammed. I mean, I hate to say it, though, because of where the Vintage Hub is, right in the middle of the camping field, there's not a lot of chance to do much else. But but it's so good. Yeah, it's so good. Anyway, we've got anyway. So the live stage opens at 11 o'clock. We've got the Dragstalgia Cannonball, the last run before the finals, due around about 11:30. And then we've got the Show and Shine from 12 o'clock in the show paddock, which I presume is it over there or that side?
No, it's that side, the other side, just the other side of the banking, the big tarmac area there.
Of course, normally where the live action arena would be,
Yeah.
I'm guessing. Yeah, so lots of stuff going on today, and I think we've got a presentation or two to do as well.
I think so.
Certainly stuff. Right, okay. Nitro FM for a couple of moments, Pete, if you wouldn't mind, just while Ian gets his channels his inner farmer for a little while. Although saying that, there you go. It's because Colin took his headset off. That was. I was, yeah, but there we go. We've got engines fired and we've got the tractor going back into place. But most importantly, anyway, all you folks out there on the grandstands and on the banking, we hope you've had a fabulous weekend. We certainly have. The only thing I find always a little disappointing about this weekend is I can't go out there and enjoy it a bit more. It is like that. Like, you know, I said this the other day that when I used to go to Mantorp, I used to go for 5 days and just immerse yourself in it. And when I went home, I still felt like there was stuff I hadn't seen. And this is very much one of those weekends, isn't it? Absolutely that. So first round of Outlaw Anglia, sadly not including Colin Miller. All run field, Colin, so it's a 32 car ladder. Okay.
And the winner of this would have faced Colin Miller in round 2, but obviously we know Cole's broke, so
this is
round wins.
Colin, actually, if you are around, if you can hear this, I mean, he's obviously down to
He's down on the start line.
I was just going to say, if you could come up and join us for this round of racing, if you wouldn't mind. Is he down there?
Yeah, bring a translator.
Yeah, that'd be good. That'd be great if he can. Yeah, if you don't mind, you kick him up in this direction. Thank you very much indeed. Sorry? No, it doesn't. I don't think. It's all right. I'll give mine all there. But, so Mark Bracking and Gary Hill. So Gary Hill and Mark Bracking, heads up race first to the finish line wins. 13 and 14 qualifier. Pretty even off the tree.
Very. .974 takes the win. Gary Hill will be going into round 2.
At 3, actually.
Yeah, well,
That was a double. Thank you. Blimey, John Price has just got fabulously better looking. Just in no time whatsoever. I'm obviously kidding. He was good looking in the first place. First of all, welcome to the tower, Mr. Miller.
Thank you very much.
Obviously, you'd rather be down there racing. Goes without saying.
Absolutely, I would love to be down there racing today, but unfortunately we had a sick engine last night, but we have been leaning on it way too much, I think. So it's done well, and as I say, we're still here, we're enjoying ourselves. Fantastic day at Santa Pod as always, fantastic track and fantastic marshals. We couldn't ask for any better.
If anyone needs to know what that was, we'll put text up at the bottom. The good thing is, actually, what's going to be... I'm only joking, Colin, of course. The next race between Barnaby Levy, his first 8-second run yesterday. Fabulous stuff for Barn. Taking on Ben Kennedy with Relentless. Here we go.
Barnaby done really well yesterday, getting the 8.8. He's been at it for 5 years to try and get in the 8s, and let's hope he does it again today.
9.23 at 1:38. Well, it's a round win. But Ben Kennedy with a terrific 9. Is that Ben's first 9-second run as well? He's been close before, I think.
Yeah, today he's obviously running his spare engine, which is basically a scrap car. So he's
on the scrap engine, seriously?
Yes. And obviously last weekend he done damage, was unable to utilise the engine, so went home. They went very late at night. In fact, on Friday night they were at it till 2 o'clock in the morning.
My goodness me. Well, congratulations to Ben getting into the 9s. Also, Barnaby Levy moving on to round 2. Ian Tweddle with Anxious in the Kestrel Lane, going to be taking on Ronnie Mercer. Ronnie went 8.69 yesterday. That's very rapid for him.
Yeah, Ronnie's really turning up. He's obviously got quite a lot of nitrous on the car, but they're running the numbers.
Certainly are. Ronnie normally goes deep into eliminations in Outlaw Anglia. Does very, very well in Pro ET as well, a lot of the time.
So he's a very, very competitive racer.
So
he went semi-final at door slammers as well. He just everywhere.
That's right. That was in the big bracket, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That's right, yep. It's the wheelie bar. That will be a win for Ronnie Mercer. Bang on the numbers from yesterday. 8.70, 149 miles an hour. Ian loses out with a 10.45. Still a very, very nice run indeed.
I love this car. 30 years old and still doing what it done when it first came out 30 years ago.
We were, well, actually, John was, we were trying to work out yesterday what it was. Was it a prefect or an anglia? Or it looks like a bit half and half.
It's a very early.
Sorry, I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to put you on the spot there.
No, I think it's an early prefect, but it also looks like a pop.
Yeah, it does. It's, but it launches very, very hard indeed. Actually, if we read the screen, it says it's a prefect, a 53 prefect. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, it must be right.
In the Auto Gloom lane, taking on Spencer Tidswell with the Battle Axe Warrior. Spencer was number 12 qualifier, Rob number 15. Well, whole shot for Rob Nixon. Will that be enough to stay in front on the quarter mile?
Let's hope so.
It was very close in qualifying. He's going to take the win with a 9.49, 138 miles an hour. Well done. A 9.88 lose out for Spencer. And do they look happy?
This weekend we've had Mark Bracking, who's run already, straight into the 9-second club, first time ever for him. We've got Jenner running a 9.48 personal best. I think there's a couple of other guys that have got PBs, so yeah.
What did Mark do to get it to run in the nines? Because that was such an outstanding run.
He had a new carburetor.
Right.
And he took it out the box, stuck it on the engine, and it ran in 9.
Wow, that is outstanding. Because
That
he
makes
drives
it
that
sound
car on
too
the
easy.
street so much.
Yeah.
That does make it sound too easy, to be honest. But it's always hard work, isn't it? You've raced your car all over the world, haven't you? I mean, the experience of going out to California, Vegas and racing over there, you really made your mark as well, didn't you?
I had a fantastic time. The Americans looked after me so much. I didn't buy a drink. I didn't make a meal. They knew I was coming from Scotland, and very quickly they were very, very helpful in every way I could think possibly, even to the fact offer me a new engine when I blew my engine up at Somoza.
Well, I hope you invited all of them over here to race as well. I'm sure you did.
I was always. This is Simon's car has so much potential. It just needs some tweaking, and I think he was well down in the 7s, if not in the 6s. And again, he's got the capabilities of running that magical 200 miles per hour number.
Yeah, lots of little aero tricks, like the little deflectors on the rear of the car. Is that actually to get air around the back to help the chutes out? Is that the
it
way
does help a lot.
Because there's a bit of dead air behind the back of it. Is that the
We've done a couple of exercises on 3D modelling the cars and looking at the airflow at the back, and it's absolutely horrendous.
Taking on Paul Watson with the street-driven Gumpree's toy. Gets the best seat in the house to watch.
It's a good run.
777, 180. Nice and consistent for Simon Barlow. 12.35 as well for a street-driven pop for Paul Watson. Very nicely done indeed.
Paul, who's never going to ever race again, but he seems to keep coming back and keep coming back.
He's retired a number of times, isn't he now? Ben Montgomery should have been taking on another 7-second runner, Paul Henshaw, in this round.
Yeah, I believe Paul's unfortunately done 5 pistons, so
Ooh,
unfortunately
ouch.
he's out for the weekend. Young Ben is keen as mustard, and you watch this space in 3 or 4 years' time, we'll see that man running a fast car. He's got the disease.
So now you're 12.32 at 108 miles an hour. Obviously, Colin, your enthusiasm is fairly legendary, to say the least. What is it about Anglias that captured your imagination, really?
I think it's just purely and simply the very first car I built was a Ford Anglia, and it's stuck with me. In fact, on Saturday I was looking at the Facebook, and my old car, PSP 397, came up on Facebook. I built it 38 years ago, and there it was. The guys resprayed it, done a complete overhaul on it, and it's looking lovely, and it was like weird. But
So why did you buy that car in the first place? Was it just a hot rod to build?
I
or?
just loved the shape.
Yeah.
Loved the shape, and I always have.
Did you ever think you'd be knocking on the door in 200 miles an hour in one?
Never, never.
So Luke Hoskins down there.
Got a problem though.
Yeah, here he has. Taking on the legendary Alan O'Connor with Gasser, who actually goes red, but it doesn't really matter. Yeah, unfortunately Luke couldn't take the green.
That's a shame for Luke.
The governor moves through to round 2.
That car's, you know, it's obviously back now in the hands of Dave Pearce. I think there's many owners, including myself. Fantastic car. I think we managed to get it down to 9.3 second. It was a really unforgiving car. It always, you know, it learned you the ropes. It was straight as a die, and I'm so glad it's eventually found its way back to Dave Pearce.
So what's the secret about getting an anglia to go straight, or do they never go straight?
I don't think they ever go straight. I think you just tame them, and you know, you do learn to tweak them. The faster you go, the harder it is. The window of tuning used to be open, now it's very small. You go fast. That is the hard bit. It's
Talking to John Webster as well, one of the unique things about the design of them, Ginner down there, by the looks of it, on a bye run, no Lee Taylor, unfortunately, with that brand new Outlaw pop this morning. So, yeah, Ginner will be taking a bye into the next round. It's the seating position as well. He said it's like sitting on the can, basically, because of the way you have to sit upright a lot more in a pop than you do in other cars.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, for us, you know, there really is only 2 rules, and they've been there for 30 years. 101 wheelbase, which makes it a real pig to get up the strip, and obviously, you know, leaving the front windscreen as it came out the factory, it makes it really go through the air like a brick. Good run for Ginner. That's looking good. Oh, he's off at the top end.
Yeah, saving it for round 2, 908, 105 miles an hour. We've still got a few more cars to go. Yeah, so that was the windscreen angle and no more wheelbase in the 101, yeah?
The only other rule is no centre seat and no flip-up body. That's the only 4 rules in the class. And as I say, you know, the reason the class is so successful, because of those 4 rules. They've never changed in 30 years, and there is no money in the class whatsoever, and that makes everybody competitive and nobody going in the wrong direction. It's very difficult, you know, I'm only there just now to push it forward, and you know, I want to keep it on track and keep the class as fun and exciting as it is.
It's just a shame you have to go out there and race, and we can't have you up here all the time doing this, to be honest. But
if you give me the choice, I'd rather race.
Of course you would. Yeah, don't worry. I think a number of us would. To be brutally honest, I'm not sure.
Well, we've still got 4 scheduled pairs to come.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the issue is. Maybe something up the top end that needs to be sorted out before we can continue with racing, because the start line crew have just actually wandered off. I say wandered off, it sounds like they've gone for a break. They haven't, not in the middle of racing anyway. But anyway, Colin, so the class has grown and grown over the years. Obviously, the numbers have ebbed and flowed a bit, but this weekend still, especially with the current economic climate, a great turnout of cars too. And the fact that you get everybody show up to join in and have fun, because without putting too fine a point in it, someone with a 10-second pop isn't going to beat you, or Jed or whatever, if you run right.
But, you know, you've got to look back just one weekend ago, Summer Nationals, and you've got a man that runs a 11-second car, Barry Woodford, and, you know, into the final. Fantastic. Barry and his whole family were so made up. First time in drag racing, and he's been going a long time, that he won a trophy.
Ah, yeah, well, you did. And well, you took that event win, not running nitrous last weekend, saving it for this weekend.
Yeah.
Obviously well saved with a 6-second run. But so you bought your first car and built it. What got you into the drag racing side of it? Was it through the hot rod shows and that kind of thing?
Well, I've you know, from an early age, when we built the Ford Pop, there was basically 4 people from Scotland, and we would actually race each other to Santa Pod. We would race all weekend, and then we'd race each other home. And you know, unfortunately, my best pal Jerry Treat, we lost him 2 years ago. Real sad. You know, best pal. You can't find a best pal after 40 years. So that was sad. His Willis is up the top there. It's been out today racing. So yeah, good. And Andy Park is obviously another chap that we spent a lot of time with. So he's here this weekend, and and Derek Connolly, the other guy. We were all in the Fife County Cruisers way back in 1983, and that's as you know, it's history.
Absolutely that. And the effort that you make to come down here and race as well is pretty epic too, because it's a fairly long trek for you each time you want to come down here. You must love it.
I do, but unfortunately now this diesel crisis is very much affecting the pocket. It's it's an expensive exercise coming down, but I love it too much. So hey ho, we could be dead tomorrow.
That's one way to look at it, I suppose. But yeah, you're right. You've got to enjoy it. You've got to have fun while you absolutely have the chance to. We have just got a bit of a clean up right down the very, very top end. So what we're going to do, we are going to hand back to Nitro FM. Colin, thank you so much for your time and always your enthusiasm, which comes with you. You've got a lovely drive home tonight in the sunshine. Anyway,
tomorrow.
Back to Sunny's. Oh, tomorrow back to Sunny's.
Yeah, we're going to just relax today, drink some beer, and go home tomorrow.
And enjoy yourselves, yeah.
Thank you.
Well, very best of luck getting it back together. And once again, the most huge congratulations on that 6th.
Thank you very much.
No worries. Nitro FM, folks. We'll be back ASAP.
Right, first car, Wrathchild, make, model, spec, 1966. One part Alan Blount, one of his cars. Second part, another part of Alan Blount's car. Welded together, as we've been told by people with better history knowledge than us. 305 small block Chevrolet, tunnel ram. We just put that on just for a laugh more than anything. It doesn't do much apart from flood the engine, but it looks really cool. And then Rebel, relatively newish car. We're not 100% sure. Late 2000s. 420 cubic inch. Okay, Hillborn 8-stack in direct injection, mechanical injection. Yeah, and we love them both, so don't ask us for a favourite. But yeah, both Slingshot dragsters, so behind the engine, axle against your gentleman's parts, which freaks a lot of people out, which is good fun. Gearbox between your feet, and they're a really good hoop to drive.
My favourite thing about Wrathchild is pie crust. It's an old school look. You don't see many cars with them nowadays, and there's just something about them compared to slicks. They just have a total different look to them, which I quite like about Wrathchild. With Rebel, my favourite part is the speed and the acceleration. You try and describe it to people like trying to compare it to a roller coaster, but not even on some roller coaster you feel the same effect of it. So that's what I like about that car. My least, but that's about it. Yeah.
Me? Oh gosh. Yeah, I'm gonna say either the pie crust or the tunnel ram, just because it looks stupid. It's like a big old Hot Wheels car, and it's a very fond car to us. It was our first dragster we got and built with help from a ton of amazing people. So the fond memories that come with it. As for Rebel, it's got to be the 8-stack, because we've always wanted a stack injected car, because to us that is the perfect Slingshot, like junior fuel looking. And yeah, speed acceleration, it's just throws you in your seat, throws you out your seat. Well, not technically out your seat, but puts you forwards when the chute comes out. It's amazingly good fun, really good fun. Yeah, I don't know how to describe it. Right, should we go for the worst thing? Worst thing on Wrathchild is we've both put on a little bit of girth, wide and grown outwards but never upwards. So it's she's getting a bit tight because she's 17 inches inside the rails. Yeah, so that's the worst part. We would like to make her wider, but then it won't be Wrathchild. It's not her. It's not the car that we're so fond about. Rebel, the cylinder heads. The cylinder heads, we're looking at getting new ones. They're starting to let us down a little bit, some of the valves. But yeah, But I couldn't change it any other way. Maybe run a bit of nitro one day. That's about it until we run the Euro Millions. It'll stay as it is. But we love them both, to be fair. Love them both.
Right, well, this is actually a bespoke car. It was built from plans in Custom Car Magazine, 1972. It's called Little Foss at the moment, but it has had a number of other names over the years. It's basically a club-level dragster, 50 years old, as I say. It has a 3.5 litre Rover engine, unless it's at the Mopar Nationals when it gets entered as a Buick. My favourite thing about it is that it has a really, really good nature, and that sounds like a strange thing. It's almost like got a little soul in there that's always trying to help us do well. It's like when I'm getting in the car and I'm driving it down the strip, I feel like it wants to do well. It's almost tells me that it wants to do good. Whenever there's a problem, it's always something minor. We've just had it not start at the end of the pairing lanes there. Everyone's looking at really more serious stuff. All it was a simple loose wire. So no massive engine dramas, just a simple loose wire. It's back on and we're going to go again. The thing I'd like to change is I'd like to have owned this car 50 years ago and owned it throughout its life, although at that time I would have actually had it when I was 1.
It's a 1941 Willis Coupe replica. It's glass fibre with a 331 small block Ford, 671 Supercharger and twin 4-barrel carbs. Just how happy it makes me. It's just, every time you get in it, you smile. The worst thing is when it breaks and I have to change lots of things, but if I could change one thing on it, I'd change it for a steel-bodied one, but that's way, way out of my budget. But we have fun with this. It lives outside. It's not a show car, it's a happy car.
Really, really nice. Met up with Frank Brackvogel. Tried to run me down this morning because I was so old he was helping me. Anyway, we're off and running.
We are. We had the Custom Car Invitational to start the day. That does look like a chimney.
Well, Stuart Smith, is he in the 9s again? Oh, nearly. 10-13, 129.
The way the ladder works is I think we have there's all races in round 1, and the buy run, because of the way the ladder works, I'm sure we'll get Colin to show you in a minute. You don't get a buy run until a bit later on in the day.
Yeah. Right, Dave Bilodeau on a solo. Gary Carr, broken ring gear in the rear diff, so that's why Dave is on the solo.
984 and a 78 for Dave Bilodeau.
Breakout.
Okay, so they've dialed in 1160. Look at the results boards right at the end. So now it's he who dares wins with these two.
Yeah, we can't mention reaction times, but there was a visible difference on the tree.
So So that's,
win margin.
That's a win margin.
wow.
That's nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Kestrel Beer Lane, dials in 11.54. 12.34 is the dial in for Neil Francis out there in the Auto Glim lane. So there's going to be a little gap between the man in the right-hand lane going and the man in the left-hand lane going. And reaction times, red light in the left-hand lane. So automatically Gary Semper goes out, leaving Neil Francis to take what I don't suppose he knows at the moment is a leisurely win. He dialed in 12.34.
10.30 plays at 9.93.
That win margin, by the way, Simon just reliably informed me it was half an inch.
Good grief.
Wow.
There is no way who.
Scuddell who's away first, but the man in the Auto Glim lane makes up the difference with him.
Do you know what? You should run this in Nostalgia Superstore.
Do that anyway.
All right, 12.42 plays 10.21. There goes Chris. And Dave Simcock in pursuit.
It seems like an age, doesn't it? The 2 seconds between them. But Dave Simcock clawing it back at the top end. Who's going to get it? Right-hand lane does it.
Yeah.
Dials in 11. And Stuart Doyney with the Nova dials in a 12. So Stuart Doyney is going to be the man who leaves the start line first. There you are. Well, this looks pretty even. Stevens, they head towards the top man. Who's going to get it? It is Stuart Doyney. Dialed in 11, breaks out. Oh no, he's broken out.
You can dial in. Going alongside Nick Williams, 10.94.
What was one of the things I really love about this event as well, especially with so many of these cars, is staying up the top end in the caravan. In the morning, they all drive up and down the fire-up road to warm up.
Really?
It's just like having your own personal car show, standing there having a cup of tea, watching everyone go past. Fantastic. So Nick is going to try and run her down. He's there. He doesn't want to break out, and he doesn't. Very nicely judged, Mr. Williams. A bit of a reaction time advantage as well.
With the Coronet dials in 10.32, so the handicap going against the man in the Auto Glim lane of some 3.5 seconds. So it's going to seem like an eternity to him sitting there.
Very well weighted.
Yeah.
It looks like he's not going to get there, but I tell you what, he is. He's in front, and he takes the win.
He got there.
Look at the elapsed times.
Wow.
Bang on.
Wayne Power is underneath us. And unfortunately, no Gary Bird. Thanks ever so much, Gary, for sending us the message. Shame to read that you got engine damage from a fuel pump failure.
Oh.
But that's racing, mate. You know that.
Well, Colin Miller was up here just telling us that, there we go, Wayne been tweaking the nitrous on the pop. Colin did actually say it might wake him up a bit. I think he's looking for his first 9, actually, from what Colin said. He's done it. 996,
wow.
135. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. A man who was just running a 6-second run is just as enthusiastic about someone in the class running
He's
his
going back
first
to the
9.
pits now to get that 9-second sticker ready to put the boots into the car. That's what it is. Brilliant stuff. All right, next up then, Ben Rushforth going alongside Andy Cunningham. A quick call out into the pits. Andy Wilcox has been in touch. If anybody has got big... Thank you. Has anybody got a big block Chevy starter motor for Warren Rowlands? In the Wild Bunch, desperate for a big block Chevy starter motor.
So Ben Rushforth running quicker than ever with the EDA race engines. Rushford family pop. That's his dad giving him the thumbs up on the start line. What can he do against Andy Cunningham?
Another 84.
846, 159.
Now that is a burnout.
That's a burnout, yeah.
Jed Guy out there with the 6-second Anglia in the Auto Glim lane. Letting out a bit of that damn and blast I haven't been able to race so far this year. Frustration, I think. Yeah. This is his first race weekend of the year, this one.
Yeah.
Been waiting for bits and pieces. But managed to get it just together just in time for the weekend.
Going alongside Shane Bird with the long shot.
Ian Marshall having a good look. Go on.
Is that Jed's dad down there, Ray?
Possibly.
Because I found some photos the other
Yeah,
day
yeah.
at home with Ray taking a trophy at a trophy event and holding a little baby, which I presume was Jed.
Wow.
It's got to be
It has
25
to be.
years
Yeah,
ago,
well,
something like
it would
that.
be then, yeah, there or thereabouts.
Yeah. Just wondered if that was him. It's the ponytail that was the giveaway.
No nitrous run, I think, this time for Jed. Making sure he gets to the stripe first. All he needs to do is take the remote. Well done. In the other lane for the 13-second run. 9.09. Another man we haven't seen in a long while, actually, in Outlaw Anglia is the man who used to run the Alco Pop. Do you remember?
Oh, the governor.
Yeah, he's down there, Paul Wright.
He hasn't been away from the strip at all, though. He's here with everybody.
Yeah.
So
just not running his own car these days. That was a really rapid 7-second supercharged pop. That was. That is Martin Payne with the Great Barbarian. Beautiful car. Look at that glistening in the sunshine. Taking on last weekend's runner-up in Outlaw Anglia. That's Barry Woodford. That's what Colin was talking about earlier. He got all the way to the final.
Yeah, yeah. So it's a class for everybody, was what he was alluding to. Despite the fact that you don't have 6-second performance, you can still get in there and get to the final, maybe even win. You never know what happens in drag racing. So heads up racing, but I think the man who can run a low 9 is going to take this. There we are.
9:26.
Barry Woodford.
10:25 for Barry Woodford, though, at 1:27. That's really good for him. But it is Martin Payne. Moving on, we're on to the Wild Bunch. So that was Outlaw Anglia round 1. Yep, we do need to. You are dead right.
I don't know if you caught the conversation I was having with Brad Cooper.
It's all right, sorry. The lady with the dialing board is standing in the fire-up row, but she needs to be on the start line to give the dial-in for the car. She's holding the dialing board up off to the side of the racetrack. There we go.
Yeah, Brad and Ken Cooper, of course, we were having a chat with them last night during the Crackle Fest, and we found out that the reason that Brad had finally got into the 10s from the 11s was a new set of slicks, because they used to run pie crust on the back.
Right.
And that has given him the phenomenal amount of grip, and that was the big change.
So this is dial-ins this morning for the Wild Bunch. 12:30 for Rick Butcher. Bradley dials at 10.98. 11:05. Now, talking to Claire yesterday, today it's the closest to dial-ins today.
Okay.
Over the speed line. And here is where I'm about to put my foot in it. But the way I understood it, oh, that's beautiful. Beautiful. Backing up the car in that lane, that's beautiful.
No, that's a has-been.
That's a has-been, yeah, something like that.
Or is it Be Serious?
Oh.
This is going
you
back.
totally lost me then. I'm sort of looking everywhere.
Well, you know, Nitro FM are going to butt in now. Oh, no. Yeah, well, Nicky says it's unbelievable.
I'll tell you what, do you know, drag racing, this part of drag racing commentary is fundamental to the whole day, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Well, now it's happened. He's been there, done that.
Oh, God.
Well, you started it.
So, Bob Morgan. I didn't. Whoever's dressed as a bee did, I think. Right, 10:13 for Bob Morgan goes 10:18. So they make up. They run everything the way that they want to. That is a very fair way of doing it, to be honest. But the Wild Bunch, everybody runs, and everybody runs to their dial-ins. Whoever's closest to their dial-ins over the day will be the winner.
Whether positive or negative.
Correct.
Okay.
Will be.
All right. Who's keeping an eye on that? Claire, presumably.
Claire likes giving herself loads of work.
Yeah, does she?
It really
Goodness
does.
me.
Yeah, I was going to say, we've got lists and lists of stuff up here. It's just unbelievable. Robert Wright with the Altered. Great name for a car. Kestrel, and Chris Filsell with
Chris Hartnell.
Oh.
Chris Filsell. You're going back to 81 again, boy.
Do you know what? Didn't this used to be the other way round? I'm sure it did.
Possibly. Possibly.
It's good. 885 for Chris Hartnell. 875 for Robert Wright. Yeah, sorry, I just get a bit frazzled by the end of the weekend. You know how that works.
Yes, I do. Very much so, yeah.
A combination of being a bit worn out.
Tiredness overtakes the brain, unfortunately. But with me, my brain doesn't function right from the outset, so I haven't got any excuses.
It does. You've noticed everything this morning. Whereas I've been sharp as a marble today. Right. So, James Ald. With a new backup girl as well, Jim. Is that right? Is that Gemma? He looks very much like Gemma. In the Auto Glim lane, taking on Steve Garland with the Sonic Attack number 2, down in the 10s on a regular basis now. 10.95. So, 12.93 for James Ald with the 50-year-old dragster. Against the much newer, would you believe, Slingshot car in the Kestrel lane.
Red light in the Kestrel lane for Steve Garland.
He'll still try and run the number though. Then 14. Oh, look at that. James Ald. 12.93.00.
Wow.
Perfect on his dial. Oh, James, congratulations, mate.
Well, I think everyone else can pack up and go home then,
Yeah.
because that's kind of like, that's it.
Well, that's plus or minus 0 in the way that the Wild Bunch works. So, yeah, he set the marker. Very nicely done indeed. Steve Field, Black Pig 2, and in Mark Hartnell with, although it says Mental Mistress, and I actually like that, it's Metal Mistress. Bit of a typo, but both names work.
I was just going to say, it's not like it makes much difference, is it?
No,
really?
it doesn't.
So 960 is his dial-in. Running a personal best yesterday. Take it on Steve Field. Now that car of Steve Field, as I mentioned before, is really a perfect example of the way drag racing's evolved over the years. Back in the 60s, this is absolutely how it was. Powerful engine in a very, very lightweight car with the driver sitting at the back. And it don't half go as well. It runs low. Nice looking runs on both sides.
Yeah.
Very good.
9.
On an 847 dial-in for Steve Field.
160 as well. I think it's brave, I think, really. The fact that you can 60 miles, not that you want, but you are right.
So Callum Swing. Technically, they're racing, but they're not racing. They're just trying to get as close to their dial-in time as they can. But we've already had one that's got right on top of the dialed-in time. Completely.
Absolutely.
So it's going to take a lot to beat him.
It's virtually impossible.
Unless we start going 6 decimal places or something.
Which they might do. 866 for Callum, well done. 11.45 for Pete on a 34. It's the whole idea is to make sure that they get as much racing and fun time out on the racetrack as possible. That's what it's all about. Because obviously if you have eliminations, then people start going home through the day, whereas the way this works is they get a few runs a day, but all of them run a few times a day.
Yeah.
Then at the end of the day, they all pack their gear away, and then they have the trophy presentations in the pits. It's always the last thing they do, and then they say goodbye to everybody and they all leave together. It's great, really good.
So the big block forward for Andy Clifford with Snake Eyes. We do see Andy actually at some of the big Motorsport UK events, running in Supercomp. Certainly sounds a bit fat down there.
I was thinking the same, actually.
Yeah, anyway, Andy is in the Kestrel lane. Wayne Colliver with the Misfit. Looking for 10.50.
And already alongside from this angle. And it is Andrew Clifford who gets there first.
9.18. That's a breakout and a half, 142 miles an hour. It does run in Supercomp, which is 890. But to be completely fair, normally he's stuck in about the mid-9s, and that is the first time the car's been down toward the low 9s, so congratulations to them. 10.63 on the other side for Wayne Colliver, pretty good run too. So it's the other Mrs. Brown's boy, that's Rob. No, it's not. It's Pete. Unless they switch helmet colours, which I don't think they would have done. That's Pete Brown in the Rebel, in the Auto Glim Lane. Going to be taking on Steve East. What are you checking out?
Oh, just everything. We've heard from Alan Schofield, who's been running the Rough Diamond. Unfortunately, he's out for the rest of the weekend.
Oh.
Suffered a little bit of damage.
He was part of the Cackle Fest last night.
Yeah, yeah, he won't be out today.
So Steve is going to be going first in the Kestrel lane. Nicely done for Pete. Will that be an 8.54? It's an 8.52 with a 9. Well done, team. Very, very close indeed. Nice one. 154 miles an hour and 12.35 that time. Stevie.
Remember last night at the Cracker Fest, we met Ellie.
Okay.
We finally met Ellie, who was in trouble. Ellie's in trouble now. The story behind that car was that the university fund set up for Ellie was spent on the race car. That's why. That's why it was called.
Yeah,
Ellie's in trouble now.
Okay.
But no, she was with the team, obviously, and she
you know something? That sets a dangerous precedent because the amount of, so if they start naming cars after things like that, the amount of cars called "My Wife Hasn't Got a Kitchen Now," or or "There Goes Pension," or whatever else it might be, there must be loads of them. Paul Tarry with the group and Luca Gavoni with the Earthquake from Italy in the almost identical dial-ins actually. Will be Paul Tarry taking the win light. 80 with a 3.
Nicely done.
And 11.18 at 120 for Luca. Can only be one car.
Yeah.
With a burnout like that. Alan Lloyd with Gonzo the Great. Now you were saying, John, you remember this car back in the 80s when Dad Ian
Yes,
was at
most
the wheel?
definitely, yeah. And it was a hot little motor then, and it just continued. In my head, it continues to improve. You know, it's such a beautiful looking altered.
It's quicker than ever as well. He dials a 750. If he runs that or breaks out, they will be overjoyed. That's absolutely what they're aiming for. He's been in the 7.8s this weekend.
PB is 777.
Devon
797.
163. That can only be one car as well. Andy Jackson with the Sidewinder. Now, as you know, I'm all for wearing Union Jack stuff, but Union Jack woolly hats today may be a step too far. Taking on the car on my T-shirt, Alan Layton.
Yep, that's a great T-shirt. My goodness me.
I did these for Brian Thomas nearly 30 years ago now.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it's nice. I had a long chat with Brian Thomas this morning, talking about the old days when he was with Alan and wasn't with Alan, and the work and things that he did. And of course it was, I think, in Brian Thomas' hands when it ran down into the 8s, rather than Alan Loughton's. But it's Alan that's doing the retro shows with it. But it's nice to have a catch up with Brian. I used to call Brian and Alan Batman and Robin because they were always front and centre with everything that was going on. And I'm sure I've told you this before, they gave me a little model of Batman out of the Corgi Batmobile,
right,
which I still have in my cabinet at home.
.12.09 at 1:31 for Andy Jackson. Didn't seem to get going as quickly as it has done, but that's got to be the most runs he's put in a weekend in a long while, actually. 10.29 at 1:30 for Alan. Such a perfect little altered, that car. It really was. And when Brian said to me, would I mind doing these for him? Absolutely. Bit of a pig to draw, though, especially with the spokes and all the open engine. It would be much easier to draw a funny car, quite honestly, but there we go.
Oh, looks good. Looks good.
Well, this was back in the days, if you remember, all the T-shirts were printed with what were they called? Transfers.
Yeah.
You must remember
Oh,
those.
yeah, I do. Remember there was Gary's Shack, was
That's it.
Used to go there, and all the T-shirts were hanging up, and you chose the one you wanted, and they would then press it.
That's right.
With the transfer, and you walked away with it.
So you actually went to Gary's Shack?
Yeah.
In Wimbledon?
No,
there was one here.
Oh, here?
Yeah, there was. They actually had the top end shop as well.
Yeah,
was just up there. But yes, I remember. I know what you mean. You used to walk in and you used to choose the design you wanted, and then they put it on the size T-shirt that you wanted. Yeah. I had one of Don Brodome's Army
I
Fun
had
cars.
that one. That's the one I had.
Deary, but how did we not bump it anyway? Whatever. But yeah, so the only trouble with them was over a period of time they really, you couldn't wash them too many times. That was my excuse anyway to my mum. Well, I didn't give them. Phil James with the Rampage taking on Liz Malcolm. Just
48 to 1082.
Coolly. I think the pickup truck going up there, flag, that's a sail by the looks of it. It's big enough. It's big enough to take it all the way up the top end. Looks fantastic, folks. Well done.
That's an interesting reaction time.
One flat, yeah. Remove the one.
Yeah.
1091 for Liz, and for Phil James 963 on a 48. I do like this. This is absolutely spectacular looking, this car, isn't it?
There were, and I'm sure there still are, some hot rods that went the V12 Jaguar route. I remember when I went to the Milton Keynes show in 1981, there was a, I'm trying to think of the name of it.
I know. It's a Model T, wasn't it? And the registration number was 15 Rod, or is Rod? Do you remember that?
No. No, it's the honest answer. I'm
sure that was V12.
Yeah. By the time of the next meeting, it'll come back to me. So
that'll be perfect timing.
This time next year.
Your two catchphrases this weekend are "wow" and "no."
Do you remember? No.
So Dan Wilson with the very rapid little antique toy down there in the Kestrel Lane, taking on Tim Roy with the Boston Straggler, a number 2 V12 Jag in there. Yeah. What a power plant. What a noise. Before the finish line still goes 996 at 127.
Gosh, truth. I found it straight away.
10:15.
Wasn't the one I was thinking of, seriously, but no, that's...
My goodness.
Yeah.
V12 power, it's 6 pipes each side there.
Yeah. That is fabulous. That is fabulous.
So Keith Crampton with the Zoltan Taker taking on Graham Rawlins with the V-Dub.
So we go from a V12
to a V-Dub.
To a V-Dub.
Yeah, it's got about a third of the engine capacity as well, actually.
Well, it's 5.3 litre, isn't it, the V12?
Something. I think it was 7,000 in CCs. I think it was 7 something. Yeah, that's the that's 2,400.
Yeah.
The little VW down there. That is the perfect. Joking aside, that's the perfect engine choice for a Slingshot, because the driver can see everything.
That needs to be in Comp Eliminator.
You're dead right, actually, especially with the V-Dub.
That's what I was trying to think of. I was going, why am I pointing at it? And then I remembered, yeah.
I was talking to Luke about that, funny enough, and he said that it's perfect for VW Pro, you know, for bracket racing and stuff like that, but Graham likes running with the Wild Bunch. And he will be here against Keith Crampton. Nice looking run for Keith.
Oh,
42.
Wow. Another PB for Keith Crampton. He's in the 9.4s, almost in the 9.3s. 9:42. Let's have a look at the speed. 142.93. He's matched his speed, PB.
Right.
But he got there quicker. 9:42.
Well
Keith Crampton. Wow.
Got there too quick to build up any speed. 9:48 at 132. Sorry, 9:84. I beg your pardon. At 132. Yeah. Spot the mistake in that analogy. That's all right. That's one of my favourite Eddie Hill quotes. That is when Steve Evans at the top end said to him, you know, congratulations on the new ET record, but the speed was it down. What happened to the speed? He goes, I guess it got there too quick to build up any speed. Ask a stupid question, get a stupid answer.
Yeah. He's been retired a few years
Thanks,
now.
Luke. Yeah, Graham's car won't tag, hence it's the Wild Bunch. There we go. There's a perfect answer to a very sensible question. So thanks, Luke.
So well done to everybody down there on the low funds team. I'm sure Keith will be very, very happy with that. Well done. And well done to Anna on the trousers. They are spectacular, my love. Well done.
You'll be off to buy them later.
Oh,
They'd match your T-shirt in actual fact.
They wouldn't be far off, would they?
Absolutely, yeah.
I'm sure.
You can make her an offer. She can't refuse.
Or just tell them the kids need those. I could spot them in a playground a mile off with all those on, couldn't I? That is actually, that's less of a joke than it sounds as well, because we've got 3 of them and they're all little. We always dress them the same, so we can always see where they are. So we don't have to keep finding different outfits, because otherwise we lose them. Anyway, back to drag racing as opposed to parenting in the 2000s.
Can't you get one of those old rubber stamps and just sort of stamp Bradford on their foreheads? Then everybody would know that.
Put one on extendable dog lead. I've had done that before. Anyway, Gary Atkinson with Time Lock. I'll have social services round if I keep talking.
Too late by the sound of it.
They're at your house now. So Gary with the Time Lock car. Dials in a 965, runs 981. They're all chasing to get as close to their dialed in times as they can.
Well, this is one car I didn't expect to see out there. I was obviously working all night last night as well. This is the tight fit car of Steve Heaven. Because obviously this car was due to come down for fire burnout last night. We didn't see it run at all yesterday. Just hope the transmission holds out today. But they have really been up against it. And yeah, I went around their pits on Friday night, and it was literally just opening up a jigsaw puzzle box, because there were bits everywhere.
Ew.
And it's like, well, what goes where? But they got it done. It took them a while to do it. Oh, fingers crossed for them. The last thing you want to do is just get one running, but then at least they will have got a running. Russ probably tuned in from Spain, because I haven't seen anything that he's here this weekend. So Russ, very good morning. Well, they're happy because it's running, and it's running well.
Still going.
9:03, 1:44. I tell you what, fantastic that you managed to get it fixed. 9:03, 1:44. That's a nice reward for the amount of effort they put in.
So the last car again today is going to be for the Wild Bunch. Yeah, I'd go along with that. That is a bit of a vacuum at the moment, that one, isn't it?
Yep.
I think. So Rory Hart with the little Opel funny car. There have been a few of these, not funny car. There have been a few of these about the little Opels. They're a kind of a unique choice for a race car. They do lend themselves very well, but they're obviously just very small, aren't they?
Well, the car's been through quite a few hands over the period of time, and Ian and Rory did tell me some of the people, and unfortunately the names have escaped the mind. But
the only one that sticks in my mind was the thing called Hot Tomato.
That's right, the Clifton Brothers.
Clifton Brothers, that was it.
That was actually a door slammer, though. very
Oh,
quick
yeah.
one as well. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, but the mould for this was taken off of something
Okay.
like that. But whether it was the Clifton Brothers car, I don't know. But that's where the mould came from. So it's a using that word pretty again, it really is a pretty looking car.
Well, their mission is to try and get a 10. That's where they would love to be. We did a 15 yesterday.
That didn't sound ideal. Going quite well till then. The revs went up. It sounded like actually something was not right. Rory rolls through with the 17-second run. Everything was looking good up to that point. Yeah, it just cut out. Okay. No second gear. No. Right, Wild Bunch. We'll be back later on. We are on with Supercharged Outlaws, supported by Good Vibrations out there in California. A very, very good morning to Andy and Hayley watching at home. We really wish you were here, as I'm sure you do as well. So the Hellfire Hemi against Banzai. So Jim Tucker run quicker than he ever has this weekend. Went 8.83, I beg your pardon. I said 80 as well. Yes, don't got it wrong. With the Hellfire Hemi. The little Banzai Altered, Supercharged Altered with a 392 in there from the Isle of Man.
Isle of Wight, this one, I think. That's Isle of Man. Isle of Wight.
That's actually Paul Watts. You could be, yeah, you're right. So Ian Merriweather. Quickies this weekend has been an 8.18. The man himself with the similar combination in the car, the previous car, well, chassis, did actually run 790. Such a good looking car. Pair of good looking cars.
Well, Ian's certainly given something to shoot at, hasn't he? And
826, 172 miles an hour in that little car. 898 for Jim Tucker at 154. Jim's car really is a great addition to Supercharged Outlaws.
yeah, very nice.
So this is going to be Des Taylor taking on Keith Freeman.
We did actually get an update on Andy Park. Unfortunately broke some engine components and actually went home. So commiserations to Andy Park. Probably home already, and could even be tuned in. So Andy, sorry I didn't actually catch up with you. Hopefully you get it all repaired soon and come back out soon.
Well, that's an awful long way to come to do that, Andy. Hope you can get it sorted out soon. So, going to be Keith Freeman, Kestrel Lane. Keith's quickest of the weekend is a 9.4, 8.13. The Thunder God has run. Capable of going well into the sevens. Eight
8.05. Very nice.
171 miles an hour for Des. They look a bit happier with that. 954 at 144 for Keith Freeman.
You had two different ages of Fords there, didn't you? The 32 five-winder and the Model T turtle deck.
So this is Mick Taylor with the car from the Isle of Wight. This is actually Paul Watt's car. In the Auto Glim lane. Looks like it may be a buy. We have right behind the tower as well, we've got Simon Boot with a bootlegger, and I think that may be all of the Supercharged Outlaws, and then we're on to our Dragstalgia Cannibal, that all-important final run, which is going to set up in the final.
But Colin's got the up-to-date list there, hasn't he?
Absolutely. I had a bit of a look at that, and we'll get to it in a minute, yeah. I had a bit of a look at that, and it's a lot. It's very, very up for grabs. The final place, anyway.
Right, so Paul Watts then in Agamemnon. Mick Taylor, who's actually just stood behind Ian Marshall, so that's why we know
it's not Mick.
It's not Mick in the car.
Must be Luke. Must be Luke Watts in there this time.
Oh yeah.
I just noticed as well, it hasn't got Agamemnon on it anymore. Well, the engine holds together miraculously till towards a mile, 9.13.
It was going to get to the other end no matter what type run, wasn't it?
Definitely that. It didn't sound happy at all, though.
Got a shout out from security. Could you put a call out for Mr. David Williams from Birmingham? Can you contact security, please? We have something that he has lost. Also, they've security got hold of a silver ring that was found in the pit. So if you lost a ring, security have got that as well.
So Simon Boot fired up with the bootlegger.
Now then, Simon, he's basically thinking, I've had enough of this. He's put everything he can in it to try and run an 8 today.
Really?
Yeah, that's the short answer.
An 8 or bust.
Well, he's only just rebuilt it after the last time it went bust.
Okay.
We shall see how this goes. And Roy Wilding, I beg your pardon, coming round as well. It'll be a good pacemaker for Simon.
Roy's so happy with the way that his car is performing.
Dragster against Dorcar. How cool is that? Simon Boot actually owns a pub up near Manchester.
Oh, I like him already.
There we go. What I was going to say was obviously Simon has been hit by probably more than a lot of people by the whole pandemic situation.
Yeah, sure.
Due to not being able to own for a period of time. Well, Ian Marshall unfortunately says...
Spotted fluid. Oh dear.
Yeah, whatever the fluid is, it's much better to click it off and save everything and come back again a bit later on instead of risking trying to run it. I like the way the crew guy is actually tasting all the fluids on the ground. But yeah, unfortunately Simon Boot pushed back from the start line.
So in the early days, what Roy is driving here would have been classed as what, senior dragster?
I mean, it really depends. In the 80s, this probably would have been a pro comp car because they had obviously supercharged cars, Orchards, dragsters, funny cars in pro comp.
Yeah.
And in the early days of pro comp, I think to be honest with you, a little bit out of shape near half track.
Yes,
I think actually we're both right because I think that was where pro comp came from, wasn't it? What you're talking about, the senior dragsters.
Yeah, I think so. Well, pro comp I think evolved because they were trying to get all different sorts of vehicles into one class.
That's right.
And I think it was at the time when Top Fuel, in inverted commas, was becoming not the way to go. You know, I think it started to change 70s into the 80s.
Into the 70s, that's right.
And
yeah.
so they formed this class called Pro Com. And that's, I think, when I first remember it, you know.
It was terrific. The version of Pro Comp these days is Pro Modified. Scandinavians against the UK and everything, different combinations, different types of cars. Anyway, we're on to Old School Stockers. Claire Rule, your #1 qualifier, gets a bye. 7 at 125, sounded like some problems up there at the top end. Collins back to doing his homework again.
Yeah, this one's a little bit easier. All the names are already written out.
Unlike that. Yeah. So Andy Lampert. These are number 4 and 5 qualifiers there. They were the closest together on their numbers. Taking on Richard Peachy. Sorry, John.
Oh, Richard Peachy goes red, and he goes left, then right, and everything else.
I must confess that looked a pretty uncomfortable ride for Richard Peachy.
Andy Lambert going through with a 9.19, but as you say, John, yeah, very uncomfortable.
Yep. It's Angry Hornet time. The H2s.
Yeah, Dean Stevens finally went quicker than Mark Nipper-Stevens on this bike. Went 8.81. Pipped his old man finally. And Chris Fry, he qualified number 7. But hey, it's all about the racing now. Nostalgia Superstock, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Nostalgia Superstock, can we have you into the lanes, please?
Well, gave him a sporting chance and a head start. He's going to be kicking himself if he doesn't get there, and he's not going to. He doesn't, on a massive hole shot. Chris Spry takes the win. He wasn't particularly quick on the tree, the 0.34. Dean Stevens was nearly 1 second that
Right,
time.
got a balloon just past 3:30 that has landed on the track, so need to get that retrieved, which has been done. Fortunately, not much wind, so it may stay there. It could actually be stuck to the track now.
There was lots of that going on during the Crackle Fest last night. People getting stuck everywhere.
How many cars turned up at the Crackle Fest?
A lot. About 15?
15 or so.
Did
Yeah,
they?
yeah, it was good.
Crackle Fest.
Yeah, Bill Sharrett outdid them all, basically. Oh, that's a point. Turbo.
Yeah.
He basically got a larger fuel tank on his Slingshot, brought it all the way down, was doing throttle blips, brought it around, ran that the corner, and then eventually clicked it off. He got it back, opened up the petrol tank. There was a thimble of fuel left in it. That was close. Right, no Kevin Melling, so Rod Spry is going to take the win here. And then, interesting, the semi-final will be Chris Spry versus Rod Spry, so you've got one of them in the final. 9.54, 132. Yeah, so Bill Sharrett with yesterday's dreams, his Slingshot was cackling away. And as we all know, he'd be celebrating his 70th birthday. And he came round and he just parked the car there and he just let it run. And then he blipped it occasionally.
And run.
And then he ran and ran and ran. And we don't know if he had a plug-in external fuel tank somewhere because it wasn't running out, was it? It just went on forever.
It must go down the whole of the chassis rails.
Yeah.
Because it never, like you said, ran for ages.
And eventually we sort of thought, shall we let him run? Yeah, let him carry on. And then we said, yeah, go on, switch it off now.
on that.
And
on
he
that.
got a huge roar.
Oh yeah, that was the
approval
best
from
bit. That was great. Very quickly on that subject of why Cracklefest, there is a certain name that's close to that is copyrighted.
Yes. Yeah. No, I'm aware of that.
So Venom taking on Apache. How many times have we seen this? And we never, ever, ever get tired of it. Tony Betts taking on Tim Garlic. Depends on how things shake out. This could be your final a bit later on this afternoon as well.
Last time out, these two were very, very close together, with Tim Garlic running a 6.15 and Tony Betts running a 6.18. But prior to that, Tim had run a 6.10 and Tony, just dialing the car in, ran a 7.92. So I think at the moment Tim Garlic is leading, isn't he?
Yeah. He is now the thing is, we've got Joe Bond and Bob Hawkins in front of Tony Betts at the moment, but there's 0.7 of a second in it. If Tony runs a 6.1 and either Joe Bond or Bob Hawkins don't run any better than a 6.8, Tony would be in the final.
That will be something to say, but wouldn't it?
We're also presuming that Tim Garlic is going to go A to B on this run as well.
Yeah.
And as we know with fuel cars, nothing is ever straightforward. So Tim Garlic with Apache looking for another consistent low 6-second run, as I'm sure is Tony Betts, with Uncle John Wright doing the tuning.
These are beautiful, these two, aren't they? The Trans Am and the Camaro, back in the day, really does take your memory back. A little bit of start line psychology going on.
It won't be Tony in the final.
No. How's that for consistency from Apache?
Absolute shoe-in for Tim Garlic. 6.17 at 2.28. Tony's car was staged slightly off to the right there, and that may have had some bearing on the little wiggle off the start line. Actually, if you look out there as well, he shook the tyres at 3.30.
Yeah,
That
you can see
takes
the
some
Caterpillar
doing.
tracks there, can't you?
That's the one. Goes 8.39, 100 just for the record. But flawless again from Tim Garlic, the whole Apache team. Congratulations, gentlemen. You will be one half of the final. It's just who is going to be in the other lane. It's now between, it really is between Bob Hawkins and Joe Bond.
Yeah, so that's their combined times.
That's right.
13-2.
13.47 for Bob Hawkins.
Close.
13.50 for Joe Bond. So only 300s in it either way.
Yeah.
Joe Bond's coming round next by the looks of it. Also, Robbie Grabham is
I was going to say,
just
Robbie
behind.
is going to be running next,
Against?
possibly against Joe. Oh, interesting.
We've also got Adam Gledo down there with the altered.
Well, here comes Robbie. It won't be Joe.
Pleasing to see everybody giving the Venom crew the well-deserved round of applause. Well done, boys and girls. Absolutely superb. And to me, that had all the makings of a great run.
Oh,
It just did a wiggle and went out of shape a bit. So, Powell was there, though.
Great to see Adam Clayton with the firecracker. Side-by-side altereds for your viewing pleasure here on a beautiful summer Sunday at Sanderpod Raceway.
Well, we are waxing lyrical now.
Is that what it's called? I thought it was always called BS. No?
Not going to join in with that one, mate.
That's all right. So, Adam Clayton put in one, I would call it a run, but my goodness me, it was all over the place. To quote my learned friend to the right, it was a hop, skip and a jump all over the place, wasn't it? There
Yes, it was. Yeah. I had Adam down as no time for some strange reason.
Oh, he didn't. He didn't get the tree. He rolled the lights, but he still hit the throttle and then just went everywhere.
Yeah,
basically.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you don't get a run or whatever, you are given the equal to the slowest time each run that round. So that's why Adam has got a combined at the moment of 18.96. If you don't make the run, you get the slowest run equivalent.
So Bill Sherratt, who was it was Bill's birthday due last night in the pits,
and he's still walking.
He's going. He's all right. Robbie Grabham though has put in a couple of blinding low 7-second runs. I'm sure Adam Clayton would take one of those right now.
Wow.
7.13 and a 7.91 for Adam Clayton at 153. He wasn't giving up on that for nothing. Congratulations to the whole Firecracker crew after what seems like forever. Get down the track to a 7-second run. That was nowhere near perfect as well. It didn't sound like it shifted into high gear either. But Robbie Grabham, consistent as always. That's why he was in the final last year.
So 7.09, 7.1, 7.13 for Robbie Grabham.
There you go.
Yeah, consistency itself. That's wonderful.
For Adam, yeah, it's still the same kind of bounce off the start line, but he nailed it again after that.
What would that be then? Is it the hit of the power on the back tyres?
If you look at the tyre tracks, the thing with Autors, obviously, it's a whole short wheelbase thing going on. They're not very aerodynamic. That doesn't matter off the start line, but you're exactly right. You hit the throttle, and if the tyres don't squat and stay squatted, they bounce effectively. They bounce back up again, and that was kind of what was happening to Adam. And if it pulls the front end up, it'll hit literally hit the wheelie bars, and then the wheelie bars throw the weight forward again, and that's another thing that screws everything up.
And I bet that hurt as well. I imagine that's quite a powerful old thing to.
Well, the fact he had the presence of mind to still stab it and go after that was,
yes.
Quite something. But well done, that man, and well done to the Grabhams. Another consistent performance for Freddie's Revenge. Give them a round of applause, please, everybody. They have been nothing but good all weekend. Oh, so close to the sixes again. And that's why they were side by side last year with Apache in the final of Dragstalgia. Not sure they're going to get there this time round, but it's not for want of trying. Well done, Hillary. Well done, Dave. And everybody on the team. So it's Joe Bond and Bob Hawkins who have the best chance of actually getting in there. We do have a bit of track cleaning to do before we get to our next pair. That's actually clean up, because I think the tractor is actually putting the soapy stuff down and taking some oil up. So a couple of moments to Nitro FM, and we'll be right back with you. Thank you. You should run this in Nostalgia Superstore.
Do that anyway.
All right, 12.42 plays 10.21. There goes Chris. And Dave Simcock in pursuit.
It seems like an age, doesn't it? The 2 seconds between them. But Dave Simcock clawing it back at the top end. Who's going to get it? Right-hand lane does it.
Yeah.
Dials in 11. And Stuart Doiney with the Nova dials in a 12. So Stuart Doiney is going to be the man who leaves the start line first. There you are. Well, this looks pretty even. Stevens, they hit towards the top man. Who's going to get it? It is Stuart Doiney. Dialed in 11, breaks out. Oh no, he's broken out.
You can dial in. Going alongside Nick Williams at 10.94.
What was one of the things I really love about this event as well, especially with so many of these cars, is staying up the top end in the caravan. In the morning, they all drive up and down the fire-up road to warm up.
Really?
It's just like having your own personal car show, standing there having a cup of tea, watching everyone go past. Fantastic. So Nick is going to try and run her down. He's there. He doesn't want to break out. And he doesn't. Very nicely judged, Mr. Williams. A bit of a reaction time advantage as well.
If the Coronet dials in 10:32, so the handicap going against the man in the Autoglim lane of some 3.5 seconds. So it's going to seem like an eternity to him sitting there.
Very well weighted.
Yeah.
It looks like he's not going to get there, but I tell you what, he is. He's in front, and he takes the win.
He got there.
Look at the elapsed times.
Wow.
Bang on. 10:32 on a 32.
Just over a second.
It's been a while since I've heard.
John goes red.
005 as well. Oh, so close. Well, actually, Duncan nearly went over the centre line.
Yeah,
so
very close.
Would have been a first or worse, that one.
Yeah.
I haven't heard that phrase.
As you would.
He's doing well, yeah.
Well, Andy Rawson with the Duster, 10:40 in the Kestrel lane, and Ty Strevitt
Who's
with
just
the
been
Dart,
backed
12.10.
Unfortunately, Ian's given him a buy run. Something leaking on Ty's car.
Well, all this use that they've had over the weekend is taking its toll on some of the vehicles, of course.
Well, there are a few noticeable absentees in this round one. Taking on James Sweeney. James with that very cool-looking satellite.
They got the same index as well to race against, so 10.5 seconds.
So the tree's going to run exactly the same time.
There we go.
And you can see the reaction time difference. We don't need to tell you.
Yeah, and they're both looking to run 10.50 and beat the other man. Who does it?
Oh, wow.
Right-hand lane.
Deary me. That's a breakout and a half for Pete Wiseman.
It's in his favour. There's the word handicap. This is going to be interesting. This is going to be tight with these two. They're both on song, both running really, really well. And it is first win into the left-hand lane. Jack Bishop takes the win. Dialed in 9 point.
Novak with the beautiful, beautiful Roadrunner.
It is a racing car show, isn't it, this? It really, really is. So there's a Camaro away, and a wheels-up launch from Adam Novak in that huge Roadrunner.
I think he'd already caught him by half track, just doesn't want to break out. And he doesn't.
Beautiful.
Nicely done. Win margin of 0.12. A 0.14 reaction time difference of 0.3. Look at that Challenger.
It looks gorgeous.
It really does, doesn't it? Taking on Simon Rickwood with the Bossa Nova in the Autoglim lane.
Well, let's have a look at the times here. About a second and a half between them. There's the gap that Bossa Nova has got to try and catch and pass, runs alongside, puts the nose over first, takes a very convincing win.
That's a whole shot win again if you look at the elapsed time.
He's going to be waiting there on the start line. And pulls a red line. Chris Layram hands the win to James Oliver, our #1 qualifier. Doesn't have to do any more. Charging hard, runs so sweet, that car. Oh dear.
He's going to be tough to get around if he keeps doing that all day.
Yeah.
Class running. Brilliant stuff. And he wasn't in the first pair either.
And he probably just walked Jack as well. So Glenda Thompson taking on Spencer Tram, another one of the Williams brothers stable. Spence will be going second. There goes Glenda. There goes Spence. That's going to be super close. Spence takes it. Again, on a very little baby hole shot. 0.12, 0.1, another very, very nicely turned out car from down on the south coast. Taking on Old Scatterbolts.
Lane, And it is that right-hand lane has been taking most of the wins here today for Dan Sanderson, darting in 13.77, and then the Camaro, Pete Dodd, darting in 9.15. It's going to be like from here to eternity while he waits.
It's going to be the tortoise and the hare, this one. The engine size as well, if you look, twice the engine size for Pete Dodd.
Ah,
well,
red light, yeah,
for Dan Sanderson.
I had a good chat with Dan last night. He was a spectator on the banking last year. He's in the race car this year. So,
really?
Yeah. And he almost took #1 qualifier as well. He ended up #2. He ran 13.77 with a 0, but it was just the...
And this is Guy King.
The one and only Guy King.
The King.
2.5 seconds is the difference. It's a green light drag race. Can Guy King run down the Camaro? It's going to be close. That's very close. Guy King runs bang on his dial-in, but loses on a hole shot to John Hurry.
Or first. That was me. I got that wrong. I was looking at the wrong thing.
50-50 chance, and there you go.
So the truck just goes motoring by. What he wants to do is not break out, and he does that very well indeed. Well done,
Yeah.
Clive Dandridge, with the original Opus, a type of kit car of the 1960s.
Simon Devos is the driver of Frankenstein.
Wow, Joe takes the burnout trophy, I'm afraid, Ad. Sorry, mate. He might be too cool for school with an old school fuel orchard, but...
I tell you, two of the oldest names in drag racing out there together, the Gledos and the Bonds. It's superb to see that. Second generation, having taken over the driving duties from the senior members of the families, and now out here to entertain us. And sounding very, very good indeed, the pair of them.
Well, also, these are the cars these two guys were born to drive, basically. Adam, for as long as I've known Adam, he's always loved fuel orchards. He's even put up a massive blog on what got him into it, what he likes about them, and so on and so on. And the fact he's actually sitting in one now is fantastic. Joe Bond has got a shot of getting into the final here. He needs another good 6-second run, and then it's up to what Bob Hawkins does. But Bob isn't down. Oh, they might be down for this run, I beg your pardon. So yeah, Joe Bond needs another good 6-second run here. Adam, hopefully, is close to a full ball. Here we go.
Looking good for Joe. Joe knows drag racing. 6.70.
212 miles an hour. Adam Gledo goes through with an 8:29 at 1:54. Looked like he was down a cylinder or two for some of that run at least, trying to keep up with Joe. But a 670 is the number that Bob Hawkins now has to aim at to get into the final. He was 300ths of a head, so Bob Hawkins...
673 or quicker.
Which Bob's done,
yeah,
hasn't he? So I'm pretty sure that wasn't quite the run that Joe and the team were looking for. However, it was the best they could muster on that time round. But congratulations to the Gledo family, the whole team. After I saw Adam last night, and I said, "How you doing?" and he just closed his eyes and went, "Pfluh."
As you do.
Which is, well, I always said the same thing, and I've said it to everybody, that doing this for the weekend, you don't realise how much fun it is till during the week afterwards, because you're so caught up in it and you're so frankly knackered most of the time that you don't realise it is that much fun. Congratulations to the Bond and Hannis and Osborne team down there with the pickup. Also congratulations to the Motorcycle team. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for both of them. Those two, like I said, raced each other in junior dragster as well. How cool was that to see them side by side here at Dragstalgia? Underneath the tower we have John Hale in Rob Elsom's Dirty Deeds. I had a quick chat with John this morning. He's very, very happy to be here indeed. Rob Elsom is also very, very grateful to John yesterday, because he said he saved him a bunch of money because he didn't run the car yesterday. I don't know what the problem was, but he was very, very happy it didn't go down the track, shall we say.
Stevie Johnson.
Yeah.
All together, boys. Stevie Johnson.
So pick your favourite gold car, long car or short car. What's it going to be? Well, Steve Johnson has raced many cars in his time. A Nitro Funny Car isn't one of them. So Kestrel Beer Lane for John Hale. He's not in the mix for getting into the final with a combined time of 17.6 seconds. That will be down to what Bob Hawkins does.
He's lined up to come round next.
However, looking over his shoulder at the moment, in the frame is Robbie Grabham.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I'll rephrase that. Joe is there. It depends on what Bob does.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So Steve Johnson has had a couple of low 7-second passes with the Motor Mouse. Like I said, you've seen Steve race for so many years. I'm pretty sure he's never raced a Nitro Funny Car before.
That's a very, very good point. Yeah.
He's raced a lot of stuff in his time.
Yes. Yeah.
But he's never had one of those loud cars out the window. So Rob Elson puts the idle exactly where he wants it for John Hale. Taps the bonnet, says go get him. Let's see what the fuel burn has got for us this time round.
Well, the time run that John Hale has put in has been a 7.27 in the Dirty Deeds car. Oh, huge tire shake for Steve Johnson. Drives through it, but John Hale,
662.
Beautiful.
215 miles an hour, much more like it. Rob looks a very, very happy bearded bunny down there. That's actually the car's first time ever over 200 miles an hour as well. So congratulations to the whole of the Dirty Deeds team. Well done, Rob. Well done, everybody. And obviously it's not the quickest time by any stretch that John Hale's ever run, but that's the quickest ET for that car, especially in that guys as well. Congratulations. Well done to the Dirty Deeds team.
And Steve Johnson, well done. He came out of that with an 8.813 after leaving Caterpillar tracks down on the start line. That must be a bit of a brain shaker that he went through.
That car has done that so many times. We it actually did that more often than went down the track, and we thought he had it sus. But still, a great weekend for the whole Motor Mouse team. Just very quickly, Cole. Aaron Fensom probably down there on the start line going, oh, I want to do that.
Just very, very quickly, there is a motorcycle, I understand it behind the control tower somewhere, GK63 LFA. Your motorcycle continues to emit alarm signs, ladies and gentlemen. So if that is your motorbike, GK63 Lima Foxtrot Alpha, could you return to it and take the battery out or something, or wait for the battery to go flat?
That's
so
what happens when
please
you
do that.
Set alarms near loud cars. That
Absolutely.
always happens, doesn't it? So,
yeah.
Right. So this is a big moment for the time traveller and Bob Hawkins. I'm sure he's aware of the situation. I'm not sure he's aware what ET he needs to run to get into the final.
I think he'll have been told.
Well, our calculations aren't official, folks. However, hopefully we have an idea how to add by now.
Yeah, 673
or better.
Well, he's run a 681, a 666, so it's right in the middle of those two, isn't it?
Somewhere there, yeah. Anything with a 660, he's in the final against Apache. Anything slower than around about a 673, it will be Doug Bond in the final.
Or Joe Bond.
Joe Bond. Do you know something? I'm so glad you're here. I would say that I'm doing that deliberately just to see if you're listening, but I'm not. I'm just crap.
You thought I dozed off, didn't you? Come on, be fair.
Bob Hawkins. Yeah, that brings back memories of sitting in voiceover booths, counting each other in and stuff like that as well, when I kept screwing that up as well. But anyway, there we go. So, Bob Hawkins. The Supercharged Nitro Chevy Slingshot.
So this is for a place in the Cannonball final. We already know that Tim Garlick and Apache are there. Who is going to be the opponent? Will it be this man or will it be Joe Bond?
It's going to be a Slingshot. Just which one?
That looks a stout run. Right the way through. Is it going to be a 6-7? It is!
Oh my goodness me!
Oh,
673 with a 0 at 193 for Bob Hawkins. That is going to be to the thousandth, the calculations. We can't actually tell you who the final is going to be.
we're going to find out very quickly. Because they're number crunching. No, they're working. They don't know yet. They don't.
No, they're having a cup of tea. They're not paying attention. They're not paying attention.
Oh boy,
that was the number Bob Hawkins needed, roughly.
You had to do that to make it the drama. Oh my word! So, I think it's down to the timing crew to give us a printout.
That'll happen shortly.
It will.
It will indeed. In the meantime, we've got Jacqueline Bartlett. We've got the NSA bikes coming.
Oh boy. We wait with bated breath, but put it this way, if it was a 672 it would have been Bob. If it was a 674 it would have been Joe. It's that 673 territory that we're just number crunching at the moment to find out who
I'm
is
just
gonna
watching
be.
the expressions on the faces in there.
See how close it is as well.
Never been this close, ever.
Oh boy. We still don't know. We want to see the printout. Don't tell us. We just want to see the printout. Oh dear. Where's the printer? Right. Jacqueline just went through there. That car's going very quick, actually. If that was a full-blown race meeting, Oh, you're joking me. 0.003 of a second. Oh boy.
To whom?
Well, that's what we're waiting to find out.
Bob Hawkins.
We're just waiting for the printout. We've got to look at the printout.
All right.
And that is the official. But I've just heard 0.003 of a second
in Bob Hawkins'
we
favour. But we want that in black and
we
white.
don't know
we?
who just yet. But my goodness me, that is so tight. Looking in the lanes, Nostalgia Superstock, round number 2. I can also see some split second. Here it comes. The printout is coming. Thanks ever so much indeed, Max. Right. Oh, my goodness me. How tight is this? We know number 1 is Tim Garlick.
Sure.
18.43 combined over the 3 runs.
Yep.
Bob Hawkins and Joe Bond both have combined of 20.20. It's down to the next decimal point, and with a 20.205 compared to the other 20.208, it's Bob Hawkins.
Wow.
That is going into the final. Oh, wow. That is ridiculously
is it
tight.
0.003 of a second?
0.003 of a second. It is.
Goodness me.
Right, so it is Tim versus Bob in the final of the Dragstalgia Cannonball. Joe Bond, as we know, number 3. Robbie Grabham, number 4. Tony Betts, number 5. Stevie Johnson, number 6. That is incredible.
It was a very entertaining cannonball, I think. Really
superb.
Fantastic.
Now, I'm assuming we have like 3rd and 4th place runoff, 5th and 6th place runoff, if they can get moving the way down. We'll find out later on. But that is staggering how close they all were.
Yep. Yeah. Okay.
Well, thank you very much indeed, chaps. We're on with the NSA bikes, and we are back with the dulcet tones of Mr. Keith Lee.
Cheers, Darryl. And the first man to fire up, it's Dave Clee, retiring this weekend, and he's up against John Hobbs. So determined to have that match race. I imagine Dave's going to wait for John, but these two guys were actually back in 1965 racing, or sorry, 66. Get it right, Lee. at Santa Pod Raceway in its very first year, and still out there running today. Great way to say goodbye to them with the two of them on the line. So I'm going to leave you to listen to them go down the track. Well, what a shame on the line. You can see some liquid under Dave's bike. That really wasn't the way he was hoping to end the session. I hope it's not serious, but give Dave a round of applause anyway. This man's been racing, in fact, since 1965. And still doing it at somewhere around 78 years of age. So he was determined to have that match race, but as you see, the bike had other ideas. So we'll be back in just a minute or so once the track crew have cleaned up the track. Of course, what I didn't notice was John doing a 10.3 down there. Had a problem with the misfire yesterday. They finally sorted out the problem, so great to see Olympus going well. Always normally a consistent machine. Just doesn't misfire, that's for sure, but glad John's got it sorted out, so he could well be in the final of the NSA shootout, because times this weekend haven't been so good. A lot of people are having problems, but when he needed to, John's just pulled it together, so great stuff for him. Also, the good news, our mad Dutchman, Jan Honey, has sorted his single-cylinder jar out. Actually broke off the Supercharged drive pulley yesterday. So they stripped the head off, suspecting the valve and piston have problems, but they've got that sorted, and hopefully we'll see that in the 8-second zone again. Meanwhile, I'd like to give a quick shout out to our new inductees in the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame on the bike side. Henk Vink inducted as the overseas member this year, and in fact his eldest son, Hans Martin Vink, is here this weekend. Henk himself unfortunately died back in 1988, but a very prolific racer in British drag racing, coming over from Holland so many times in the 70s and the 80s, and what a competitor that guy was with the big Spender crew. But nice to see Hans Martin, his wife, over here at Santa Pod this weekend. And also John Morton, of course, inducted. John, very much a bike man, but now better known for racing in Supergas. So congrats to both those people inducted into the Hall of Fame, and of course all the other new inductees. And don't forget, there's some very interesting memorabilia for sale in the historic marquee up in the pits. Also a number of historic cars and bikes on display. So please go down and have a look-see, and perhaps put a bid in for the auctions that are running during the day. Anyway, while they're busy on track, I'll just hand you back to Colin for a minute until we get going with the session again.
STP, proud sponsors of the 2022 National Championship Sportsman Series, here at Santa Pod. STP has been going...
near the hurdles.
Sorry, I just that was quick. That was a quick slip into John Price mode. I won't do it again.
At least I can be the reason for every fault that is made here today. Oh, no. Well, very little to choose between them, but it is the left-hand lane. Billy Jones with that Willis coupe takes it.
Stop me if you heard this before, but another Holsler's going to be going first in the Kessel Lane, taking on your previous #1 qualifier, moved down to #4 by the end of yesterday. That's Sean Milsom with Ain't Misbehaving. Oh, Shawnee with a big red light. Well, Simon, you can get your own back at Sean right now. You can go and rib him. He's out in round 1. You know, they share the driving.
It's a family affair.
Indeed it is. Taking on Ray Irish with the Gas Junkie. Katie was #2. Ray was #10. Katie's actually going to be going first. Katie goes red.
A lot of nerves out there on the tree this morning. But it's Ray Irish who takes the win.
Or the burnout crisis, as it was yesterday in the Kestrel Lane. That wasn't a crisis, it was fun.
It's just the man who did the S on the track.
Indeed.
Ah, okay.
Well, Graham Barton with High Anxiety proves the name of the car by going red with a .11, quite a big red, unfortunately, as well. Everybody got itchy right foot today, it seems. Yeah. So 11:37, the win for Brian Gibson very quickly. So Gary Hill and Mark Bracking, heads up race first to the finish line wins. 13 and 14 qualifier. Pretty even off the tree.
Very. .974 takes the win. Gary Hill.
The good thing is, actually, what's going to be... I'm only joking, Colin, of course. The next race between Barnaby Levy, his first 8-second run yesterday. Fabulous stuff for Barn. Taking on Ben Kennedy with Relentless. Here we go.
Barnaby done really well yesterday, getting the 8.8. He's been at it for 5 years to try and get in the 8s, and let's hope he does it again today.
9.23 at 1:38. Well, it's a round win. Yeah, Ronnie.
The front wheel well airborne off the line, took him by surprise. Be nice to see this bike put in a good time. As I said before, Jay Upton, one of the top runners in Australia, used to ride this bike back in the 70s. Well, it certainly sounded very, very hot yesterday, but just sounding off tune today. Next bike firing up, can't see what it is at the moment, but so Graham just clearing the top end of the track. Just wondering if that's the double engine Norton firing up down on the start rollers. Ray Baskerville was doing duties, starting a lot of these bikes. Of course, in the old days, rollers were the way you started them. Many of these machines haven't got self-starters. So we've got the two double-engine bikes. The ex-Mickey Butler double-engine Norton, only 1,000 cc's despite having the two engines. Colin Fallows, better known perhaps for his jet car world records and running here at Soundapod. And unfortunately, bad news. Matt Norman got problems there, so it's a solo run for Colin. This bike did run down in the low nines back in the mid 1970s. Not running the nitro loads now. And that was a good strong run there from Colin. Nice one through the top end very cleanly. As Tim Howell fires up on his Supercharged BSA. Just edging the bike back into the water box. And making his first appearance this weekend is Terry Homan with Ramrod. This is not the bike he intended to come here with this weekend. The two Scripps brothers had a very pretty 750 Supercharged Triumph, which he'd been hoping to get here. They had a practice run, but ran into problems. So Ramrod, this bike, first seen in the 1960s. And still running now. I think, in fact, this is the first time Terry's been on a bike for a couple of years. And that was pretty credible then. 12.95 for Terry. He'll be reasonably pleased with that one. Hopefully we'll see him back out again for another run. But great to see that bike running. Certainly saw it running down at the very low 10 seconds, 10-0. In fact, watching from the very back of the start area, I can see Bernie White down there, another man who used to run a very quick 500cc blown Triumph, gave John Hobbs some good battles back in the early 70s. Just watching the action now. But a lot of ex-riders here this weekend. Great to see so many here. Pete Miller also another face. George Woods was here yesterday. And George had one of the quickest 350cc bikes around. But some riders just keep on going. Ray Law, one of them. I think he first went down to Blackbush in 1964 and had a double engine bike since around 74, 75, and he's still got that same machine now. And he still likes nitro. Usually puts about 60, 65% in the tank. Got to appreciate with these bikes, very hard to get hold of the spares now. Back in the heyday, if you had a problem with an engine, well, you could go down the breakers and get another one. If you did now, it would probably cost you a few thousand. And certainly sounding cleaner at the top end. So 1085 there for Ray. That's sounding a bit more like it. For those older spectators, you might think those leathers look a bit familiar. Maybe they do. In fact, they were the last set of leathers that Ian Messenger used to race with on Pegasus. So still doing good service for Ray. Sure if that's the last of the bikes to run through or whether we've got Impulse yet to run. Yeah. Okay, I think that's the last one, so I'll hand you back to Colin.
Well,
Thank you
Colin
very much indeed, Keith.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry, John.
Yeah, that's all right, mate. Well done, Keith. Always good to listen to your commentary. And your knowledge is without bounds. The whole thing about this weekend has been John Hobbs's final run this weekend. And Keith has written a book all about John Hobbs and the twins, the time of the twins. It's a great book. I've enjoyed it. I took my copy round to get John Hobbs to sign it yesterday. So thank you very much indeed, Keith, for all of the commentary. Coming up next, I think, is round number 2 of our Nostalgia Superstocks.
Oh boy, yeah, we are down to 32. This is where we whittled them down to 16. So yeah, as we know, it's a massive, massive field. The likes we've never seen before in Nostalgia Superstock. Also in the lanes, Julian Webb is down there with the split-second Jet Dragster. But say we need to get Nostalgia Superstock because they've still got 5 rounds of racing to go today. So yeah, they'll be hot lapping towards the end of the day. But incredible day though, John. I mean, look at this weather.
Well, it's been a fab weekend, hasn't it?
Yeah.
What was it you were saying? A lot of people would have ended up with pod
face, yes. It's a common affliction. Those of you on the banking, you're getting the best of the sun at the moment, or the worst of it, whichever way you look at it. Hands up those that have got pod face. Come on, there's quite a few of you. Oh, yeah. And, of course, on the banking, on the grandstands, how's the pod face going over there? Strong as ever. Good stuff. Good stuff. Just a quick reminder to everybody, don't forget the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame silent auction taking place in the Hall of Fame marquee just past the grandstands in the pits. You need to go in there, have a look at today's lots. They are different to yesterday, so there's loads of different items, including, I believe, the John Hobbs crash helmet that has been signed by John.
Yeah.
And that is a very, very special lot indeed, and that should generate quite a lot of interest. So go and have a look at that. And there's a signed photograph to go with it as well. Some really, really cool stuff in there. Also, you will see some of the cars that are taking part in the Crackle Fest last night. You can see yesterday's Dreams in there. Ian Turbeville is down there with his car, very famous power plant in there. Of course, the Dennis Priddle engine. So you need to go and check that one out. Henry High-Rise is in there. Matthew Wright's incredible jet turbine Jeep that is under construction. Well, it's nearly finished, nearly ready to go, but that's in there, and quite a few other bits and pieces. Very, very interesting indeed.
Ronnie always normally goes deep into eliminations in Outlaw Anglia. Does very, very well in Pro ET as well, a lot of the time. So
he's a very, very competitive racer.
So
he went semi-final at Door Slammers as well. He just everywhere.
That's right. That was in the big bracket, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That's right, yep. Hits the wheelie bar. That will be a win for Ronnie Mercer. Bang on the numbers from yesterday. 8 points sound about right.
Yeah, must be right.
In the Auto Gloom lane, taking on Spencer Tidswell with the Battle Axe Warrior. Spencer was number 12 qualifier, Rob number 15. Well, whole shot for Rob Nixon. Will that be enough to stay in front on the quarter mile?
Let's hope so.
It was very close in qualifying. He's going to take the win with a 9:49, 130. Taking on Paul Watson with the street-driven Gumpree's toy. Gets the best seat in the house to watch.
It's a good run.
777, 180. Nice and consistent for this round.
Yeah, I believe Paul's unfortunately done 5 pistons. So
Ooh,
unfortunately
ouch.
he's out for the weekend. Young Ben is keen as mustard. And you watch this space in 3 or 4 years' time, we'll see that man running a fast car. He's got the disease.
So now you're 12:32 at 108 miles an hour.
Been there for 30 years. 101 wheelbase, which makes it a real pig to get up the strip, and obviously you know, leaving the front windscreen as it came out the factory, it makes it really go through the air like a brick. Good run for Jenner. That's looking good. Oh, he's off at the top end.
Yeah, saving it for round 2. 908, 105 miles an hour. We've still got a few more cars to go. Yeah. I think he's looking for his first 9, actually, from what Colin said.
Gets
Yeah,
it.
he's done it. 996,
Wow.
130. Rushford family prop. That's his dad giving him the thumbs up on the start line. What can he do against Andy Cunningham?
Brilliant. Another 8-4.
It would be then, yeah, there or thereabouts.
Yeah. Wondered if that was him. It's the ponytail that was the giveaway.
No nitrous run, I think, this time for Jed. Making sure he gets to the stripe first. All he needs to do is go to the remote.
So heads up racing, but I think the man who can run a low 9 is going to take this. There we are.
926.
Barry Woodford.
Right.
And that has given him the phenomenal amount of grip. And that was the big change.
So this is dial-ins this morning for the Wild Bunch. 12:30 for Rick Butcher. Bradley dials at 10.98. 11:05. Now, talking to Claire yesterday, today it's the closest to dial-ins. Oh, God. Whoever's dressed as a bee did, I think. Kestrel Lane. And Chris Filsell with...
Chris Hartnell.
Oh.
Chris Filsell. You're going back to 81 again, boy.
Do you know what? Didn't this used to be the other way round? I'm sure it did.
Possibly. Possibly.
It's good. 885 for Chris Hartnell. 875 for Robert Wright. Yeah, sorry, I just get a bit frazzled by the...
Red light in the Kestrel lane for Steve Garland.
He'll still try and run the number though. 11:14. Oh, look at that, James Auld, 12:93.
This is absolutely how it was. Powerful engine in a very, very lightweight car with the driver sitting at the back. And it don't half go as well. It runs low.
Good.
9.
One that's got right on top of the dialed in time. Completely.
Absolutely.
So it's going to take a lot to beat him.
Virtually impossible.
Unless we start going to 6 decimal places or something.
Which they might do. 866 for Callum, well done. 11.45 for Pete. On a third. Looking for 10.50.
And already alongside from this angle. And it is Andrew Clifford who gets there first.
So Steve is going to be going first in the Kestrel lane. Nicely done for Pete. Will that be an 8.54? It's an 8.52 with a 9. Again.
PB is 7.77.
Devon.
7.97.
163.
Just before they gave me a little model of Batman out of the Corgi Batmobile.
Right.
Which I still have in my cabinet at home.
12:09 at 1:31.
A spinnaker.
It's big enough to take it all the way up the top end. Looks fantastic, folks. Well done.
That's an interesting reaction time.
One flat, yeah. Remove the one.
Yeah.
10.91 for Liz and for Phil James. Boston Straggler at number 2. V12 Jag in there. Yeah. What a power plant. What a noise. Pocket before the finish line still goes 9.96 at 1:27. And he will be here against Keith Crampton. Nice looking run for Keith.
Oh,
42.
Wow. Another PB.
We're at your house now. So Gary with the time lock car. Dials in a 965, runs 981. They're all
such a good looking car. Pair of good looking cars.
Well, Ian's certainly given Jim something to shoot at, hasn't he?
8 going well into the 7s. Eight, 0, 5.
Very nice.
Seven at 125 sounded like some problem. Sorry, John.
Oh, Richard Peachy goes red, and he goes left, then right, and everything else.
I must confess that looked a pretty uncomfortable ride for Richard Peachy.
He qualified, number 7. But hey, it's all about the racing now. Nostalgia Superstock, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Nostalgia Superstock, can we have you into the lanes, please?
Well, gave him a sporting chance and a head start. He's going to be kicking himself if he doesn't get there, and he's not going to. He doesn't on a massive hole shot. Chris Spry takes the win. He wasn't particularly quick on the tree either, 0.34.
Right, no Kevin Melling, so Rod Spry is going to take the win here. And then interesting, the semi-final will be Chris Spry versus Rod Spry, so you've got one of them in the final. 9.54, 132. Yeah, so...
A little bit of start line psychology going on.
It won't be Tony in the final.
No. How's that for consistency
absolutely.
from Apache? Oh. Wow.
7.13 and a 7.91 down for this run, I beg your pardon. So yeah, Joe Bond needs another good 6-second run here. Adam hopefully with close to a full ball. Here we go.
Looking good for Joe. Joe knows drag racing. 6.70.
200.
Well, the time run that John Howell has put in has been a 7.27 in the Dirty Deeds car. Oh, huge tire shake for Steve Johnson. Drives through it, but John Hale,
662.
Beautiful.
250.
Wow.
It's going to be a slingshot. Just which one?
That looks a stout run. Right the way through. Is it going to be a 6-7? It is.
Oh my goodness me.
Oh.
6-7.
Well, what a shame on the line. You can see some liquid under Dave's bike. And that was a good strong run there from Colin. Nice one through the top end, very still running now. I think in fact this is the first time Terry's been on a bike for a couple of years. Okay, we've still got a few more bikes to go. Got a treat very soon with Jan Honey will be out here, but refired to have another go. Matthew Norman on the double engine Norton. Well, 12.5 for Matt Norman. First time he's actually ridden this bike this weekend. He has had a go on the Double Triumph. It's normally Father Gary who rides this one, but certainly sounding stronger. Neil Baskerville and Ray Baskerville have been doing a lot of work on this bike, in fact both bikes, to try and fettle them. But down on the start line now, a real treat, all the way from Holland, Jan Honey with this unreal Jawa, 500cc, single cylinder, supercharged, lots of nitro. Top that by a mad Dutchman who's happy to ride a bike that never goes the quarter mile under power. Absolutely amazing. Even the Americans got blown away with this bike when it went across to Gainesville. 8.2 seconds. They still don't believe it. If it's not a Harley, it doesn't exist. Well, he showed them it did. The sound is unreal, and the way it leaves the line, it is just so hard to believe it's 500 cc's. Just putting some fuel in the injector, and very shortly it'll be time to cover your ears. You notice he does a burnout right on the track because he's got a burnout plate under the bike. Definitely lots of nitro in this thing. And alongside him, what was the noisiest bike in the country.
Do that anyway.
All right, 12:42 plays 10:21. There goes Chris. And Dave Simcock in pursuit.
It seems like an age, doesn't it? The 2 seconds between them. But Dave Simcock clawing it back at the top end. Who's going to get it? Right-hand lane does it.
Yeah.
Dials in 11. And Stuart Doiney with the Nova dials in a 12. So Stuart Doiney is going to be the man who leaves the start line first. There you are. Well, this looks pretty even. Stevens, they head towards the top man. Who's going to get it? It is Stuart Doyney. Dialed in 11, breaks out. Oh no, he's broken out.
You can dial in. Going alongside Nick Williams, 10.94.
What was one of the things I really love about this event as well, especially with so many of these cars, is staying up the top end in the caravan. In the morning, they all drive up and down the fire-up road to warm up.
Really?
It's just like having your own personal car show, standing there having a cup of tea, watching everyone go past. Fantastic. So Nick is going to try and run her down. He's there. He doesn't want to break out, and he doesn't. Very nicely judged, Mr. Williams. A bit of a reaction time advantage as well.
With the Coronet dials in 10.32, so the handicap going against the man in the Autoglim lane of some 3.5 seconds. So it's going to seem like an eternity to him sitting there.
Very well weighted.
Yeah.
It looks like he's not going to get there, but I tell you what, he is. He's in front, and he takes the win.
He got there.
Look at the elapsed times.
Wow.
Bang on, 10.32 on a 32.
Just over a second.
It's been a while since I've heard.
John goes red.
005 as well, oh so close. Well, actually, Duncan nearly went over the centre line.
Yeah,
so
very close.
Would have been a first or worse, that one.
Yeah.
I haven't heard that phrase.
As you would.
He's doing well, yeah.
Well, Andy Rawson with the Duster, 10.40 in the Kestrel lane, and Ty Strevitt with the Dart, 12.10.
Unfortunately, Ian's given him a buy run. Something leaking on Ty's car.
Well, all this use that they've had over the weekend is taking its toll on some of the vehicles, of course.
Well, there are a few noticeable absentees in this round one. Taking on James Sweeney. James with that very cool-looking satellite.
They got the same index as well to race against, so 10.5 seconds.
So the tree's going to run exactly the same time.
There we go.
And you can see the reaction time difference. We don't need to tell you.
Yeah, and they're both looking to run 10.50 and beat the other man. Who does it?
Oh, wow.
Right-hand lane.
Deary me. That's a breakout and a half for Pete Wiseman.
Works in his favour. There's the word handicap. This is going to be interesting. This is going to be tight with these two. They're both on song, both running really, really well. And it is first win into the left-hand lane. Jack Bishop takes the win. Dialed in 9 point.
Novak with the beautiful, beautiful Roadrunner.
It is a racing car show, isn't it? This it really, really is. So there's a Camaro away, and a wheels-up launch from Adam Novak in that huge Roadrunner.
I think he'd already caught him by half track. Just doesn't want to break out, and he doesn't.
Beautiful.
Nicely done. Win margin of 0.12, a 0.14 reaction time difference of 0.3. Look at that Challenger.
It looks gorgeous.
It really does, doesn't it? Taking on Simon Rickwood with the Bossa Nova in the Autoglim lane.
Well, let's have a look at the times here. About 1.5 seconds between them. There's the gap that Bossa Nova has got to try and catch and pass. Runs alongside, puts the nose over first, takes a very convincing win.
That's a whole shot win again if you look at the elapsed time.
He's going to be waiting there on the start line. And pulls a red line. Chris Layram hands the win to James Oliver, our #1 qualifier. Doesn't have to do any more. Charging hard. Runs so sweet, that car. Oh, dear.
He's going to be tough to get around if he keeps doing that all day.
Yeah.
Class running. Brilliant stuff. And he wasn't in the first pair either.
And he probably just walked back as well. So Glenda Thompson taking on Spencer Tram, another one of the Williams brothers stable. Spence will be going second. There goes Glenda. There goes Spence. That's going to be super close. Spence takes it. Again, on a very little baby hole shot. 0.12, 0.1's another very, very nicely turned out car from down on the south coast. Taking on Old Scatterbolts.
Lane, and it is that right-hand lane has been taking most of the wins here today for Dan Sanderson, darling in 13.77, and then the Camaro Pete Dodd darling in 9.15. It's going to be like from here to eternity while he waits.
It's going to be the tortoise and the hare, this one. The engine size as well, if you look, twice the engine size for Pete Dodd. Well, red light,
yeah,
for Dan Sanderson.
I had a good chat with Dan last night. He was a spectator on the banking last year. He's in the race car this year. So,
really?
Yeah. And he almost took number one qualifier as well. He ended up number two. He ran 13.77 with a 0, but it was just the...
And this is Guy King.
The one and only Guy King.
The King.
2.5 seconds is the difference. It's a green light drag race. Can Guy King run down the Camaro? It's going to be close. That's very close. Guy King runs bang on his dial-in, but loses on a hole shot to John Hurry.
Or first. That was me. I got that wrong. I was looking at the wrong thing.
50-50 chance, and there you go.
But the truck just goes motoring by. What he wants to do is not break out, and he does that very well indeed. Well done,
yeah.
Clive Dandridge with the original Opus, a type of kit car of the 1960s.
Simon Devos is the driver of Frankenstein. Goes 10.62. He's actually been called out to race someone later on.
Simon actually was part of the event up there where they were running heads up. This is the first ever bracket race. He's going to go first, and he's got the job of being run down by Steve Matthews. Possibly run down by Steve Matthews. So the tree is going to run. Well, all the reaction time practice not put to good use by Simon there. But he takes the win. Look at that.
Oh, well
and his
done.
First ever round win, 10.98 to 97, bang on. Right,
absolutely.
Take ages of hoovering up and putting in the bin. Anyway, Adam Krasinski taking on Nick Hewison.
Yep. Adam with the Chevy, dialing in 12.20. 10.40 is the dialing for Nick, but red light on the tree straight away for the little Fulton. And automatically the win going to Adam Krasinski. So I'm sure Nick will be a That's why I've never heard of them.
Sorry, I just that was quick. That was a quick slip into John Price mode. I won't do it again.
At least I can be the reason for every fault that is made here today. Well done. Well, very little to choose between them, but it is the left-hand lane. Billy Jones with that Willys Coupe takes it.
Stop me if you heard this before, but another Holmes is going to be going first in the Kessel Lane, taking on your previous number one qualifier, moved down to number 4 by the end of yesterday. That's Sean Milsom with Ain't Misbehaving. Oh, Shawnee with a big red light. Well, Simon, you can get your own back at Sean right now. You can go and rib him. He's out in round 1. You know, they share the driving.
It's a family affair.
Indeed it is. Taking on Ray Irish with the Gas Junkie. Katie was number 2. Ray was number 10. Katie's actually going to be going first. Katie goes red.
A lot of nerves out there on the tree this morning. But it's Ray Irish who takes the win.
Or the burnout crisis, as it was yesterday in the Kestrel Lane. That wasn't a crisis, it was fun.
Is this the man who did the S on the track?
Indeed.
Ah, okay.
Well, Graham Barton with high anxiety proves the name of the car by going red with a .11, quite a big red, unfortunately, as well. Everybody got itchy right foot today, it seems. Yeah. So 11:37, the win for Brian Gibson very quickly. So Gary Hill and Mark Bracking, heads up race first to the finish line wins. 13 and 14 qualifier. Pretty even off the tree.
Very. .974 takes the win. Gary Hill.
The good thing is, actually, what's going to be... I'm only joking, Colin, of course. The next race between Barnaby Levy, his first 8-second run yesterday. Fabulous stuff for Barn. Taking on Ben Kennedy with Relentless. Here we go.
Barnaby done really well yesterday, getting the 8.8. He's been at it for 5 years to try and get in the 8s, and let's hope he does it again today.
9.23 at 1:38. Well, it's a round win. Yeah, Ronnie always normally goes deep into eliminations in Outlaw Anglia. Does very, very well in Pro ET as well, a lot of the time. So
yeah, he's a very, very competitive racer.
So
he went semi-final at Door Slammers as well. He just everywhere.
That's right. That was in the big racket, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That's right, yep. It's the wheelie bar. That will be a win for Ronnie Mercer. Bang on the numbers from yesterday. 8 points sound about right.
Yeah, must be right.
In the Auto Gloom lane, taking on Spencer Tidswell with the Battle-Axe Warrior. Spencer was number 12 qualifier, Rob number 15. Well, a whole shot for Rob Nixon. Will that be enough to stay in front on the quarter mile?
Let's hope so.
It was very close in qualifying. He's going to take the win with a 9.49, 130. Taking on Paul Watson with the street-driven Gumpree's toy. Gets the best seat in the house to watch.
It's a good run.
777, 180. Nice and consistent for this round.
Okay, so we are back to action here at Dragstalgia. Can I please do a call out, please, for Outlaw Anglia into the pairing lanes, please? Outlaw Anglia, if we can have you into the pairing lanes. And it is jet car time with Julian Webb and Split Second.
We just to say as well, we will bring you news on Jan Hone as soon as we have it. Obviously, everybody in the grandstand saw that he was obviously alert and conscious. Just making his way to the ambulance, but as soon as we have official word, we will obviously let you know. So when was the first time you sat up here, John, when they had jet cars? Was the Scorpion the first jet car that we had?
Yeah, we had this conversation, I'm sure, yesterday. Scorpion. Malcolm Ollie had the Pink Panther before that, which I think was a Goblin engine, a de Havilland Goblin engine. This would be something for somebody to write in and say, no, it wasn't. It was an ABC 1, 2, 3. But Sandapod used to have the jet dryers in those days were D-series Fords with jet engines, and I think they were Goblin engines as well, pointing downwards at a slope of about 45 degrees to dry the track after rain. So I won't talk anymore. We can.
Remember those incredible. I also remember my first runs on the drag strip were driving up and down when it rained to help dry everything off. People
Yes.
asking people with their street cars
absolutely
to come out and drive.
that
the
would have
track.
been me.
Even back then you were telling me what to do, John. I appreciate that. I didn't realise.
Right, so Julian Webb, split second. It's the second time we've seen him run this weekend.
It is, yes.
Yeah, okay. Built by Hauser Race Cars. I remember going to the launch of this particular car at Cranfield Aerodrome.
Oh, wow.
Where Colin Fallows and Mark
yes.
Newby took the car, and I've got pictures, I'm sure, of Jeff Hauser standing there with John still working for, John Webster still working for Jeff.
Oh, my word.
So, and of course, I looked at the jet dragster and then went off all round the aeroplane.
Well, Julian doing a good job rearranging everything in the tower at the moment, as we have to hold on to everything as each afterburner or each pulse of the jet just makes everything wobble.
Oh.
Everything's getting blown away by Julian this time. 682 at 231 miles an hour for split second.
Not bad at all.
Very nice run. Very nice.
And Joe, she's almost glad she put her hair up that time as well. Yeah, it still looks immaculate, don't worry. Just looking as well on very quickly on Facebook. Bob Hawkins is very, very happy, as you probably understand, to make the final of the Cannonball.
His boost gauge, isn't it?
Yeah, I know, I saw that. That's what I was going to say. His boost gauge looks very second-hand. And also, the photographs as well. The Dragstalgia photographs. Look at that. You need that on your wall, don't you?
Yes.
That is just spectacular. Photograph on the Santa Plot Facebook page of Christian Zulauf doing a burnout with the Slingshot.
Oh,
Yeah, look
superb.
at that. That needs to be the poster forever, I think. for
Yeah,
this
it's
event,
lovely.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Absolutely spectacular stuff. So, bit of a sweep, and we got round 2 of Nostalgia Super Stock coming up.
Yeah, give you the pairings. Ollie is going to be taking on Andy Bossenworth. Now, whoever wins that gets a bye in round 3. Pete Christmas taking on Adam Novak. Howard Holmes has got Nick Williams. Dave Bilodeau taking on Neil Francis. Rob Terrell taking on Ash Rawson. Jack Bishop taking on Mick. Duncan Watts against Stu Bradbury. Not Stu Bradbury, Stu Doiney. Oh, I wish it was Stu Bradbury.
Bless.
Let's have a look. Pete Dodd taking on Simon Rickwood. Paul Smale taking on Gary. Ooh, can't remember which Gary that one is. I've got a few of them. Kiwi taking on James. Dave taking on Clive. I'm running through the names now because they're coming around the corner. Richard Granger taking on Spencer Tram. Dan Williams taking on John Hyman. All right, first pair coming around the corner, and it is Jack Bishop taking on Mick with that beautiful Detroit Hustle. Right, this is where we get them down from 32 to a field of 16. Now then, Jack Bishop dialing in 977, Mick Sharp dialing in 1038.
There are only going to be a quarter of the field left after this.
Yeah.
Unbelievable, really.
Yeah.
So, yeah, number 32. I wonder what the winner, their qualifying position is going to be. I bet it'll be something like 48 or something like that. I'm not saying number 48 is going to win, but you know what?
Yeah.
It's so competitive, it could be anybody. Well, both wide
Race
awake
on.
on the tree.
Excellent start line reactions from both of them.
Mick
And-
takes- yeah, well, Mick takes the stripe, he takes the win.
On a hole shot.
Yes, it is, yeah. 10.47 beats the 9.84. Win margin 0-2 at the strike.
Good to see
Mick
Herb.
Sharp, well done.
Good to see Herb loving life down on the start line too. Well done to Mick Sharp. So, James Oliver, your #1 qualifier is in the Kestrel Lane. Dials 927. Like you said, so winner of this one's the one that gets the bike.
It is, yeah.
Excellent.
There's only 2 buys in all of eliminations today, and this is a race to see who gets one of them.
So Andy Bosworth, the man in the Coronet, in the Auto Glim lane, dials in 10.3. So there's 1 second between these two in favour of the Trans Am, the Firebird, in the Kestrel Beers lane. So he will be going second, James Oliver. And it all depends on who does the best start line reaction here. Lights burn down. Red light. Andy Bosworth takes a red light, allows James Oliver to take the win. He'll see the win lights now.
Oh, look at this, 927 on a 927 dial.
Oh, beautiful.
That car is just dialed in.
It's going to be tricky to beat that today, I think. Cole?
Yeah, as long as he... The only person that will beat Ollie is himself.
Yeah,
the car,
red light.
The car is just awesome. Right, next up, Pete Christmas and Adam Novak. Dial-ins, 1078, 1135. Pete Christmas will be going first. Adam will be chasing him down.
So once again, a pair of Mopars out there together. And start line reactions, good.
Well, Adam's made up the difference already going past the tree.
So doesn't want to go faster than 1078, and he does it. That was really controlled at the top end, I think, from Adam Novak.
Yeah, and the start line reaction difference was the difference at the finish line too. He was quicker off the tree. By run for Spence.
Yeah, it should have been Richard Granger, but Richard not making the call, unfortunately. So Spencer gets a freebie here.
Dials in at 10.99. Let's see how close he gets. 11.04, that's not bad. 500ths away. He'll take that.
Yeah, you don't want to give Spence too many practice runs. So, Rob Tyrrell with Revenge in the Kestrel Lane. Has Rob won before here? I think
Yes.
he has, hasn't he?
Yes, he has.
Dials 10.10, taking on Ash Rawson with Kermit the Duster.
Yep.
Or Dusty the Kermit, or whatever. Anyway.
It's the green car
As
in
you
the
would
Auto
guess.
Glim lane.
As you would guess.
Yeah. So there's 4 tenths between them. So the car in the Auto Glim lane, Kermit, will be leaving first and then being chased down by Rob Tyrrell. And look at that, as one just moves a couple of feet, the other one's on the go. So now this is where the control comes. Get the nose in front, but don't break out. And that's exactly what Rob Tyrrell did.
Well, he didn't actually get there first. It was Ash Rawson over the line first, but broke out by 0.05 of a second. So the better job on the tree and on the track was in the Kestrel Lane.
Paul Smale and Gary Cork up next.
It's also interesting to watch because we've got the screen from the live feed.
Yeah.
You actually get to see, if you watch that instead of that, you get to see just how close they are at the finish line as well. There's nothing, I'm sure you watch it at home like I do, there's nothing in it.
Yeah.
Nothing in it. So Paul Smale with the Chevy El Camino in the Kestrel Lane goes first. And Gary Cork with the Coronet goes red.
Well, it looks to me as though Gary is alongside already and will dip the nose over first, but doesn't win. He got there first.
He red lit, mate.
He red lit though.
Oh, missed that.
That's right. John's doing the best impression of me he can now,
Yes.
not paying attention to what's actually happening.
Yeah. I missed the red light. That's
I
terrible.
did that the other day at the main event. I said the wrong bloke had won for quite some time.
Well,
All right, next up, Kiwi taking on James Sweeney. It's the Duster and the Satellite. 1050 plays 984. Well, we've seen how important the reaction times are. Both go green, and that's all we can say. Oh, neck and neck at the stripe. James Sweeney takes the stripe, but he breaks out. He gets there too quickly. 988 takes the win for Kiwi. He's through. Neil Francis and Dave Bilodeau. The Rust Bucket Savoy, dialing in 1234. Dave Bilodeau, the Yorkshire Heavy, dialing in 9.80. Just over 2.5 seconds difference on the tree. And of course it'll be Neil that'll be going first.
So Dave Bilodeau was outstanding in qualifying. Bang on in the first round.
There's a green. There's a green. Now that was a good light, surely. Dave Bilodeau off and running in the chase of the car in the right-hand lane and gets it.
Well, Neil Francis got there second and broke out. It shows to show how good a light Dave Bilodeau pulled there.
Did you just catch that as well? The finish line cam shows you just how close it is over the line on the live stream. Shows how much attention I've been paying because I haven't seen that before then.
How long have you been here?
A week.
14 years.
Yeah, that.
I thought I'd remind you of that.
Howard Holmes and Mr. Nick Williams. 1095 was just having a chat with Nick down there under the tower as we were waiting to run. And he said, it's going to be a long day. And I said, no, you hope it's going to be a long day. And he went, oh, yeah, good point. I hope it's going to be a long day.
So Howard will be leaving first.
There's virtually nothing between these two. It'd be interesting to see what happens on the tree here.
It was about a second. You should be able to see it. There we go. Another thing we always do is both me and Colin look out the window and then we look at the screen. We both do it exactly the same time because we're the reaction time. I think Nick's got that one covered.
Yeah, again, Nick got there first and Howard broke out trying to beat him.
Finish line cam again. You can see Nick
Yeah,
rolling
so
over the
close.
surface.
Yeah.
Yeah, reaction time advantage for Nick there. 0.6 to a 0.22.
Wow, Mr. Downey has stolen your shirt, Colin. I'd go and have a word.
Nice one, Bob.
In the Kestrel Lane, that's 12.06 for Stu Downey. That's just what Nostalgia Superstock needs. Someone like Stu Downey joining in just to make it even more difficult to win against Duncan Watts.
Oh,
Yeah. Crossing the centre line, so Stu Downey already out in front. 12.17 for
That
Stu.
was a bizarre one. The car hooked up nicely to 60 foot, then just hung a really hard left and kept going as well. Obviously Duncan thought he didn't want to try and save it just in case. But, well, Stu Downey goes through. Ian Marshall's just going out to check the racetrack, make sure there's nothing on it that made it do that. I don't think it did.
So John Hurihan with the Camaro, dialing in 1280 in the Kestrel Beers Lane.
Number 52 qualifier. I think that was dead last, wasn't it?
Ah, right.
And here
okay.
he is, but here he is in round two.
Well, he got past Guy King in round one.
That's what I mean. You have to be in it to win it.
Dan Williams in the Auto Glim Lane, dials in 995. So where are we? 10, just over 2 seconds difference between them. And it's a red light. I saw that one. John Hurihan in the Kestrel Beers Lane pulls a red, and Dan Williams motors
92.
on.
Well, he thought he'd keep his foot in it because he saw the red light just to see what the car would run.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't going to lose. John trickles through with a 22nd ET. Still good effort to get in the show and make a round win.
2 pairs to go.
I was going to say something really stupid then. Is that all? I'm used to Nostalgia Superstock taking I want it to take half an hour like usual.
So Dave Simcock taking on Clive Dandridge. The dial-ins 12:68, 10:23, 2.5 seconds again.
And you've got a patinaed pickup truck in the Kestrel lane and a very smartly painted Challenger in the Auto Glim lane. At a bit of an angle on the start line, I have to say, the Challenger. But there's the green for the truck, and even more of an angle towards the left, away from the start line for Dave Simcock. But can he catch and beat that pickup truck? Here we go. He does.
10:44 beats a 12:82. Win margin 0.6. Right, last pair. Pete Dodd taking on Simon Rickford.
Well, Pete dials in with the Camaro 9.20 and Simon at 9.83, so just over half a second between them. The man in the Kestrel lane is going to be leaving first, and then Pete Dodd. But the Metamorphosis Camaro will be doing the charging after him. There's a red.
Big red.
Simon Rickwood pulls a red, automatically hands the win to Pete Dodd.
With a 008 light for Pete Dodd as well.
Yeah, very good light.
Goes through the 927.
And dialed in at 9.2.
Moving on to round 3.
We knew we were going to see some great racing today, didn't we? So
if you look at those tyre tracks out there, it looks like chemtrails or something like that, doesn't it? They just go every which way but straight. They go all over the place.
it looks like the point work into my station on my model railway.
That's a very good point. That's exactly what it looks like.
Right, matchups for round 3. Ollie, he gets the bye. Adam Novak taking on Nick Williams. Dave Bilodeau taking on Rob Terrell. Mick Sharp taking on Stu Doyney. Pete Dodd, you just saw go through there, taking on Paul Smale. Kiwi will be taking on Dave Simcock. And then it's a Williams Brothers matchup. Spencer Tram and Dan Williams.
Only 4 more rounds of racing to go, gentlemen.
Only 4. Right, so the 2-seater dragster back out once again. Paul Brown has a passenger back, and this time Olivia Farrer from Wokingham. Present from her husband who's down on the start line. There we go.
Probably a popular chap until about another, you know.
Well, he's filming it for posterity, that's for sure.
Yeah. He's either going to get a big kiss or a big smack on the nose in a minute. One of the two.
Smile, Hallie. It's going on YouTube later.
city drag racing stories that Steve Warner told me about, because obviously Steve Warner down there on the start line used to drive this car all the time, still does occasionally, and he said he was being interviewed by Mike Bushell, because he took Mike Bushell for a ride.
All right.
BBC Sport.
Yeah.
Little guy, and Mike Bushell said to him, "So, Steve, I bet it must be like driving a space shuttle or something like that." And Steve said, "I don't know, I've never driven a space shuttle." and Mike Bushell's response to that couldn't be broadcast on the BBC.
Wonderful.
Ask a stupid question.
Stupid idea.
Oh, 007 off the line.
And Colin, what's it going to be?
Oh, 78. 86, I was a bit brave. It's always 169 miles an hour.
Gas the Circus round 2. So right now, Sean Milsom is Tom Margison's biggest fan, because Tom is number 3 in points. Sean is out, but he's number 1 currently. So Tom Margison with Tinseltown Hustler, Kestrel Lane 1083, 10.78
This is going to be close, isn't it? This
Yeah.
one?
You were around as well. I'm sure Tony Pearson he's driven a number of fuel cars actually over the years.
I feel as though I've known Tony ever since I've been here at Santa Pod. So
Sounds about right.
I don't think he owns up to that though.
Oh, Tony goes red.
Even with all that drag racing history, still manages to pull a red. So Tony Pearson is out.
0-1 red, very, very close indeed, but it doesn't matter how close it is, he takes the win. In the Tinseltown Hustler, that's Tom Margison.
Dialed in at 1083, finished the run with a 1097.
Okay, for Simon Press down here in the Rocket, it's brown trousers time. He's taking his first ever round win today, and he's absolutely bricking it about running round 2.
Oh, bless.
No, I'm just kidding. He's having a whale of a time, absolute time of his life. He said he did actually post and said that he thought couldn't top last night being part of the Cackle Fest, but then coming out here and winning a round today. His first ever round winning competition. Going to be taking on Patrick Hobbs, who was #1 qualifier. Is it Patrick's first weekend in the car as well? So yeah, there we go. 2 relative newbies to Gas Circus. Actually, Simon, we normally have up here with us in the tower. He's got a wait on the starting line this time.
Oh, look good.
Looks very good.
He's drawn a long time already.
Simon takes another round win. And this one is going to go down in the history books, Mr. Prest. That was a whole shot. 0.8 on the tree to a 0.28. That was the difference.
Yes.
And the finish line was only 0.15. But congratulations to the lad in the Rocket going to the semi-finals.
Oh, boy.
Adam Krasinski with the not-so-mellow yellow. 55 Chevy in the Kestrel lane, taking on Ray Irish. Green light drag race. I'm just looking at that thinking, is that a reaction time or a 60-foot time? No, it's a reaction time. Ray Irish is way out in front.
Yes.
Nicely done. Another one of those whole shot wins.
Right, last pair. Billy Jones taking on Brian Gibson. It's Identity Crisis and Grumpy Grizz. The dial-ins at 10:59 for Billy, 11:38 for Brian.
So the man in the Kestrel lane leaves first in that 64 Dodge Dart. And all of those Dodges from the 60s eras have suddenly become so popular. They weren't popular in the day, satellites and things like that. Now, mega popular.
Well, it's a red light for Brian Gibson. He won't play any more part. Billy Jones goes into the semis. So matchups for the semis, Cole.
Right, it's going to be Simon with Billy in the other lane for his next journey down the quarter mile. And, of course, it will be Ray Irish taking on Tom Margerson. Actually, it was double reds, actually, but because Brian pulled his red first, that automatically put a win in the other lane.
Ah, here we go. Steve Young out there in the Kestrel Beers lane. And had a little chat with Steve on his way out yesterday evening. Really pleased yesterday with his personal best.
This is going to be a very... Oh, I was going to say this is a very good matchup. Loz, first time we've seen her this weekend. But delighted that she's made it.
Not a problem.
Yeah, been pushed back. So Loz is going to take the car through.
Oh, what a shame. Just waxing lyrical about him and doing so well, and then...
I think that was the problem.
What, that I spoke? Yeah.
No. You were just saying that what he was doing. Always happened.
1843 for Loz. Yeah, big shout out to Phil, actually. I don't know if he's here or if he's at home watching, but sorry you're not here at all this weekend, Phil. But I think he said he had a wedding this weekend. I can't remember what the reason was, but we'll catch up with you soon, Phil. Right, Pike Murray with the Rack and Ruin to the All Ticket Lane and Damien Bacon, the Pork Chop Express. So Damien's best at the moment at 10.85. Pike 11.54. Well, improvement for both of them. Damien by 100th and Pike by a bunch. Pike goes to 11.40. Damien now 10.74. All right, the quickest man in the Willis Wars this weekend, John Dalrymple. Stout 8.80 with the nitrous. Mick Payne with the retirement package Willis 9.94.
Not that far behind though, is he?
Not really.
About a second. So these this wonderful pair of almost bookend 33 coupes out there together, and John being told to move over the way a little bit, get on some rubber.
When he was being backed up, he was being told to go that way, but he just kept going over in the other direction. So this young lady lined him up exactly in the right place this time. So it is these two, about second between them, John, as you
Yeah,
said.
indeed. Well, it is John Dalrymple the whole way, isn't it? And that 1 second difference ended up being a second difference across the finish line virtually.
Well, the only other car with the shouts of being the quickest is the Plan B. That's actually got twin turbo small block in there. Dave and Elliot Day. Really, I actually caught up with Dave and Elliot last night. They were standing there watching Hasty Dixie with us, which was nice. Yeah, in between songs. And yeah, they're loving running this car. I mean, Dave actually, I hope he doesn't mind me saying this anyway, but Dave said he probably would back off a little bit from running as much, but Elliot has got so much enthusiasm for it and just loves it so much that, yeah, that's the driving force. And he's doing very well at it as well.
Yeah. .937 is quickest of the weekend. Well done, Elliot.
Congratulations, 151. Dad looks happy with that. Oh, yeah.
Chris Coburn. That's right, these two have been lining up every single time. It's Ian and Chris show, black and white.
Sorry, I was going to come out with a really childish joke then, because obviously we've got black and white cars out there on the racetrack.
Yes.
Yes, but I'm not going to, so...
Right, okay. Thank you for that input to our conversation that never happened. So these two look so tied together, don't they? As my old commentating mate used to say, they look as though they're covered by the same blanket. So who got there first? It was Ian Rattan.
Yeah, he actually leapfrogged Chris in the qualified order there. So now Ian has gone quicker than Chris.
So Prozac of Richard Warburton. Oh, no message, Colin. You're out of favour.
Yeah. Oh, is the sun glistening on it that we can't see it? Let's have a double check.
Looks like Rachel's been
nice
to the
and clean.
hairdressers. Got a new frock. Oh, you did it yourself, did you? Okay.
Are you a hairdresser? You should be. Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to wear my Friday shirt when. All right, come on, Richard. powers all the way through to an 1185 at 113 miles an hour.
Thank you very much indeed, and also a big thank you to Guy Davenport down there, who does a lot of running around and organising behind the scenes for the Willis Wars. Guy, thank you very much indeed for doing it again. Outlaw Anglia, round number 2. You all right, Colin? Yeah.
I thought of that one actually.
Hang on. Yeah, I think either or.
Yeah,
that
okay.
or the burnout.
Right then. Oh. Yeah. Right, round number 2, Outlaw Anglia. Gary Hill. Well, put it this way, if Colin Miller wasn't broken, he would have been lining up the other side of the racetrack, but Gary Hill will be on the solo here, so he goes into the quarterfinals here. Taking the sensible route, doesn't want to overcook everything today.
Yeah, got it. Hopefully more rounds of racing to go. That's the idea. So, Al O'Connor is down there. I can also see the beast of
That's the
Simon
matchup.
Barlow. Is that the race?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, okay.
I just know in a few years, I don't know how many years, but Aaron Springford will have his own Ford Pop one day. Won't you, Aaron? You're going to have your own Ford Pop, and you're going to be out there racing. I know. You just know it's going to happen. He's going to be watching this for too long and thinking, I've got to get out there and race. Especially when you see cars like this running around the corner.
Well, Al O'Connor's got to put a serious rabbit out the hat to win this one.
One thing that Al's never forgotten how to do is leave the line.
Of course.
Because his lights are incredible still.
So a match up for the ages. One of the quickest Ford Pops in the UK, as it used to be in the Kestrel Lane with Al O'Connor, and now one of the quickest in the UK as it is today, Simon Barlow. Who would have thought, knocking on the door at 200 miles an hour. He's been over 180 so far this weekend, but I don't think it's any secret. It's turned down a bit to go rounds. Well, Simon Barlow went up on the two-step very, very early there. Still goes 772 at 182. They're happy with that. Al O'Connor rolls on through to an 1103 at 94. So Wayne Power taking on another guy that's getting quicker and quicker.
He is actually. Ronnie is on awesome form at the moment. 869 in qualifying. Basically a car he built himself, to be fair. I didn't remember initially, but he come from I don't know what world he came from. I don't know if it was circuit racing or something, whatever. But he built, you know, the roll cage and everything in the car to all the specs and everything. But it wasn't the right spec for drag racing, so they basically ripped it all out,
right,
and recaged it. It was an unbelievable amount of work, but that's what he did. So, Ronnie Mercer, Wayne Power. Winner of this, going to be taking on Gary in the next round.
So, heads up race. Ronnie Mercer does have this covered if everything goes to plan. And it does. He's actually backing on this, I bet, by the sounds of it. Yep, 881 at 138. So, Mr. Rob Nixon.
Yeah, going to be taking on Ben Montgomery.
That's the one.
Whoever wins this gets a bye into the semi, so 2 rounds for the price of 1 here. See how low Rob's wheelie bar is. It's almost on the deck.
It makes no difference when he leaves the line, though. It tends to twist itself to death anyway. There you go, sir. That's right. We will bringing out our guest in the tower in just a couple of moments. So, Ben Montgomery and Rob Nixon with the prefect in the auto glim lane. Picks the wheel up very nicely. Couple more pairs to go. And the car with the square burnouts in the auto glim lane. That is Ginner Phil Middleton with the van taking on Barnaby Levy. Actually, he's now the land speed record holder in Ireland. Did you know that?
I didn't.
That's why he was so happy when he ran an 8 yesterday. All the way from Southern Ireland.
Here comes Ginner.
That's an absolute rate of knots. I was thinking, chaps, actually, what could be more English than sitting here at Dragster watching Anglia's race on a Sunday afternoon? Yeah, Barnaby Levy in the Kestrel lane went 8-8. Gin has been down in the mid-8, so this could be a pretty good race, actually, depending on how things shake out. Dave Eady just holding the door open just to let some of the burnout smoke out. So for a place in round 3 of Outlaw Anglia. Well, it's a whole shot for Barnaby. That might be all he needs.
Got a bit of a wiggle. Oh, kept it away.
He's been running dead straight all weekend until that point. Jenner goes 8.49 at 150, and Barnaby needs a change of underwear for the trip home.
Serious wiggle there from Barn.
Yeah, he just managed to keep it off the wall. That was what that car used to do all the time. Just going to go out there and check something. Actually, why not now? Gentlemen, to my right, we have 2 gentlemen that have known each other for some time. Thank you very much indeed for joining us at Mr. John Hale and Rob Elsom. John, first of all, welcome to Santa Pod Raceway. Oh, you've been here a few days, obviously. I know we spoke about this earlier, but just for the folks out there, have you enjoyed yourself this weekend?
I love it, man. This is great. This is a great opportunity for me to come over here and really see the drag racing and hot rod culture here in England. And been nothing but impressed with the variety of vehicles. Outstanding.
Good. I mean, is it? I mean, I know it's the same sport, but there's quite a few different. We were talking about the differences a little bit earlier. So, what do you think is one of the main differences between racing here and racing in the States, or isn't there any?
Well, the competition level certainly is high.
Yeah.
The main difference, I can't really see a whole lot of difference other than maybe the car counts and the spectator counts. You know, other than that, the competition level, the quality of the hot rods, this racetrack is certainly shoulder to shoulder with any racetrack surface that we have in the United States. The camaraderie of the racers here is the same. Everybody helps everybody else out. If somebody needs a part, you know, they'll do whatever they can to make sure that other racer has a part and then continue racing. It's kind of a worldwide brotherhood.
Absolutely. Well,
it is not broken in England.
We don't need much more of an example than that, and the gentleman standing next to you, the whole worldwide brotherhood thing.
Exactly.
So, how did you guys hook up? I think hook up means a slightly different thing in the US than it does
Yeah,
over
we
here.
don't use that.
No, we don't use that phrase. Sorry, I forgot I said that one. No, how did you guys meet each other? How did this happen, Rob?
It's pretty much through chatting on Facebook, and you know, you start to get into a position where you're building something and you want to, you know, get to talk to a few people. And John was very forthcoming with help and invitations to spend time out there and have time around him. And you know, we've had a blast. I think we started talking in, I think it was like 2012 or 2013, and from that point on, you know, we're now to the Hot Rod reunion in, I think it was 14.
Yeah.
And then it was multiple trips from that point on, you know, spent Christmas and whatnot, been out there.
So has John been a big help in you building your car, building your team?
Yeah, there's always been an input, and you know, a lot of the guys that are out there that have obviously worked on John's team and have been around that, from, you know, like Scott and Guy and a lot of those guys, they're all, you know, we're all really good friends. It's nice to go out there, and even earlier this year we was out there in, as you know, in March to go to the, you know, out to Ennis. So no, it's definitely a help. And we've joked and had a bit of a laugh about things and talked about doing this for some time, you know, for quite a while, you know, and the opportunity arose. We looked at it maybe, you know, about a month, 2 months ago.
Excellent.
I'm like, if you want to get in this, then now's the time.
I was just going to say it's about the right time as well. So
yeah, if you want to lead me anywhere or drag me to vacation, all you have to do is tempt me with fishing or driving a nitro car, and you can pretty much hook me.
Well, we do have a pond at the end of the strip on the left
Oh,
hand
don't
side.
tell
I
him
don't know
that.
if there's
No.
I don't know if there's any fish in it. But
No, I don't think you want to see what's in that one.
No, you don't want to see
There
what's
we
in
go.
that one,
Anyway,
no.
so your racing career, John, obviously it had a bit of a different path to some people. And like a lot of people, you dipped in and out of it for a period of time. Was that right? And then you came into, like, when the nostalgia scene got going, that was when you really, really got after it, so to speak.
You know, I went to an event at the Texas Motorplex where Del Worsham had a tribute to the Blue Max car, and I saw it run about dusk. I think it ran a 594, and I told my wife Karen right then, I said, you know, this is something I want to do. And she said, well, how are you going to do that? I said, well, I'll figure it out. So the next week I called Virgil Hartman. He had put together 3 or 4 of these cars to kind of do his own match races. So I wound up buying one of his cars and getting started in it. And the car really didn't fit me right. It wasn't really heritage legal. So once I made some laps in it and decided, hey, this is really what I want to do, not just what I thought I wanted to do, then I found a better car. I bought Leah Pruitt's Heartbreaker car, which only had a few runs on it, and it was all the good stuff, and we got after it, and we had a lot of success with it. And then the next step was, where do you go? You go to the big show, you know. So I had worked out a deal with Steve Pluger to license in his car, do some events there, and then eventually John Dunn called me and said, hey, you know, there's an opportunity here for you to drive. If, you know, you can bring something with you, which is what you have to do in the big show in NHRA. You know, you have to have something behind you. You just can't be a good driver and walk in and get a ride. So I brought something to that and had some good times with those people. Became family with the Dunns and learned a lot from Big Jim. A lot of cool stories, a lot of legend.
Great guy to learn from as well. There's nobody that knows any more than that man, I wouldn't have thought.
Legend.
Yeah, you got it. And I don't want to ask the question, but I'm going to anyway. What's the most fun to drive? Because obviously they're both fun cars. They're both fun cars, but I guess they're just a bit different. The nostalgia car, it's still competition. It's still about getting there first, isn't it?
You know, you can have a really fast car,
yeah,
and you like driving it, but then you may have a little slower car that you have more fun driving. I think these nostalgia cars are more fun to drive.
Yeah,
I really do. The big car takes everything you have, you know, skill-wise.
Pressure as well. That's the other thing, isn't it?
The pressure takes some of the fun away. But yeah, I'm going to say the nostalgia car.
Wise words. Thank you very much indeed. We're back to getting our ears blasted by Ben Rushforth in the family Ford Pop. That is actually Scott Collier down there. He's not doing something on 2 wheels this weekend. Thank you very much indeed for the info, Jerry. Just a couple more pairs to go before we break for lunch.
Well, we have a pair and a solo, but this should be a pair, but no sign.
Well, he's there. He's actually behind you. He's unfortunately got pushed away. Martin Payne. So Ben Rushforth on a bye run. Now, this kind of car looks fun to drive as well, don't you think, John?
It does. I was watching that guy back up a minute ago, and reminded me of Arnie the Farmer Bestwick back
Well, it went 8:44 in quali, and it went 8:44
160 miles an hour. So, Jet Guy, this is actually a 6-second race car, this one down here.
This one's pretty
Kestrel
killer.
Lane. Just going to be a case, I think, of staging up for the bye run. Because we are just about to go on a lunch break. But yeah, short wheelbase, big engine. It sounds like fun, doesn't it?
Good looking car.
Yeah, very, very cool indeed. Jed's a young guy. I think he's still in his 20s as well. And there was a big race to be the first in this side of the world into the 60s with an Outlaw Anglia, and Jed made it.
Really?
A number of times last year, actually, yeah. So, well done, Jed. So we're actually on lunch for the moment, but if you don't mind, John, just a couple more things. So with the touring NHRA funny car, yeah, just give everybody a little bit of an insight, if you can, just how much unbelievable hard work it is.
It takes everything you have, time-wise, mentally. You know, your home life suffers. Your dogs get used to the dog sitter and obey them more than they obey you. You live out of a
Something
suitcase.
I never thought of that, actually, but yeah,
It's,
okay.
you know, the glamorous thing that you see on Sunday on TV isn't
any of it almost really.
what transpires during the week. You know, you leave on Thursday morning, and you get to your destination. You get your bag off the carousel. You get your rental car. You go to the hotel. It's a rinse and repeat every week, you know.
Yeah.
But I enjoy driving these cars. So you know, once that car's fired up and they put the body down and they all step away from it at all that goes behind you, and that's where the joy comes in.
So you've raced people like John Force, Ron Capps, everybody like that. What is it to actually step up and race those guys, you know?
You know, there's an intimidation factor when you're first around them, but then after that, you just have to focus that what's going on in your lane, you know, and if you don't, then you can get into trouble.
Yeah, well, I mean, you learn from the best, like we said with Jim Dunn. He's very particular how people drive his race car, isn't he?
Jim Dunn is in his 80s, and I'm still scared of him. I can tell you that right now. And he likes me, you know. And,
that's a bonus, actually.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, very good thing. So, but he gave you? Did he give you instructions on exactly what to do the whole time you were there?
Absolutely. You know, I came in there and I had, excuse me, I had my own style of driving and driving my own car, and you know, I would do whatever it took to get to that finish line first, and I did that a couple of times in his car, and he sat me down and told me exactly what I wasn't going to be doing if I wanted to drive that car anymore after that. So it tamed me down a little bit. He doesn't like to be hard on parts, you know, and he's got a budget that he runs in all year long, and and during the year he'll see where he's at on that budget, and if he's a little bit ahead, he'll tell you, hey, we're gonna run a little harder this race, especially the U.S. Nationals. He'd say, you know, we're gonna hop it up. You're gonna get the bull this run. You know, he's got a good sense of humor. And he'd come back after that run. He'd say, yeah, the bull bucked you off on that run, you know, and let it get over against the wall or something. It wouldn't be a big deal, but, you know, he'd give me a rib. But he would, he'd turn it up when he could, but most of the time he was conservative and didn't like to blow stuff
just
up.
to make sure you come back for the next round. Yeah,
Right.
I remember reading lots of interviews and stories about how he races and stuff like that. But modern day light tray racing isn't how it was when he started racing.
Not at all.
Not at all. You know, you could do it with one engine. You know, 2 or 3 people on the crew, that kind of thing. Can kind of do that with nostalgia racing, can't you, Rob? Can you do that? Could you do that? Maybe not, but pretty close these days. Yeah.
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 I would get there if I got in town early enough on a Thursday. I would come to the racetrack and hang out, and he would tell me stories. And that was really some of my fondest memories of racing with them.
Was not actually driving the car, was doing that part, yeah? No, that sounds good. Well, just as well, before, ladies and gentlemen, we are on a lunch break, by the way. Sorry, we're not just standing up here, sitting up here yabbering for nothing. So please make your way away. We are going to be back with racing in around about half an hour's time, something like that. We'll give you plenty of warning. One thing I want to say as well, from being a kid and coming up here in the 70s and 80s, 2 of your Texas natives put on such a show over here. I don't know if you're aware of this, but both Gene Snow and Ray Beadle came over here a number of times. And we were lucky enough. Yeah, we were very lucky. There's a terrific photograph, which I wish I could find to show you. I'm sure Rob might be able to find it, of the funny car you're talking about, the Blue Max Mustang, sitting outside the pub just down the road, because Bootsy took it to the pub with him to show everybody. Because, you know, the Blue Max had just been dropped off at his house, and he thought, you know what, this is so cool. I'm going to take everybody down the, take it down the pub and show everybody. So, but anyway, they also, I think it was at the 1980 World Finals or the 79 World Finals, someone will know straight away, quickest side-by-side funny car race in the world at the time, pair of them. 6 flat 604 at the time in the final of the World Finals.
Slow won it on a whole shot.
Slow won it on a whole shot. It was sort of the kind of groundbreaking stuff like that, which is why we have the place that we have today to race.
They paved the way for the...
They very much did. I mean, there were plenty of races from Europe as well, but my goodness me, those times, you remember that,
I
didn't
do.
you?
I really do.
It was just, and the place absolutely erupted when they did it as well.
What kind of crowd did you have?
Oh,
just packed.
Absolute standing room only. This is a big event, but the big international events that we have, it is complete standing room only. You can't, if you show up at 9 o'clock on a Sunday, you'll be 5 miles away and you won't be getting in until like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It's like that all the time.
Like there's not a lot of grass left to sit on.
No grass left, no grass left to sit on, nowhere left to stand or anything like that. So yeah, it's alive and well, which is a good thing. Really,
a lot of history.
A lot of history, and the other thing that we have on this side of the world is obviously there's different racetracks in different countries. So again, I don't know how much Rob's told you about places like Hockenheim, Mansfield Park in Sweden and stuff like that. Hockenheim is one of the greatest shows in drag racing in the world. They have the biggest single day attendance on the Saturday anywhere. Funny enough, Bill Bader did say they had more there than in Norwalk, which is like quite unbelievable.
Rest his soul.
Exactly, yeah. Unfortunately, yeah, that's why I mentioned him only a couple of weeks ago. And but yeah, the night show is quite a legendary part of summer in Europe.
How many people?
60.
Sorry?
50?
60. So it's hard to tell because it's absolutely rammed.
Yeah,
it's part of the Formula One circuit. It's in the corner. The stand is 3 stories high. So it's actually got 3 tiers to it, all the way around the back, all the way past half track as well on one side, and the same on the other side as well. And there is not a spare seat in the house.
Wow.
And the whole show in the evening, and it is a show, is pretty. I mean, you've been there a few times, haven't you, Rob?
Yeah, I've been out there, worked in Faruna in 19, and
That's
out
right.
there a couple of times a day, I think.
And it's anyway, it's I didn't bring up to talk about that, but it's a spectacular show. But there's plenty of stuff that you guys and particularly Texans paved the way for. over here in Europe. So thank you very much. I know you weren't aware of it at the time, but thank you for that. It was very, very good.
Well, we try to please wherever we go, you know. We try to represent.
You certainly do. And lastly, are you guys running again today, or is that...
Absolutely.
You are going to... Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to be holding you up here. I do apologise, guys. I thought you had the time to chat. But obviously, driving a different car, how's that been so far this weekend?
You know, the controls aren't exactly as I would put them, but, you know, we can adjust our habits, and you sit in there for 15 or 20 minutes, and you get a mental location of where all the levers are, the chutes, and all that sort of thing, and you just think about what you're doing, and it happens, you know.
And I know where. Well, I don't know whether you've been to Rob's house since you've been here or not.
Yeah, had a few nights.
Okay. Right. So,
I know where this is going.
I've got to say, I've got to say this. I've just got to say this, Rob. What you have done in your garage at the back of your house in a little street in England is just mind-blowing, isn't it?
It is.
I mean, you've seen his operation. It's not. I'm not being rude. It's not an operation. It's a guy who lives in a regular street in Mansfield with a little garage out the back, and he's built a beautiful funny car, isn't it?
Passion.
That's what it's all about. Yeah, yeah. It's a worldwide thing, isn't it, really?
Yeah, we do our best.
You do, mate, you do absolutely fabulously well. And this has got to be one of the proudest moments of your racing career, actually, out here with John.
It's definitely up there. You know, it's just cool, you know, to have John over and be able to go out and see the sights, have some time here as opposed to being out there. I mean, we've spoken about it so many times. Yeah. And to do this and have him drive the car at the same time, why wouldn't you?
Yeah, you bet. Anyway, gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. If you've got to go get ready, again, I am very, very sorry, but thank you so much for all your time. Thank you so much for coming over here and entertaining us all weekend as well. And we look forward to the last run of the day. I'm not going to ask Rob what he's going to do. He's already got a plan, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
That's all we need to know. John Howell, Rod Elson, thank you very much indeed. Everybody enjoy the rest of your lunch out, and we'll be back with you in probably about 20 minutes' time. Nitro FM, thank you very much. Against the much newer, would you believe, a Slingshot car in the Kestrel Lane.
Wow, red light in the Kestrel Lane for Steve Garland.
He'll still try and run the number though. 14. Oh, look at that. James Auld, 12.93.00.
Right, first car, Wrathchild, make, model, spec, 1966. One part Alan Blount, one of his cars. Second part, another part of Alan Blount's car. Welded together, as we've been told by people with better history knowledge than us. 305 small block Chevrolet, tunnel ram. We just put that on just for a laugh more than anything. It doesn't do much apart from flood the engine, but it looks really cool. And then Rebel, relatively newish car. We're not 100% sure. Late 2000s. 420 cubic inch. Okay, Hillborn 8 stack in direct injection, mechanical injection. Yeah, and we love them both, so don't ask us for a favourite. But yeah, both Slingshot dragsters, so behind the engine, axle against your gentleman's parts, which freaks a lot of people out, which is good fun. gearbox between your feet, and they're a really good hoop to drive.
My favourite thing about Wrathchild is it's pie crust. It's an old school look. You don't see many cars with them nowadays, and there's just something about them compared to slicks. They just have a total different look to them, which I quite like about Wrathchild. With Rebel, my favourite part is the speed and the acceleration. You try and describe it to people like trying to compare it to a roller coaster, but not even on some roller coaster. You feel the same effect of it. So that's what I like about that car. My least, but that's about it. Yeah.
Me? Oh gosh. Yeah, I'm going to say either the pie crust or the tunnel ram, just because it looks stupid. It's like a big old Hot Wheels car, and it's a very fun car to us. It was our first dragster we got and built with help from a ton of amazing people, so the fun memories that come with it. As for Rebel, it's got to be the 8 stack, because we've always wanted a stack injected car, because to us that is the perfect Slingshot, like junior fuel looking. And yeah, speed acceleration, it's just throws you in your seat, throws you out your seat. Well, not technically out your seat, but puts you forwards when the chute comes out. It's amazingly good fun, really good fun. Yeah, I don't know how to describe it. Right, should we go for the worst thing? Worst thing on Wrathchild is we've both put on a little bit of girth, wide and grown outwards but never upwards. So it's she's getting a bit tight because she's 17 inches inside the rails. Yeah, so that's the worst part. We would like to make her wider, but then it won't be Wrathchild. It's not her. It's not the car that we're so fond about. Rebel, the cylinder heads. The cylinder heads, we're looking at getting new ones. They're starting to let us down a little bit. Some of the valves, but yeah. But I couldn't change it any other way. Maybe run a bit of nitro one day. That's about it until we run the Euro Millions. It'll stay as it is. But we love them both, to be fair. Love them both.
Right, well this is actually a bespoke car. It was built from plans in Custom Car Magazine 1972. It's called Little Foss at the moment, but it has had a number of other names over the years. It's basically a club level dragster, 50 years old as I say. It has a 3.5 litre Rover engine, unless it's at the Mopar Nationals when it gets entered as a Buick. My favourite thing about it is that it has a really, really good nature, and that sounds like a strange thing. It's almost like got a little soul in there that's always trying to help us do well. It's like when I'm getting in the car and I'm driving it down the strip, I feel like it wants to do well. It's almost tells me that it wants to do good. Whenever there's a problem, it's always something minor. We've just had it not start at the end of the pairing lanes there. Everyone's looking at really more serious stuff. All it was a simple loose wire. So no massive engine dramas, just a simple loose wire. It's back on and we're going to go again. The thing I'd like to change is I'd like to have owned this car 50 years ago and owned it throughout its life, although at that time I would have actually had it when I was 1.
It's a 1941 Willis Coupe replica. It's glass fibre with a 331 small block Ford, 671 Supercharger and twin 4-barrel carbs. Just how happy it makes me. It's just every time you get in it you smile. The worst thing is when it breaks and I have to change lots of things, but if I could change one thing on it, I'd change it for a steel bodied one, but that's way out of my budget. But we have fun with this. It lives outside. It's not a show car, it's a happy car.
Against the much newer, would you believe, a Slingshot car in the Kestrel Lane.
red light in the Kestrel lane for Steve Garland.
He'll still try and run the number though. 14. Oh, look at that. James Auld, 12.93.
One that's got right on top of the dialed in time. Completely.
Absolutely.
So it's going to take a lot to beat him.
It's virtually impossible.
Unless we start going to 6 decimal places or something.
Which they might do. 8.66 for Callum, well done. 11.45 for Pete. One of them. Looking for 10.50.
And already alongside from this angle. And it is Andrew Clifford who gets there first.
So Steve is going to be going first in the Kestrel lane. Nicely done for Pete. Will that be an 8.54? It's an 8.52 with a 9. Again.
PB is 7.77.
Devon. 163.
Just before they gave me a little model of Batman out of the Corgi Batmobile.
Right.
Which I still have in my cabinet at home.
12.09 at 131.
A spinnaker.
It's big enough to take it all the way up the top end. Looks fantastic, folks. Well done.
That's an interesting reaction time.
One flat, yeah. Remove the one.
Yeah.
10.91 for Liz and for Phil James. Boston Straggler at number 2. V12 Jag in there. Yeah. What a power plant. What a noise. Before the finish line still goes 9.96 at 127. And he will be here against Keith Crampton. Nice looking run for Keith.
Oh,
42.
Wow. Another PB.
We're at your house now. So Gary with the time lock car. Dials in a 965, runs 981. They're all
such a good looking car. Pair of good looking cars.
Well, Ian's certainly given something to shoot at, hasn't he?
8 going well into the 7s. Eight,
5. Very nice.
Seven at 125 sounded like some problem. Sorry, John.
Oh, Richard Peachy goes red, and he goes left, then right, and everything else.
Must confess that looked a pretty uncomfortable ride for Richard Peachy.
He qualified, number 7. But hey, it's all about the racing now. Nostalgia Superstock, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Nostalgia Superstock, can we have you into the lanes, please?
Well, gave him a sporting chance and a head start. He's going to be kicking himself if he doesn't get there, and he's not going to. He doesn't on a massive hole shot. Chris Spry takes the win. He wasn't particularly quick on the tree either, 0.34.
Right, no Kevin Melling, so Rod Spry is going to take the win here. And then, interesting, the semi-final will be Chris Spry versus Rod Spry, so you've got one of them in the final. 9:54, 1:32. Yeah, so...
A little bit of start line psychology going on.
It won't be Tony in the final.
No. How's that for consistency from Apache? Wow.
7:13 and a 7:91 down for this run, I beg your pardon. So yeah, Joe Bond needs another good 6-second run here. Adam hopefully with close to a full ball. Here we go.
Looking good for Joe. Joe knows drag racing. 6.70.
200.
Well, the time run that John Howell has put in has been a 7.27 in the Dirty Deeds car. Oh, huge tire shake for Steve Johnson. Drives through it, but John Hale,
662.
Beautiful.
250.
Wow.
It's going to be a slingshot. Just which one?
That looks a stout run. Right the way through. Is it going to be a 6-7? It is.
Oh my goodness me.
Oh.
6-7.
Well, what a shame on the line. You can see some liquid under Dave's bike. And that was a good strong run there from Colin. Nice one through the top end, very still running now. I think, in fact, this is the first time Terry's been on a bike for a couple of years. And certainly sounding cleaner at the top end. Well, 12.5 for Matt Norman.
It's going to be, I bet it'll be something like 48 or something like that. I'm not saying number 48 is going to win, but you know what?
Yeah.
It's so competitive, it could be anybody. Well, both wide awake on the tree.
Excellent start line reactions from both of them.
Mick takes the stripe and he takes the win.
On a hole shot.
Yes, it is.
Going second, James Oliver. And it all depends on who does the best start line reaction here. Lights burn down. Red light. Andy Bosworth takes a red light. Allows James Oliver to take the win. He'll see the win lights now.
Oh, look at this, 927 on a 927 dial.
Oh, beautiful.
That car, 11:35. Pete Christmas will be going first. Adam will be chasing him down.
So once again, a pair of Mopars out there together. And start line reactions, good.
Well, Adam's made up the difference already going past the tree.
So doesn't want to go faster than 1078, and he does it. That was really controlled at the top end, I think, from Adam Novak.
Yeah, and the
it's a freebie here.
Well, dials in at 10.99. Let's see how close he gets. 11.04, that's not bad. 500ths away in the auto glim lane.
As you would guess.
Yeah. So there's 4 tenths between them. So the car in the auto glim lane, Kermit, will be leaving first and then being chased down by Rob Terrell. And look at that, as one just moves a couple of feet, the other one's on the go. So now this is where the control comes. Get the nose in front, but don't break out. And that's exactly what Rob Terrell did.
Well, he didn't actually get there first. It was Ash Rawson over there.
All right, next up, Kiwi taking on James Sweeney. It's the Duster and the Satellite. 1050 plays 984. Well, we've seen how important the reaction times are. They both go green, and that's all we can say. Neck and neck at the stripe. James Sweeney takes the stripe, but he breaks out. He gets there too quickly. 988 takes the win. Going first.
So Dave Bilodeau was outstanding in qualifying. Bang on in the first round.
There's a green. There's a green. Now that was a good light, surely. Dave Bilodeau off and running in the chase of the car in the right-hand lane and gets it.
Well, Neil Francis got there second and broke out. It shows to show how good a light that is.
Second, you should be able to see it. There we go. Another thing we always do is both me and Colin look out the window and then we look at the screen. We both do it exactly the same time because we're already out the time. I think Nick's got that one covered.
Yeah, again, Nick got there first and Howard broke out trying to beat him.
Finish line cam again. You can see Stu Doiney. That's just what Nostalgia Superstock needs. Someone like Stu Doiney joining in just to make it even more difficult to win against Duncan Watts.
Oh, yeah. You're right. Crossing the centre line, so Stu Doiney already in front. 12.17 for Stu.
That was a bizarre one. The car hooked up nicely to 60 foot, then just hung a really hard left and kept going as well. Obviously Duncan thought he didn't want to try and save it just in case, but that's what I mean. You have to be in it to win it.
Dan Williams in the auto glim lane, dials in 995, so where are we, 10, just over 2 seconds difference between them, and it's a red light. I saw that one. John Hurihan in the Kestrel Beers lane pulls a red, and Dan Williams motors 92. On.
Well, he thought he'd keep his foot in it because he saw the red light just to see what the car would run.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't going to lose.
2.5 seconds again.
And you've got a patinaed pickup truck in the Kestrel lane and a very smartly painted Challenger in the auto glim lane. At a bit of an angle on the start line, I have to say, the Challenger. But there's the green for the truck, and even more of an angle towards the left, away from the start line for Dave Simcock. But can he catch and beat that pickup truck? Here we go. He does. The man in the Kestrel lane is going to be leaving first, and then Pete Dodd. But the Metamorphosis Camaro will be doing the charging after him. There's a red.
Big red.
Simon Rickwood pulls a red, automatically hands the win to Pete Dodd.
With a 008 light for Pete Dodd as well.
Yeah, very good light.
Goes through the 927.
And dialed in a 9.2.
Trails or something like that, doesn't it? They just go every which way but straight. They go all over the place.
It looks like the point work into my station on my model railway.
That's a very good point. That's exactly what it looks like.
Right, matchups for round 3. Ollie, he gets the bye. Adam Novak taking on Nick Williams. Dave Bilodeau.
7-8.
This is going to be close, isn't it? This
Yeah.
one?
You were around as well. I'm sure Tony Pearson has driven a number of fuel cars, actually, over the years.
I feel as though I've known Tony ever since I've been here at Santa Pod. So
That's about right.
I don't think he owns up to that, though.
Tony goes red.
Even with all that drag racing history, still manages to pull a red. So Tony Pearson is out.
0-1 red. Very, very close indeed, but it doesn't matter how close it is. He takes the win. In the Tinseltown Hustler, that's Tom Margison.
Dialed in at 1083.
Is it Patrick's first weekend in
Yes.
the car as well?
It
So
is.
yeah, there we go. 2 relative newbies to Gas Circus. Actually, Simon, we normally have up here with us in the tower. He's got to wait on the starting line this time.
Oh, look good.
Looks very good.
He's drawn a long time already.
Simon takes another round win. And this one is going to go down in the history books, Mr. Prest. That was a whole shot. Taking on Ray Irish. Green light drag race. I'm just looking at that thinking, is that a reaction time or a 60-foot time? No, it's a reaction time. Ray Irish is way out in front.
Yes.
Nicely done.
Moves first in that 64 Dodge Dart. And all of those Dodges from the 60s eras have suddenly become so popular. They weren't popular in the day, satellites and things like that. Now, mega popular.
Well, it's a red light for Brian Gibson. He won't play any more part. Billy Jones goes into the semis. So matchups for the semis, Cole.
Right, it's going to be Simon with Billy in the other lane for who's next. So David's best at the moment at 1085. 1154. Oh.
Well, it is John Dalrymple the whole way, isn't it?
Childish joke then, because obviously we've got black and white cars out there on the racetrack.
Yes.
Yes, but I'm not going to. So
Right, okay. Thank you for that input to our conversation that never happened. So these two look so tied together, don't they? As my old commentating mate used to say, they look as though they're covered by the same blanket. So, oh, you did it yourself, did you? Okay.
Are you a hairdresser? You should be.
Yeah, if you want to wear my Friday shirt, when. All right, come on, Richard. Powers all the way through to at 1185 at 113 miles an hour.
I don't think it's any secret. It's turned down a bit to go rounds. Well, Simon Barlow went up on the two-step very, very early there. Still goes 772 at 182. They're happy with that. Hello, Connor.
Going to be taking on Gary in the next round.
So, heads-up race. Ronnie Mercer does have this covered if everything goes to plan. And it does. He's actually backing on this, I bet, by the sounds of it. Yep, 881 at 138. So, Ben Montgomery and Rob Nixon with the prefect in the auto glim lane. Picks the wheel up very nicely. Couple more pairs to go. Well, it's a whole shot for Barnaby. That might be all he needs.
A bit of a wiggle. Oh, kept it away.
He's been running dead straight all weekend until that point. Jenner goes 8.49 at 150, and Barnaby needs a change of underwear.
Okay, so we are back after a lunch break, which was well and truly deserved by our track crew and everybody else working on site today in that very, very warm Sunday afternoon here. All right, first up, some of our custom car invitational cars. We've got Adrian Sidwell, the Opus Man. He is in the Autogym lane going alongside Ian Smith with the slammed Morris Minor.
That was originally...
So far this weekend, Ian has been 11.63 and 14.86. Well, the numbers that we've got on the screen anyway for Adrian. But then I think he's been a little bit quicker this weekend already.
Well, the Adrian Sidwell machine, they were originally called Hot Rod Fords, HRFs, the Opus. And there's seem to be conflictions of where they originated from, but as long as I've known Adrian, he's had that car amongst many other cars, and he runs through with a 14 and an 11. Was it 11-second run for that?
Yeah, 11.51. That's his quickest of the weekend.
Yeah,
and
very
as you
nice
say,
too.
Adrian has had the car as long as you've known him. He's had it 48 years.
Oh, that's all.
So yeah,
my God,
definitely. Damien Halliwell with the Biscayne. So before this weekend, we hadn't seen this car for about 3 years. And running as consistent as ever, totally street legal. Best this weekend of a 10.53. Right, this is rather bizarre. Up periscope in the Autogym lane. I think it's mainly because it billows black smoke as it leaves the line.
It's a diesel, presumably.
Yeah, it is
Colin,
diesel.
is it?
Yeah,
It reminds me very much of that Welder Up program that is on the television.
Yeah, it's you watch the smoke when it leaves the line. I think the reason why they've got that there is so that you can see where it's going, because obviously if it's low down, that's going to blow straight to the windscreen.
Sure. See what you mean.
Simon Devo with the Frankenstein, putting another run in. He's been 10.5s this weekend, 10.62 on that particular run. All right, we move on to Nostalgia Superstock.
Round 3?
It is, yes. This is where we whittle them down from 16 to 8. First up, going to be Mick Sharp and Stu Doiney.
Dial in for Stu Doiney is 12.10, and I think I saw 10.39 in the left-hand lane.
Well, that's what we're waiting for, is to confirm that. Well, just making sure that Mick's strapped in properly. Stu can wait there all day long, to be fair. It's a total street car. Radiator and absolutely everything.
.39, there you go.
So Stu's going to be leaving first. Nick Sharp going to be chasing him down. Ooh, Nick's gone deep.
That's a hell of a gap to try and close up, Cole. My goodness.
It is.
Here we go. Is he going to do that? I don't think he is. Oh, wow. Beautiful run. So, young Mr. Doyne moves on one.
He does.
Excellent. Well done.
Good matchup.
Bob, good to see you.
Really, really good matchup here. Rob Terrell with Robster's Revenge going alongside Dave Bilodeau. Both of these guys that know how to win meetings. They really do. Two fierce competitors. Bizarrely, whoever wins this one will be taking on Stu Doyne in the next round.
Here we go.
Oh, Rob goes red.
Wow. Red light. Now, I wonder if Dave Bilodeau has seen that.
I
Wind
think he
lights
probably
come
has.
on.
Probably has. 985 goes down the back door. So Dave is going to be racing Stu Doyne in the next round. Next up, Adam Novak and Nick Williams, two very experienced racers. It'll be Nick leaving first. $10.95 plays 10.78.
This is where start line reactions really need to be electric,
especially with these two.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting. Last one in is the car in the auto glim lane. Just being inched in. Here come the lights.
So it is down to Adam to chase Nick Williams down here. They start to look at each other.
Wow.
Yeah, Nick takes that one. 11.03 on a 10.92. Nick took the stripe and had the better reaction time. Oh, that's made life very interesting indeed. I'll explain why in a little while. Well, that Kiwi taking on Dave Simcock.
So we got 9.86 and 10.23. I'm reading that correctly.
Yep, spot on.
And the challenger is going to be leaving first in the auto glim lane. Just what, a third of a second between them, something like that.
Yeah, not far off it. Basically, but Dave Simcock, not unsimilar to Duncan Watts, but it does go slightly left off the line. So hopefully he's going to be dead straight this time. But Kiwi going to be chasing him down. Here we go then. Into stage. We have green light drag race, and Dave is arrow straight, which is good. Dave Simcock takes a stripe, 26 on a 23 dial. Way ahead actually at stripe by a 10th on Kiwi. So well on to Dave Simcock. Right, Williams Brothers team matchup. Look at the graphics on the back window. Spencer, not you again, because these two have raced each other, what, 4 times this season in finals.
Yeah.
And Dan's put on his window, run and hide, Spence. Well, Spence's going to be leaving first, 11.03. Dan's going to be doing the chasing, 9.92. Camaro first to leave the line. Here we go. Spencer's off. There goes Dan.
Oh.
Here goes red.
Oh.
It's Spencer Tram that is through. Oh, Dan hits his number, 9.92. Spencer breaks out, but the red light was first. And it is Spencer Tram that is through to the quarterfinals.
Great racing.
Oh, it's great.
Great racing.
Well, those two, I say, that's their fourth final this year that they've raced each other. Fourth one. Well, no, fourth time they've raced each other. And the other 3 times have been in finals. Right,
So,
Pete Dodd, Paul Smell. This is a key one because whoever wins this gets the other bye. There is a bye in the quarters into the semis for the winner of this race.
So El Camino plays a Camaro.
Big weight for Pete Dodd. Look at this, 1280 for Paul, 925 for Pete.
Big weight.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Oh, red light. Yeah, I could see. He saw the red light and he just sort of clenched his fist or thumped the dashboard or something.
And then he still goes 0-1 himself. 931. Right, on the bye run then, Ollie. Right, so quarter-final matchups. Dave Simcock going to be taking on Spencer Tram. Pete Dodd, we just saw go through there, will have a bye. Stu Doyney against Dave Bilodeau. And Ollie here on a bye, going to be taking on his teammate, Nick Williams.
Okay. Interesting stuff.
Beautiful launch for Ollie, 09 on the tree. All right, this will be a 9-2 of some flavour, but what? Done it again. 928 on a 928 dial. He's the form man coming into this one. He's also the class sponsor as well. NEM Plant is Ollie's company, and they do put a lot of stuff into Nostalgia Superstock. So well on Ollie for Williams Brothers Racing. So we are now at quarterfinals. 7 cars left because obviously one of them gets a bye, making life very interesting in Nostalgia Superstock. Let's have a look in the lanes. I can see long pointy stuff. It's either Wild Bunch.
It is.
It is Wild Bunch. Thank you.
It's the Wild Bunch. I'm not sure who dropped this off, Colin.
Ah, right. Yes, I can tell you.
Well, the reason I'm most interested in it is that the date is someone very kindly. Go on, Colin.
Yeah, it's a chap called Bob Bryant. Bob, thank you ever so much indeed. He came up to see us earlier on, showed us loads of stuff, and he's got programs from way back when, loads of photographs. In a suitcase full of it, basically.
Well,
really,
this
really
this is like the race dates for the 1975 season, and the thing that strikes me, obviously, other than the 2 funny cars, is this part where we're sat right now.
Yeah, wasn't here.
In 1975.
Yeah.
So if that's for 1975, this must be nearly 50 years old. This structure.
Well, yeah, because I'm in my head, okay?
Okay, yeah.
In my head. Coming up here to work at the first couple of Gary's picnics as a DJ, not commentating. In my head, I have the picture of Bob Phelps constructing this all on his own, as we were all larking around on the track during the day. Bob was building this, and that would have been 78 or 79 when this was built.
Okay. Well, this is, again, the only reason I say that is because that's Stardust, that's Paula Murphy.
Yeah.
And it's the 75 date, so that must have been taken in 74. So it wasn't actually a control tower somewhere where you could walk up and sit. It was a gantry, effectively, the same as the top end.
Yeah.
And then it was then, it morphed into this.
I think there was a building at the
end of the gantry, yeah.
Still kind of there.
Which is still there. But no, that's my memory I have, is of Bob Phelps up here, hammering and sawing and whatever, constructing what we're now sitting in.
Unbelievable.
All that time ago. So if it was 79, say, that's what, 21, 45 years ago? Is that
Thereabouts.
43 years ago. Yeah, so...
let's hope Bob knew what he was doing. As we're now sat here above jet cars and stuff like that these days.
Yeah.
But I'm sure he did, obviously. It survived very, very well indeed.
But there used to be guy ropes on the front of this. Do you remember that?
They used to be tethered.
Tethered down to the centre.
That's right. I mean, now we've got support bars at the back, which Colin swore blind made a lot of difference, and it makes none.
Well, It does, because put it this way, if they didn't, the Jets have got a lot fiercer.
That's a good
more
point.
recently.
And we're back to having two jets side by side
Exactly,
again.
yeah,
that's the other thing. The biggest difference, though, is that it's now tethered on this side to VIP and the steps and everything else as well. On that side, it's always been tethered anyway. So that was one of the reasons for a lot of the other tethering, obviously. But yeah. Long may it continue. That one obviously got replaced. Finish line gantry got replaced a number of years ago now, in the same sort of style. But yeah,
it's amazing what one photograph can make you start talking about and think about from years ago.
Especially like that as well. Yeah, you bet.
There you are. Ideas of us from the past, and all the lanes seem to be filling up now.
They are. I think it looks like it's going to be, well, we've got old school stockers. Go on.
If I just had a closer look, there is somebody
standing up there
on the top of that gantry.
So if this is provisional dates for 75...
Yeah, we can see this is Sanapod 74.
Yeah, there we go. So it was this, what we're sat on, was here in 1974. My goodness me.
Yeah, it's definitely the Wild Bunch.
Only going by... So that says Santapod 74, and this is the calendar for 75. So this picture can't be from any other time than 74 before with that there. But it's only a gantry. That's where someone's standing up there. There's no roof on it or anything like that. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
That's all. It's still got the windows in it anyway, which is the most important thing.
Thank goodness.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, Trigger's Tower, it's all original, but we keep changing the windows in it.
One thing we don't change is the people sitting in here talking.
Yeah, okay. I'll be leaving shortly.
I'll get my coat.
Definitely not, yeah. Yeah, this was almost new when you started. My goodness.
Yeah, truthfully, and I honestly believe that when I was doing the Gary's Picnic, Bob was building this.
Yeah, well, it was it was originally just a gantry, and then it was made into what it is now, which is the tower with a roof and everything.
But everybody
else as well.
seemed to be doing something in those days. I remember Big John Ledster, who had stopped racing by the time I arrived here, but he sort of became a quasi repairman.
Really?
Quite often I'd come along here because I used to come to run What You Brungs and things like that as well in the early days, and he'd be out there with a paintbrush, painting the Armco.
Right.
Not the concrete walls that we have now.
That took a lot of building as well, didn't it? All the guardrails and everything. Well, everything, all the infrastructure.
But I rather think that Roy and Bob and various other friendly assistants did all that. Alan Herridge was then a worker here at Santapod, and so I imagine Alan Bootsy would have been doing that sort of thing as well.
But then again, you'll know this way better than me. They still had a business to run and everything else. This wasn't their main business, was it?
Fiberglass repairs in
That's
Bromley.
right.
And that was where I went for my interview.
Just down the road from you, literally.
Just down the road from me, yeah. But it was literally just a family affair, it seemed at the time, because everybody that worked for Santapod had some sort of family-type connection with it. And Keith has a large staff here now running the place. I think Roy used to run it with about 6 people.
And that was only on weekend. I mean, if you look at the race dates as well, they're kind of just like a few weekends a year.
Yeah.
Whereas it's constant from February to November now.
But I don't know when the Run What You Brung started. I have no idea. I mean, that was very much a thing of my time when I came along here, was that there were lots of Run What You Brungs in the year. So I don't know when they actually started that. Maybe somebody who's listening will let us know.
They always let us know. It's very, very handy indeed. So we're on to Wild Bunch. Their second session of today. We're at number 5 or 6 for the weekend. Andy Clifford with Snake Eyes. Now, Claire did say to me the dial-in they have in the first run is the one they keep. So Andy Clifford has got to keep his 970 dial-in, even though he went 9-1 earlier on. Go on, Colin.
Okay. Yeah, can we play some Outlaw Anglia? Can we have you back into the pairing lanes, please? Outlaw Anglia, move you into the pairing lanes.
Jim Tanner with the Shindigger, well capable of going quicker than the 925. That big block 4 definitely sounds fat, doesn't it? Runs well though. .938 again, goes way too quick. Nice 941 for Jim Tanner. So beasting against Time Lock this time round. Good to see Andy the Bee out there again.
We've got to do it, haven't we?
Yep. Oh, of course we have. Especially, look at that. Look, we have a trophy for backup girl. That's got to be done. Yeah.
Oh dear.
So Andy the Bee backing up Bob Morgan.
To quote the man from One Foot in the Grave, I don't believe it.
Is that right?
Oh, here we go. They're coming out again.
It's just unbelievable. So Gary Atkinson with time lock 965, 1013 for Bob Morgan. I don't think they care if he breaks out, hopefully by a lot. Bit of a warm day out there though, does tend to sap horsepower out of normally aspirated engines.
Well, a red light for Gary Atkinson. And they look as though they're crossing the line holding hands.
Unbelievable, look at that. 14 on a 13 for Bob Morgan.
Look at the film. They were almost side by side. I've just done what you told me to do and look at the playback of the finish line. So, well done.
We have a number of habits we have. One of the worst ones, the very worst, is the left-hand look as soon as the cars or bikes leave the start line, because the first thing you watch us, because it's just a habit, right? Especially if it's something like Nostalgia Circus, when they leave the line, both of us look at the screen to see what the reaction times were. We always just look left. Anything that happens at 60 foot, we'd always miss it because we're never looking that way. We're always looking at the screen. But yeah, it's very handy to have the live stream up there because it gives us another perspective that we wouldn't normally have, even on the small screen. So Graham Rawlings. Yep, it's over there, hence the click. Taking on Steve Garland with Sonic Attack number 2. Rolls it forwards.
Well, about a second between these two on the start line in favour of the car in the Kestrel lane, and you can see that gap there. So now the idea is once more is Graham Rawlings will try and drive alongside and hold hands across the finish line. There we are.
11:10, 116 for Steve Garland that time, and 9:99 at 1:31 for Steve Rawlings. Graham Rawlings.
They were nearly side by side again. It's really quite funny.
Just remember, Vinny messaged me, that's from the Sonic Attack team. They've still got the altered up for sale, so if anybody wants to join the Wild Bunch and have a lot of fun, pop round and see Vinny and the team.
Oh, setting a world record for the amount of slim people they can get into an Audi A3 as well. Look at that. all you need now is a hot tub in the back and you'll be set, mate. Look.
No, there probably is one.
There probably is one. I think the springs on the A3 are going to be crying by the time they get up there.
Well, you know, you're talking about the gantry. John Sport, of course, sent us a photograph of when the gantry was first built here in 1972.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, the gantry?
Yeah, yeah.
Not what we're sitting in
now.
now.
No, what we're sitting in now, because there's the commentary box there.
Yeah, that's it.
And that is it across the track there. Thanks, John.
So the frame of what we're sitting on was built in 50 years ago.
Yeah, 50 years ago, yeah. Suddenly you feel a bit wobbly and want to hold on.
Definitely that. Probably because I'm the same age. So James Ord, 12.93. Tim Roy with the Boston Straggler, 8.53 at 1:59. Another great run.
Well, 72 was when the National Street Rod Association was first launched on the world. So their strapline for this year is "Where were you in '72?" We can all now say, looking at pictures of the gantry being built at Santa Pod, which none of us were.
72.
72.
Dan Wilson and Skippy. Since the antique toy and chasing time.
I was giving my teenage parents as much crap as I possibly could. Right then. $10.17 and a $10.61 at 1:30.
1972, I'd been DJing for 4 years. It was a great time.
Well, in 1972, I didn't know what a dragster was.
I was filling as many nappies as I possibly could, so there we go.
Nothing changes then?
No, much, not at all.
Nothing changes. So here's a nice mix here. Dan Wilson with the Slingshot. And then, no, that's before.
That's Mick Gledo down there.
Sorry.
That's okay.
So this is Adam's uncle.
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
With the small block in, looking for all the world like a junior fuel car.
Yeah, that's Jurassic Parts, one of the best names in the World Bunch. And of course, the Rampage, the Monza Funny car.
Although, quite strangely, the car's virtually brand new.
Yeah. And yeah, Phil James' Monza Funny car, that's the old Panic body on there.
Whereas the chassis was built by John Tebber, as you
That's
rightly
right.
said.
Yeah. And John, when he was telling Dave Gibbons, wasn't certain that actually was a Panic body because there were lots of those Monza bodies around at the time. So that's what information was passed on to me.
Well, Uncle Mick goes for the wall, but gets it straightened out quite nicely.
That's got great potential, isn't it, that?
978.
Even with that sort of left-hand launch.
He's run 9 zeros before.
With that?
Yeah.
Has he?
Absolutely, yeah. Knocking on the door of the 8s. Phil James on a 951 on a 948.
So, Steve Heaven and Wayne Colliver.
Another thing as well, from days gone by, you may remember, is that, like, obviously the big international events these days are 4 days, aren't they? The internationals were for the weekend, weren't they?
They were.
They were Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah, the World Finals, as it was called.
They crammed all of that into 2 days, unbelievably.
Yeah. And with a 6 o'clock curfew in the early days of my tenure here.
Blimey.
So, yeah, I don't, honestly, can't remember. But I seriously cannot remember being up here during the week in my early days.
At any point? No.
At any point.
No, I used to get picked up from school or run home from school to come up here, and
I rather like the picture of you skipping home from school.
I still do that after I drop my kids off now because I haven't got them. But the only event I remember being
You're a cruel father, Dave.
Is there any other comment? Being longer is events like Easter, because I remember we used to come up on Easter Friday, and on Good Friday, yes, of course, and getting to see all the big cars run, but there was nobody here on the Friday. Everybody showed up for the weekend. That may be the gearbox crying enough again for us, unfortunately. Oh no, still going. 10:22. Quickest of the day for Wayne Colliver at 1:25. 11:44. Steve Heaven, sorry.
Russ did actually message me from Spain. Yes, he's tuned in, and he just wanted us to a big shout out to the rest of the Tight Fit team. working like absolute Trojans this weekend. So, Steve, thanks for the message, and consider that passed on.
Every time you say that from now on, I'm just going to laugh because it sounds like they've been hiding in a horse and not bothering to do anything at all. Maybe they work like Trojans to build the horse.
Yeah.
I can't imagine just exactly how hot Chris is
in there,
sitting in the cockpit of Backdraft.
Well, he's not only has he got his fire suit on, which is bad enough anyway, but he's also under a canopy, which must be like a small greenhouse.
Oh yeah,
yeah. It must be. Oh goodness me! And then you've got to control the car out of with sweat dripping down from your brow all the time.
Well, Anna's trousers make another appearance down in the Kestrel lane. So Keith Crampton earlier today, I think he went in the 9.4s, didn't he, Cole?
Let's have a quick look. He's going quicker than he has ever gone. He's an absolute superstar this weekend. 9.42, his new PB, considering he started the weekend on 9.64.
So Chris Harder, I don't think Chris... Oh no, he did get to make a run earlier, sorry. That was yesterday. So Chris Hartnell normally leaves with the wheels up. .962 Keith Crampton. And a very bouncy 9.08 for Chris Hartnell at 140. Go on.
Andy Hadfield's just texted me, literally. And he's asking, how's the aircon in the tower?
Perfect.
Yeah, perfect, mate. It's absolutely glorious. Yeah. And I tell you what, this weekend, one of the hottest weekends that we've had to work in, and it's been an absolute breeze. I think it's the right word.
Godsend, I think. It's, having spent so many years up here cooking and frying, well, we all have. Come on, you know.
It gets very hard to concentrate when it gets that hot as well because it's just so stuffy. And you have a hard time.
I should have messaged back to Andy and Haley, how's the hot tub this weekend? Because we told them to take the television monitor outside, put it under cover and just enjoy the weekend just in the hot tub instead of being indoors. But then I know Andy's house is air conditioned anyway. Well, why wouldn't it be if you run an air conditioning company? Paul Tarry and Liz Malcolm. 1082 a pair for these two. 1073, 1093, average it out, almost close to 1082. But he's messaged me again. Yeah, he says fantastic, keeping the boys cool, excellent. And everywhere we look on site, we find love for Haley, of course, which is superb. We're going to keep sending it over to you. We really are. Rich Butcher and Bradley Cooper. 12:30 and 10.98. What they reckon their cars will run. Brad, as we know, been in the 10s first time this weekend. And he's back in there again, 10.92.
They're loving that one. 120 miles an hour as well.
Sorry, I thought you were joking when you were saying that that was a writing error about the name of the, as we've got it on here, the mental mistress, or on the computer, mental mistress, really is the metal mistress, isn't it?
It is.
So,
but we like both names.
Oh yeah,
both of them work.
Well, yeah, they both work, absolutely.
And that's the vehicle we're talking about. And here is Paranoia with Alan at the controls.
So, again, back in the formative days of drag racing in this country, in the 70s and 80s, the Jag engine was an engine of choice for many cars, wasn't it? Yeah?
Well, there were lots of people were tuning Jaguar engines, of course, for roundy races and things like Le Mans and stuff like that, and it was natural to try and pick up on some of that engineering prowess to put them in the front of the dragsters, as they were. And Nobby Hills' first hound dog was a Jaguar.
I had one of
Outlaw.
those. Oh, but he had one of these 5-window bodies for the funny car chassis as well. It looked spectacular. I don't think he ever ran it, but man, it looked good. I remember seeing it at car shows a couple of times. It was such a good looking car. Is that another no moment, is it?
Well, I'm just trying to think of when 81 Nobby was at the custom car show at Milton Keynes, but with the altered body on the
D-Mag.
The D-Mag, yeah. But the funny car body then that Owen would have been driving, Owen Hayward, would have been what exactly?
The Challenger, then.
Was it? Not. Didn't they have something called a pup or something like that?
Yeah,
that was
the Vega with
Vega.
the twin headlight conversion.
That's right.
That's
yes.
it.
That was a while before. That was in the
70s.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm not sure when. I think the Challenger was an 1980 body. They ran that for a few seasons. They unfortunately lost it in a fire at Mantorp. I think that was 84, and then they put a brand new Corvette body on the car. If you remember that one.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, in 1985. The reason I remember that specifically was because I went to Mantorp in 85 and Nobby was there with the Corvette.
Yeah.
Well, problems for Alan Lloyd that time round, unfortunately. Not getting these.
Could be the heat is getting to everything. The heat sink throughout these engines must be humongous.
Paul just lost his hat when Callum cleared the pipes.
Absolutely.
Took it straight off.
Yeah, but it was something that I remember seeing as a kid at a car show. It might have even been at the Brighton car show, if you remember that one.
I do. Used to work there.
There you go. But Nobby actually had a Plymouth 5-window body on the funny car chassis, and I thought, oh, that would be so cool, but I don't think they ever ran it.
I can't even remember that, I've got to be honest.
It was. I only ever saw it once, and again, it was at a show. 882 at 146. Very nice, consistent run.
I think
Alan Lloyd is going to have another go, or? Yeah, go on, sorry, John.
No, with the Corvette body. That was launched at an event at John Wolfe Racing in Bedford, and I remember Owen Hayward, if it was Owen or Alan Bates, Owen I would imagine, burning out in the car park.
Of course, why not? What a thing to do.
That must have been, I would think, early mid-80s?
The Corvette arrived in 85 because it was a 1980, I
Yeah.
think it was an 84 Corvette or an 85 Corvette.
Yeah.
The Challenger was before that.
This is when mobile phones were just starting to be used.
What, bricks? Like
Bricks
yeah.
and things.
I remember Colin had one. And it was a massive suitcase that was like heavier than the moon. Not you, Colin, by the way. Sorry, no, my dad's business partner, Colin. With a massive suitcase that was heavier than the moon, with a phone attached on top of it, and the call costs was horrific at the time. Yeah, very formative days of a lot of things. Well, bad luck for the Lloyd family. We've got Rory Hart down there with Braveheart. And, well, we've got both of the Browns, but unfortunately it looks like Pete Brown has got problems. He's been pushed out the way so that Rob can come round with Rebel. Say that a few times when he had a few. Oh, no, maybe not. Sorry, he was actually pushed out the way, though. So the Browns out there for another side-by-side race. 11:34 is the dial-in for Rathchild, and 8:54 in the Kestrel lane for Rob Brown. Yeah, they are very kind to us, these fellas. They have the different crash helmets. So red is Rob, and blue is Peter. It's the only way we even remotely get it right. Well, because the trouble is, if you see one of them standing out of the car, you ain't got a clue which they're twins. You've got no clue which one it is. So Haley steps away from Rob. Much better reaction time for Rob. He's going to catch and pass his brother just in the lights. There we go. Goes 8.56, bang on the money as well. That was really close at the finish line. If you look at the replay on the live stream, yep, he just got there in time. That's a great addition to the show, that, isn't it? Actually having
for us,
and everyone watching at home, obviously.
Yeah,
you can see how
just
how close it is. So Rory Hart for another go with the Opel funny car.
Yeah, such a proud weekend for Rory and, of course, Dad Ian. Well, they're holding up a board. They're hoping to go 11s. That sounded pretty good, but then the start line crew chasing after it. So that lost fire straight away. And unfortunately, being pushed back as well.
So we've got Outlaw Anglia round 3, I think. Is that right? I think we're up to round 3.
Someone next.
Well, it looks like the bike riders are down there again. The Pro Stock bikes. The nostalgia.
Oh yeah,
Pro
that'll be
Stock bikes.
semi-finals for them.
So they're certainly suited and booted. So whether they're coming around next, or as you say, Outlaw Anglia, who are also down here, very much looking ready to run. So we'll just have to see who comes through first. For those of you who are from Essex and used to attend the Damn Yankees SummerSlam, that's back this year.
Really?
Yeah, I've got Charlie and Jim Draper here with us, and all their friends watching on. I'm sure they're going to be there at SummerSlam. And it's the 17th of August for those of you who are interested. It's a static car show. It's not a movable feast, but it's always nice. It's a nice way to spend a hot day, so without air conditioning.
All right, Ellie's no longer in trouble, but the car is still called the same name. Steve East. And it's another one where the crew members gone chasing after, hopefully just to guide it back. Been a few that need to be pushed back, but not the case here. So back behind the line, arm the parachute, secondary braking device.
Well, primary braking.
It depends on the car, because although a lot of cars have them a standard, if a car is capable, well, if a car goes 150 mile an hour or more, it has to have one. But they don't always use them if not required. I can't see Steve pulling the chute on this run.
I do love one of the great stories about parachutes in the formative days of drag racing in the US was where somebody went to an army surplus and bought a chute, put it on the back of the car, and then nearly stopped dead when they pulled it when they went through the finish line. And it wasn't then they realised it was a parachute they used to drop tanks out of planes with. Probably a bit overspec for the job.
Yeah. Just a little bit big.
A little bit too much for the job in hand. Anyway, so Rory Hart will with another burnout, another try. Well, just congratulations for making it here, gents. That's a terrific effort. Brilliant looking car.
So much midnight oil burnt in the preparations this week.
Oh, so much money costing electricity probably these days.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was the second go for Rory. Wouldn't stay lit, unfortunately. We've got semis of Old School Stockers and round 3 of Outlaw Anglia coming your way shortly.
Yeah, it's going to be the Old School Stockers first. Claire Rule and Andy Lambert. But the first pair will be the Spries. It will be Chris and Rod. Here they come.
He's not being a pest again, is he, Mr. Lee? He's not being a pest again, is he, Mr. Lee? So yeah, the Spries side by side.
And this will set one, well, these two pairs will set the final.
The first final we're at, I think, isn't it? Yeah. In any of the racing.
Well, Cannibal.
Cannibal, apologies, yep. Which is probably not all that far away, actually.
So Chris Spry and Rod Spry. Rod is in the Kestrel Beer lane. Chris is in the Altrincham lane. Both running in the 9s this weekend. Whoever gets to the other end first will be the winner.
Very evenly matched as well, but it looks like Rod's eking it out at the finish line. 9:51 at 1:33 books his place in the final.
Great stuff.
You've lost your Newbury again. I've lost mine too, but there we go. I think that'll be yours under there. Colin never loses his. I don't know how you do it.
What, lose what? I have.
Have you?
All the time.
Sorry.
I just keep finding it.
I still think the greatest, in you being a DJ might appreciate this one, one of the greatest inventions ever would be to have water-cooled headsets.
Yeah.
You know, like they have water-cooled suits in like race cars and things.
It's a very good idea, in actual fact.
Well, because you get so hot, don't you? Especially when you're DJing, especially in clubs and everything like that. And
See
even
it
up here.
now. Bradford's Waterfield Hero Cup.
Until they burst, and then it wrecks everything. The other way I used to do it was have a really cold bottle of water and just put it on the bottle of water, then put it back on my head. I'm sure you've various tricks over the years. So Andy Lambert and Claire Rule.
Well, I think it's just Andy.
No, he's there.
Oh, there's
He's
Claire.
there.
Sorry, just Andy, just Claire. But no, there comes Andy.
So Claire Rule does have the performance advantage.
I know what I was going to ask you guys. Does the lane advantage play a part in drag racing here anymore?
Nothing at all. No, that's long gone, that one.
It's just favouritism more than anything else.
Yeah, and where you can see the tree better depending on what car you've got. Claire Rule is just in front, but that's still a very close race until then. Andy Lambert sits up on the bike, 8:64 at 1:49 for Claire. Takes the spot in the final. No, that did used to be a big thing, especially if there was an oil down.
Yeah.
Because the way we used to clear up oil downs, if you think it takes a little while now, you ain't seen nothing. It used to take
hours.
Yeah, you could go and
hours
have
and hours.
lunch and dinner and everything else as well. Especially if it was a big one right on the track.
Yeah.
Lots of the oil down stuff, lots of brooms, and that lane then it wasn't re-prepped or anything. It was kind of ruined for the rest of the weekend, wasn't it? Or at least the day.
Talking of ruining the track, one thing that I do remember here is that we had a lady stunt driver.
Jackie
DeCreed. I don't know whether I've said this to you before, but that was the late afternoon, evening entertainment.
That's right.
Was her driving, either leaping off of a trailer to go as far as she could in mid-air.
I was here.
Were you?
I was here for that. Yeah.
And the other one was where they parked a caravan on the track and got her to drive through it. And there was no thought about all of the resultant debris on the track. Just the things we used to do in those days.
Yeah, because Jackie de Creed, she did the leap. It was under the gantry coming this way.
Yeah.
And then landed the car. Then she had to bring it back under control before she reached the start line here. And she did. But it was a bit touch
and go. Yeah, she was taught by a famous stuntman called Dick Shepherd.
That's right, yeah.
But it was just the idea of the mess that was left on the ground.
Yeah.
And here we take such pride in having a pristine track.
Colin Fallows and Gary Norman. It's the Super Cyclops double engine machine, and Gary Norman on Conquest 2 with the Norton. Colin Fallows goes through with a 10.95,
Well,
and Gary Norman goes through 11.58, and Darryl is down there with Keith.
Thank you very much indeed. Well, I don't think anyone can hear me.
Or not. Okay, so...
You've got a flat one, have you? A flat battery? You don't know.
It's on.
Right,
there you are, you're on.
Thank you very much indeed, chaps. Miracle of science. Just very quickly as well, just before I hand over to Keith Lee, this is the time to say that Jan Honey has actually gone to hospital just for some precautionary checks, but he's mostly absolutely A-OK. So he's gone for some x-rays, but he's absolutely alert, talking, and
good news.
Yeah, our very best wishes to Jan.
Yes, I can only echo that. Obviously, Darryl, good news that he's in the right place being looked at, but he's chatted to his crew, so we wish him a very quick recovery. By the way, that was Graham Sykes on the double Norton last time instead of Colin Fallows. Colin let him have a ride of the bike, so we'll probably never ever see it again now. Meanwhile, Justin Newell coming to the line. Unfortunately, didn't get to run in the last session after that horrible-looking crash for Jan. And unfortunately, a few drips there coming out of the Honda, so wisely not allowing him to run. That's a great shame. So a solo run for Tim Howell on the BSA. And it's a nice run, 11.32, 114. That's his best run of the weekend. As we move on, the NSA Shootout final. And it's that man going out in another final, John Hobbs. He'll be in the Auto Glim lane against Ray Law. They met many, many times, certainly back in the 70s. So you've got a single engine 500 Triumph up against a double engined 500 Triumph. I'm not going to jinx it by saying my money's on the Auto Glim lane, but let's see how it works. So one final time down the quarter mile for John Hobbs after all these years. And fittingly in this final NSA Shootout race. Son Mark Hobbs and also Peter Holton and Chris T helping with John Hobbs. Ray Law helped by his son Chris, just bringing the two bikes up to the line. Just checking out both bikes are okay. Well, there was a red light there in John's lane, so not quite sure what happened, 'cause it didn't look as though he was going for the whole shot, but yeah, it obviously tripped the beams early, so not the result he was looking for, and race time not quick, so an odd way to finish, but sometimes in life that happens. The best thing is we got him to see his finish his drag racing career here at Dragstalgia, Sanapod, where he was racing all those years ago. So thanks, John and the team, for all the memories. Oh, let's get back to some cars.
Thank you very much indeed to Keith Lee. And of course to Annie, who's allowed Keith to come back up here once again. Just a reminder, folks, the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame silent auction, they'll be closing up shop at 4 p.m. today behind the main grandstand. So if you want to get your last bids in, you need to be doing that fairly soon, as the time now is 3:15. 4 o'clock is when it finishes.
Just watching Ginna come back here so quickly. We've had, over the years, we've had quite a few quick reverses.
Yeah, Freddie is the benchmark.
Yeah.
Freddie Hagstrom. But Ginna, certainly in the sportsman classes, I don't think there's anybody quicker than him. And talking of quicker, quick going forward is this man, Jed Guy. 7 flat in qualifying. He was the first Outlaw angler in the UK to go into the 6s. Ended up with a 6.8. Incredible. And going alongside Ginna. Running in the 8.4s this weekend. Doing very nicely indeed. Well, that is Jed all the way through to a 799, 157 to an 853, 158. So Jed,
excellent
spot
pair of
in the
runs.
semis.
Excellent.
That was all motor for Jed Guy, no power adders that time round. So 2 supercharged pops matching up this time. How they were meant to come out the factory, I think.
Walked into the back wing of the beast, by Okay, so it's actually quite a decent matchup. Ben Rushford taking on Simon Barlow. Now we know Simon has been going aggressively quicker this weekend. Every run pretty much in the 7s. Ben in the 8.4s. Ben's quite sharp off the line though. Let's see what happens with these two.
Well, Carl Harrison. Simon Barlow has the performance advantage. Thanks to Carl Harrison.
Big shout out to Kim and Rod Harrison. Unfortunately, well, we know Kim was COVID positive. Unfortunately, Rod's now gone the same route. Yeah, both of you get well soon. I know they're tuned in. So Ben is in pre-stage. Ben's gone in. Obviously, Simon will follow very shortly. There they are.
Well, Ben making a proper race of this one. They're looking at each other at the finish line, but it is the orange pop that goes through. Ben did everything he could that time.
Watch, that's very close. Took what, 2 car lengths between them? About that.
781 for Simon Barlow at 172 with a bit of a snoozy 0.33 reaction time. Ben was a little bit more on it at 0.11, however, didn't have the performance at 841 at 161. Still, fantastic weekend for the whole Rushford family, going home with new personal bests back up north.
Gary Hill and Ronnie Mercer. Whoever wins this takes on Simon Barlow in the semi-finals. Now, as we say, on paper, Ronnie's got this in the bag, but we don't race on paper. We race out there on the blacktop.
Well, we did for a little while, didn't we, during COVID? You did quite well at that.
Well, yeah, actually, until Joe Kellett comes along and just beats everybody. Yeah, online computer drag
virtual
racing.
game, that's the one, yeah. So, Gary Hill and Ronnie Mercer, like you said, Cole, big performance difference, round about a second. Actually, exactly a second on their qualified times. Ronnie Mercer. 8.73 and a 9.84. Lose out for Gary Hill. Still a really, really good weekend. Ronnie Mercer, though, is on it.
So Rob Nixon on a solo here. There is a predetermined bye, so it sets up the semi-finals. Ronnie Mercer taking on Simon Barlow, and it will be Jed Guy taking on this man here, Rob Nixon. All he needs to do is break the beams to put himself into that semi-final.
Do you think he'll do that?
No, he's going to go all the way through. He ain't going to waste a run.
Absolutely.
.976, 137, almost matches his qualifying numbers. All right, we got the Willis Walls down in the lanes. We got the Supercharged Outlaws.
Not far behind, probably round 4, is that right, of Nostalgia Superstock?
Yeah, that can't be far. Yeah, we need to whittle them down from 8 to 4. But it is the Willis Wars, and it's Pike Murray coming around the corner first. It's good to see role reversals here because Georgina, when she races in Sportsman ET at National Championship events, Pike is always down on the start line aiding Georgina, along with Georgina's husband's Mike. But this time round, it's Pike who's racing and Georgina is one on the outside. Going to be going alongside John Dalrymple with the full tilt, 41 Willis.
So that's our numbers 10 and 1 qualifiers, Colin.
Yeah.
So Pike has it all to do here. There's some 2.5 seconds between them on their qualifying times.
Well, so they're just doing their own thing basically, so they'll leave the line together.
What we used to call heads-up racing, isn't it?
I think we still do.
Yeah. But there's no actual ladder for the Willis Wars, so they all come down. They all come down.
Oh, okay, all right.
John trying to be sporting.
Yeah. Must have sat there and gone 1 second, 2 second, half a go.
9:31 plays at 11:70. Simon Coburn. There's the white one, so the black one must be on the other side. There it is.
I'd love to know
Ian
where
Ratton, of course.
I'd love to know where Darren West managed to dig out that transfer picture from.
Somewhere at home, I have got a photograph of me wearing that T-shirt.
Really?
And I went on holiday to Jersey with my grandparents.
I bet Don Prodome was so pleased to be on Colin Theobald's chest. I bet he goes around telling his mates.
Oh dear.
That famous
Yeah,
commentator
but little
bloke.
did I know, in the 70s when I bought that T-shirt, I'd go to Gainesville and actually meet him and have a photograph with him and Al Segrini and Harlan Thompson. Wow. Very proud of that. That's pretty close between those two, 12:44 and 12:49. But yeah, that's one of my favourite pictures actually, having a photograph in John Force Hospitality. That was good actually, because I went up to John Force Hospitality and I said to the lady on reception, "It's always Harlan Thompson here." She goes, "Well, that's a name we don't normally get dropped on reception." Yeah, come on in. it's John Force here. He goes, "No, sorry." But yeah, that was really good. So I'd love to get Harlan back over here for Dragstalgia. That would be really good.
Yeah.
Really, really good.
Yeah.
Lou Moles and Payne. So the retirement package, 33 Willis. Good luck for sale, actually. 10.16, 129. Loz went 18 earlier on. What's she got for us this time? 18 again, 18.87, that's 73 miles an hour. Now, eventually, I don't know if it's going to be next season or season after, they're looking to put a bit more power in Loz's car so she can get quicker down the quarter mile. But she self-funds that car. She basically built it herself as well. Borrowed lots of Dad's tools and borrowed Dad's workshop and borrowed Dad's experience, but Loz basically built that car. She's done a fantastic job of it.
Well, putting in a practice run, just sitting underneath the tower at the moment, is Keith Bartlett in his Mercury, and John Webster's out in the front. It's a learning curve for Keith the whole time with this. It's a very fast street legal motor car.
Did you see him run last weekend on the internet at all, John?
No.
Well, he'd been in the 9s prior to last weekend. He did his first run in the car, went 8.54, 156 miles an hour, and I had the honour of telling him what he ran. And then he came out again and went 8.3 in the car.
Wow. And
then his third run was back in the 8.5s. So he's getting used to the car, and it's all about the launches, you know, John. And it's building up the boost. And I think the best way to describe this, more confidence, more boost.
Yeah, I understand that. A little bit angled towards the left, but of course Keith is the man who puts on the show for you here, who owns Santa Pod, and one of his race cars, his other one of course is Roaring Rat, but let's see how he gets on. Various 8-second times, which I didn't know he'd ran. I think the last time I saw him he was in the 9s.
Listen to building up the boost. Once he's got a bit of boost in, he'll bump it into stage. Here we go. Oh, blazes the tyres.
Oh my God. Wow.
Well, unfortunately, that wasn't part of the plan. So, Nitro FM 96.2, if you can please take over the airways, we will be back with you shortly.
Right, first car, Rathchild, make, model, spec, 1966. One part Alan Blount, one of his cars. Second part, another part of Alan Blount's car. Welded together, as we've been told by people with better history knowledge than us. 305 small block Chevrolet, tunnel ram. We just put that on just for a laugh more than anything. It doesn't do much apart from flood the engine, but it looks really cool. And then Rebel, relatively newish car. We're not 100% sure. Late 2000s. 420 cubic inch. Okay, Hillborn 8-stack in direct injection, mechanical injection. Yeah, and we love them both, so don't ask us for a favourite. But yeah, both Slingshot dragsters, so behind the engine, axle against your gentleman's parts, which freaks a lot of people out, which is good fun. Gearbox between your feet, and they're a really good hoop to drive.
My favourite thing about Wrathchild is it's pie crust. It's an old school look. You don't see many cars with them nowadays, and there's just something about them compared to slicks. They just have a total different look to them, which I quite like about Wrathchild. With Rebel, my favourite part is the speed and the acceleration. You try and describe it to people like trying to compare it to a roller coaster, but not even on some roller coaster you feel the same effect of it. So that's what I like about that car. My least, but that's about it. Yeah.
Me? Oh gosh. Yeah, I'm gonna say either the pie crust or the tunnel ram, just because it looks stupid. It's like a big old Hot Wheels car, and it's a very fun car to us. It was our first dragster we got and built with help from a ton of amazing people. So the fun memories that come with it. As for Rebel, it's got to be the 8 stack, because we've always wanted a stack injected car, because to us that is the perfect slingshot, like junior fuel looking. And yeah, speed acceleration, it's just throws you in your seat, throws you out your seat. Well, not technically out your seat, but puts you forwards when the chute comes out. It's amazingly good fun, really good fun. Yeah, I don't know how to describe it. Right, should we go for the worst thing? Worst thing on Wrathchild is we've both put on a little bit of girth, wide and grown outwards but never upwards. So it's she's getting a bit tight because she's 17 inches inside the rails. Yeah, so that's the worst part. We would like to make her wider, but then it won't be Wrathchild. It's not her. It's not the car that we're so fond about. Rebel, the cylinder heads. The cylinder heads, we're looking at getting new ones. They're starting to let us down a little bit. Some of the valves, but yeah. But I couldn't change her in any other way. Maybe run a bit of nitro one day. That's about it until we run the Euro Millions. It'll stay as it is. But we love them both, to be fair. Love them both.
Right, well this is actually a bespoke car. It was built from plans in Custom Car Magazine 1972. It's called Little Foss at the moment, but it has had a number of other names over the years. It's basically a club level dragster, 50 years old as I say. It has a 3.5 litre Rover engine, unless it's at the Mopar Nationals when it gets entered as a Buick. My favourite thing about it is that it has a really, really good nature, and that sounds like a strange thing. It's almost like got a little soul in there that's always trying to help us do well. It's like when I'm getting in the car and I'm driving it down the strip, I feel like it wants to do well. It's almost tells me that it wants to do good. Whenever there's a problem, it's always something minor. We've just had it not start at the end of the pairing lanes there. Everyone's looking at really more serious stuff. All it was a simple loose wire. So no massive engine dramas, just a simple loose wire. It's back on and we're going to go again. Thing I'd like to change is I'd like to have owned this car 50 years ago and owned it throughout its life, although at that time I would have actually had it when I was 1.
It's a 1941 Willis Coupe replica. It's glass fibre with a 331 small block Ford, 671 Supercharger and twin 4-barrel carbs. Just how happy it makes me. It's just every time you get in it you smile. The worst thing is when it breaks and I have to change lots of things, but if I could change one thing on it, I'd change it for a steel bodied one, but that's way out of my budget. But we have fun with this. It lives outside. It's not a show car, it's a happy car.
Do that anyway.
All right, 12:42 plays 10:21. There goes Chris. And Dave Simcock in pursuit.
It seems like an age, doesn't it? The 2 seconds between them. But Dave Simcock clawing it back at the top end. Who's going to get it? Right-hand lane does it.
Yeah.
Dials in 11. And Stuart Doiney with the Nova dials in a 12. So Stuart Doiney is going to be the man who leaves the start line first. There you are. Well, this looks pretty even. Stevens, they hit towards the top man. Who's going to get it? It is Stuart Doiney. Dialed in 11, breaks out. Oh no, he's broken out.
Dial in. Going alongside Nick Williams at 10:94.
One of the things I really love about this event as well, especially with so many of these cars, is staying at the top end in the caravan. In the morning, they all drive up and down the fire-up road to warm up.
Really?
It's just like having your own personal car show, standing there having a cup of tea, watching everyone go past. Fantastic. So Nick is going to try and run her down. He's there. He doesn't want to break out, and he doesn't. Very nicely judged, Mr. Williams. A bit of a reaction time advantage as well.
With the Coronet dials in 10:32, so the handicap going against the man in the Autoglim lane of some 3.5 seconds. So it's going to seem like an eternity to him sitting there.
Very well weighted.
Yeah.
It looks like he's not going to get there, but I tell you what, he is. He's in front, and he takes the win.
He got there.
Look at the elapsed times.
Wow.
Bang on, 10:32 on a 32.
Just over a second.
It's been a while since I've heard.
John goes red.
005 as well, oh so close. Well, actually, Duncan nearly went over the centre line.
Yeah,
so
very close.
Would have been a first or worse, that one.
Yeah.
I haven't heard that phrase.
Yes, you would.
He's doing well, yeah.
Well, Andy Rawson with the Duster, 10:40 in the Kestrel lane, and Ty Strevitt with the Dart, 12.10.
Unfortunately, Ian's given him a buy run. Something leaking on Ty's car.
Well, all this use that they've had over the weekend is taking its toll on some of the vehicles, of course.
Well, there are a few noticeable absentees in this round one. Taking on James Sweeney. James with that very cool-looking satellite.
They got the same index as well to race against, so 10.5 seconds.
So the tree's going to run exactly the same time.
There we go.
And you can see the reaction time difference. We don't need to tell you.
Yeah, and they're both looking to run 10.50 and beat the other man. Who does it?
Oh, wow.
Right-hand lane.
Deary me. That's a breakout and a half for Pete Wiseman.
It's in his favour. There's the word handicap. This is going to be interesting. This is going to be tight with these two. They're both on song, both running really, really well. And it is first win into the left-hand lane. Jack Bishop takes the win. Dialed in 9 points.
Novak with the beautiful, beautiful Roadrunner.
It is a racing car show, isn't it? This it really, really is. So there's a Camaro away, and a wheels-up launch from Adam Novak in that huge Roadrunner.
I think he'd already caught him by half track. Just doesn't want to break out, and he doesn't.
Beautiful.
Nicely done. Win margin of 0.12, a 0.14 reaction time difference of 0.3. Well, look at that Challenger.
It looks gorgeous.
It really does, doesn't it? Taking on Simon Rickwood with the Bossa Nova in the Autoglim lane.
Well, let's have a look at the times here. About a second and a half between them. There's the gap that Bossa Nova has got to try and catch and pass, runs alongside, puts the nose over first, takes a very convincing win.
That's a whole shot win again if you look at the elapsed time.
He's going to be waiting there on the start line. And pulls a red light. Chris Layram hands the win to James Oliver, our #1 qualifier. Doesn't have to do any more. Charging hard, runs so sweet, that car. Oh dear.
He's going to be tough to get around if he keeps doing that all day.
Yeah.
A-class running. Brilliant stuff. And he wasn't in the first pair either.
And he probably just walked back as well. So Glenda Thompson taking on Spencer Tram, another one of the Williams brothers stable. Spence will be going second. There goes Glenda. There goes Spence. That's going to be super close. Spence takes it. Again, on a very little baby hole shot. 0.12, 0.1's another very, very nicely turned out car from down on the south coast. Taking on Old Scatterbolts.
Lane, and it is that right-hand lane has been taking most of the wins here today for Dan Sanderson, darling in 13.77, and then the Camaro Pete Dodd darling in 9.15. It's going to be like from here to eternity while he waits.
It's going to be the tortoise and the hare, this one. The engine size as well, if you look, twice the engine size for Pete Dodd.
Ah,
well,
red light, yeah,
for Dan Sanderson.
I had a good chat with Dan last night. He was a spectator on the banking last year. He's in the race car this year. So,
really?
Yeah. And he almost took #1 qualifier as well. He ended up #2. He ran 13.77 with a 0, but it was just the...
And this is Guy King.
The one and only Guy King.
The King.
2.5 seconds is the difference. It's a green light drag race. Can Guy King run down the Camaro? It's going to be close. That's very close. Guy King runs bang on his dial-in, but loses on a hole shot to John Hurry.
Or first. That was me. I got that wrong. I was looking at the wrong thing.
50-50 chance, and there you go.
So the truck just goes motoring by. What he wants to do is not break out, and he does that very well indeed. Well done, yeah. Clive Dandridge with the original Opus, a type of kit car of the 1960s.
Simon Devos is the driver of Frankenstein. Goes 10.62. He's actually been called out to race someone later on.
Simon actually was part of the event up there where they were running heads up. This is the first ever bracket race. He's going to go first, and he's got the job of being run down by Steve Matthews. Possibly run down by Steve Matthews. So the tree is going to run. Well, all the reaction time practice not put to good use by Simon there. But he takes the win. Look at that.
Oh, well
and his
done.
First ever round win, 10.98 to 97, bang on. Right,
absolutely.
Take ages of hoovering up and putting in the bin. Anyway, Adam Krasinski taking on Nick Hewison.
Yep. Adam with the Chevy, dialing in 12.20. 10.40 is the dialing for Nick, but red light on the tree straight away from the little Paulson. And automatically the win going to Adam Krasinski. So I'm sure Nick will be a... That's why I've never heard of it.
Sorry, I just that was quick. That was a quick slip into John Price mode. I won't do it again.
At least I can be the reason for every fault that is made here today. Oh, no. Well, very little to choose between them, but it is the left-hand lane. Billy Jones with that Willys Coupe takes it.
Stop me if you heard this before, but another Hobbs is going to be going first in the Kestrel lane, taking on your previous #1 qualifier, moved down to #4 by the end of yesterday. That's Sean Milsom with Ain't Misbehaving. Oh, Shawnee with a big red light. Well, Simon, you can get your own back at Sean right now. You can go and rib him. He's out in round 1. You know, they share the driving.
It's a family affair.
Indeed it is. Taking on Ray Irish with the Gas Junkie. Katie was #2. Ray was #10. Katie's actually going to be going first. Katie goes red.
A lot of nerves out there on the tree this morning. But it's Ray Irish who takes the win.
Or the burnout crisis, as it was yesterday in the Kestrel lane. That wasn't a crisis, it was fun.
Is this the man who did the S on the track?
Indeed.
Ah, okay.
Well, Graham Barton with High Anxiety proves the name of the car by going red with a .11, quite a big red, unfortunately, as well. Everybody got itchy right foot today, it seems. Yeah. So 11:37, the win for Brian Gibson very quickly. So Gary Hill and Mark Bracking, heads up race first to the finish line wins. 13 and 14 qualifier. Pretty even off the tree.
Very. .974 takes the win. Gary Hill.
The good thing is, actually, what's going to be... I'm only joking, Colin, of course. The next race between Barnaby Levy, his first 8-second run yesterday. Fabulous stuff for Barn. Taking on Ben Kennedy with Relentless. Here we go.
Barnaby done really well yesterday, getting the 8.8. He's been at it for 5 years to try and get in the 8s, and let's hope he does it again today.
9:23 at 1:38. Well, it's a round win. Yeah, Ronnie always normally goes deep into eliminations in Outlaw Anglia. Does very, very well in Pro ET as well, a lot of the time. So
yeah, he's a very, very competitive racer.
So
he went semi-final at Door Slammers as well. He just everywhere.
That's right. That was in the big bracket, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That's right, yeah. It's the wheelie bar. That will be a win for Ronnie Mercer. Bang on the numbers from yesterday. 8 points sound about right.
Yeah, must be right.
In the Autoglym lane, taking on Spencer Tidswell with the Battle Axe Warrior. Spencer was #12 qualifier, Rob #15. Well, whole shot for Rob Nixon. Will that be enough to stay in front on the quarter mile?
Let's hope so.
It was very close in qualifying. He's going to take the win with a 9:49, 130. Taking on Paul Watson with the street-driven Gumpree's toy. Gets the best seat in the house to watch.
That's a good run.
777, 180. Nice and consistent for this round.
Yeah, I believe Paul's unfortunately done 5 pistons. So
Ooh,
unfortunately he's out for the weekend. Young Ben is keen as mustard. And you watch this space in 3 or 4 years' time, we'll see that man running a fast car. He's got the disease.
So now you're 12:32 at 108 miles an hour.
Been there for 30 years. 101 wheelbase, which makes it a real pig to get up the strip. And obviously, leaving the front windscreen as it came out the factory, it makes it really go through the air like a brick. Good run for Jenner. That's looking good. Oh, he's off at the top end.
Yeah, saving it for round 2. 908, 105 miles an hour. We've still got a few more cars to go. Yeah. I think he's looking for his first 9, actually, from what Colin said. He's done it. 996,
wow.
130. Rushford family pop. That's his dad giving him the thumbs up on the start line. What can he do against Andy Cunningham?
Another 84.
It would be then, yeah, thereabouts.
Yeah. Wondered if that was him. It's the ponytail that was the giveaway.
No nitrous run, I think, this time for Jed. Making sure he gets to the stripe first. All he needs to do is take it low.
So heads up racing, but I think the man who can run a low 9 is going to take this. There we are.
926.
Barry Woodford.
Right.
And that has given him the phenomenal amount of grip. And that was the big change.
So this is dial-ins this morning for the Wild Bunch. 12:30 for Rick Butcher. Bradley dials at 10.98. 11:05. Now, talking to Claire yesterday, today it's the closest to dial-ins. Oh, God. Whoever's dressed as a bee did, I think. Kestrel Lane. And Chris Filsell with...
Chris Hartnell.
Oh.
Chris Filsell. You're going back to 81 again, boy.
Do you know what? Didn't this used to be the other way round? I'm sure it did.
Possibly. Possibly.
It's good. 885 for Chris Hartnell. 875 for Robert Wright. Yeah, sorry, I just get a bit frazzled by the end. Against the much newer, would you believe, Slingshot car in the Kestrel Lane.
Red light in the Kestrel Lane for Steve Garland.
He'll still try and run the number though. 14. Oh, look at that. James Auld, 12.93.
One that's got right on top of the dialed in time. Completely.
Absolutely.
So it's going to take a lot to beat him.
It's virtually impossible.
Unless we start going to 6 decimal places or something.
Which they might do. 866 for Callum, well done. 11.45 for Pete. On a third. Looking for 10.50.
And already alongside from this angle. And it is Andrew Clifford who gets there first.
So Steve is going to be going first in the Kestrel Lane. Nicely done for Pete. Will that be an 8.54? It's an 8.52 with a 9. Again.
PB is 7.77.
Devon, 97. 163.
Just before they gave me a little model of Batman out of the Corgi Batmobile.
Right.
Which I still have in my cabinet at home.
$12.09 at 131.
A spinnaker.
It's big enough to take it all the way up the top end. Looks fantastic, folks. Well done.
That's an interesting reaction time.
One flat, yeah. Remove the one.
Yeah.
10.91 for Liz and for Phil James. Boston Straggler at number 2. V12 Jag in there. Yeah. What a power plant. What a noise. Before the finish line still goes 9.96 at 127. He will be here against Keith Crampton. Nice looking run for Keith.
Oh,
42.
Wow. Another PB.
We're at your house now. So Gary with the time lock car. Dials in a 965, runs 981. They're all
such a good looking car. Pair of good looking cars.
Well, Ian's certainly given Jim something to shoot at, hasn't he?
Going well into the sevens.
Very nice.
Seven at 125 sounded like some problem. Sorry, John.
Oh, Richard Peachy goes red, and he goes left, then right, and everything else.
I must confess that looked a pretty uncomfortable ride for Richard Peachy.
He qualified, number 7. But hey, it's all about the racing now. Nostalgia Superstock, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Nostalgia Superstock, can we have you into the lanes, please?
Well, gave him a sporting chance and a head start. He's going to be kicking himself if he doesn't get there, and he's not going to. He doesn't, on a massive hole shot. Chris Spry takes the win. He wasn't particularly quick on the tree either, 0.34.
Right, no Kevin Melling, so Rod Spry is going to take the win here. And then interesting, the semi-final will be Chris Spry versus Rod Spry, so you've got one of them in the final. 9:54, 132. Yeah, so
a little bit of start line psychology going on.
It won't be Tony in the final.
No. How's that for consistency from Apache? Wow.
7.13 and a 7.91 down for this run, I beg your pardon. So yeah, Joe Bond needs another good 6-second run here. Adam hopefully with close to a full ball. Here we go.
Looking good for Joe. Joe knows drag racing. 6.70.
200.
Well, the time run that John Howell has put in has been a 7.27 in the Dirty Deeds car. Oh, huge tire shake for Steve Johnson. Drives through it, but John Hale,
662.
Beautiful.
250.
Wow.
It's going to be a slingshot. Just which one?
That looks a stout run. Right the way through. Is it going to be a 6-7? It is.
Oh my goodness me.
Oh.
6-7.
Oh, what a shame on the line. You can see some liquid under Dave's bike. And that was a good strong run there from Colin. Nice one through the top end, very still running now. I think, in fact, this is the first time Terry's been on a bike for a couple of years. And certainly sounding cleaner at the top end. Well, 12.5 for Matt Norman.
It's going to be, I bet it'll be something like 48 or something like that. I'm not saying number 48 is going to win, but you know what?
Yeah.
It's so competitive, it could be anybody. Well, both wide
Race
awake
on.
on the tree.
Excellent start line reactions from both of them.
Mick
And
Mick takes the stripe, he takes the win.
On a hole shot.
Yes, it is.
going second, James Oliver. And it all depends on who does the best start line reaction here. Lights burn down. Red light. Andy Bosworth takes a red light, allows James Oliver to take the win. He'll see the win lights now.
Oh, look at this, 927 on a 927 dial.
Oh, beautiful.
That car, 11:35. Pete Christmas will be going first. Adam will be chasing him down.
So once again, a pair of Mopars out there together. And start line reactions, good.
Well, Adam's made up the difference already going past the tree.
So doesn't want to go faster than 1078, and he does it. That was really controlled at the top end, I think, from Adam Novak.
Yeah, and the
it's a freebie here.
Well, dials in at 10.99. Let's see how close he gets. 11.04, that's not bad. 500ths away
As
in
you
the
would
auto
guess.
glim lane.
as you would guess.
So there's 4/10 between them. So the car in the auto glim lane, Kermit, will be leaving first and then being chased down by Rob Terrell. And look at that, as one just moves a couple of feet, the other one's on the go. So now this is where the control comes. Get the nose in front, but don't break out. And that's exactly what Rob Terrell did.
Well, he didn't actually get there first. It was Ash Rawson over there.
All right, next up, Kiwi taking on James Sweeney. It's the Duster and the Satellite. 1050 plays 984. Well, we've seen how important the reaction times are. Both go green, and that's all we can say. Oh, neck and neck at the stripe. James Sweeney takes the stripe, but he breaks out. He gets there too quickly. 988 takes the win, going first.
So Dave Billaday was outstanding in qualifying, bang on in the first round.
There's a green. There's a green. Now that was a good light, surely. Dave Billaday off and running in the chase of the car in the right-hand lane and gets it.
Well, Neil Francis got there second and broke out. Shows to show how good a light
About a
that.
second, you should be able to see it. There we go. Another thing we always do is both me and Colin look out the window and then we look at the screen. We both do it exactly the same time because we know the reaction times are. I think Nick's got that one covered.
Yeah, again, Nick got there first and Howard broke out trying to beat him.
Finish line cam again. You can see Nick Doiney. That's just what Nostalgia Superstock needs. Someone like Stu Doiney joining in just to make it even more difficult to win against Duncan Watts.
Yeah. Crossing the centre line, so Stu Donny is already in front. 12.17 for
That
Stu.
was a bizarre one. The car hooked up nicely to 60 foot. Wow, I resemble this song.
Well, we are back once again as it's Supercharged Outlaws.
Yeah, getting towards the business end of the day.
Well, once again, Simon Boot with the bootlegger Camaro. He's desperate to get an 8 out of this car. Unfortunately, the last time he came down, he was shut off. Fingers crossed that he can get a full ball running and get that 8-second pass he desperately wants.
Well, he was shut off earlier with a leak.
Oh, he's been told to shut off again.
Oh, not again, no.
Same thing, unfortunately, for Simon Boot, whatever it is. The thing is, as absolutely annoying as it is, it's way, way better to take it back and fix it than it is just to have it all disassemble itself around about half track. Anyway.
Oh, we can see it this time as well.
You can see the drip out there on the start line. Damn and blast.
Well, talking of that, have we any news on Mr. Bartlett?
Well, apparently it knocked some sense into him. Sorry,
well.
that's the way to hand in your notice, isn't it, really, I suppose? No, anyway, I'm only joking. Yeah, Keith is apparently fine, may go to... he walked to the ambulance, got out the car, and apparently annoyed with himself, obviously. But yeah, walked to the car and may go to hospital just as a precaution.
Yeah.
I think he may be trying to even avoid that if he can, but there you go.
But he's okay.
He is
basically
okay.
okay.
Most importantly, it's that horrible time lag between seeing someone have an accident and then you knowing they're absolutely okay. I think that's always the issue, isn't it?
Yeah, there's another thing that we must state, that when an incident happens, we're not going to say anything at all, because you cannot assume anything until you get official word. And people are like messages us saying, you know, how is he? What's happened? Who's this? Who's that? What's you know? We can't say anything because family are listening, other people are tuned in, and you just do not say anything until you get official word. It is wrong of us to do that. So we do go to radio silence and we hand over to Nitro FM. So that is the protocol that we have. Only when we get official word do we release the information. Even though we know ourselves beforehand, we cannot say until we get official word that we can say these things.
I remember on a one particular crash I'm thinking of, and somebody commented on it that the announcer, me, sounded very bored and didn't really sound that bothered about it. However, the last thing you need when something like that happens is somebody shouting and screaming and saying, you know, all of that, especially if their family are watching, obviously. So.
Yeah, that's why, folks. So,
there we go. So,
know.
Supercharged Outlaws. I think their last session of the weekend.
Yep.
The little fella himself, that's Roy Wilding. He's smaller than me. You know that.
Don't be silly.
Oh, you met him.
And there goes Holly for our afternoon jog. Got a long way to go. Almost to the 3:30 to... oh, that's kind. Voice coming back a bit.
Yeah, don't run after him, Holly. It's a trap. He can see where he's going.
That's a good point.
Well, we were discussing this the other week. We were discussing this the other week with the way people are backed up the other day, weren't we? Do you remember?
Yeah.
Where some of them, especially because I remember Rob Loring, he doesn't even step in front of the car till it gets to about 60 foot or thereabouts. It's the last bit that makes the difference. But anyway, doesn't mean we don't enjoy seeing Roy being backed up. So, taking on Jim Tucker with the Hellfire Hemi. Good vibrations. Supercharged Outlaws. commiserations to Simon Boots. Sorry, mate. At least, hopefully, you go home with the engine in one piece, though, which is the most important
most
thing.
definitely. That 8 will come. We know it. We know it.
So Roy Wilding, hopefully with a nice straight run this time. It's going to be really quick if he does. Couple of stabs at the throttle off the line. 7:59, 188.
That's his quickest of the weekend. Nicely done.
And 9:25 at 1:49 for Jim Tucker. Congratulations, big congratulations to them as well. That's I think this is their second event in Supercharged Outlaws anyway, but it's great to see him out.
Well, Duncan Beard was driving this car on Friday, and Darryl, you had a good chat with Duncan down by the wall yesterday.
He seemed very happy indeed.
He did.
So that is the Thunder God in the Auto Glim Lane with the Supercharged Big Block Chevy in there with Des Taylor at the wheel. 2 nostalgia cars with 2 period correct drivers. Do you think, Johnny?
I would say so, yeah.
Yes, I got a clip round the ear from Ian Merriweather for saying that the other year.
Oh, really?
I did, yes. Deservedly.
Okay.
Deservedly so, I think.
Well, yeah. Yeah. What can I say? Both of these guys, I think I met when I worked at York Raceway. I think that's the first time I came across Des Taylor. I'm not certain, but in my head.
I didn't even know you worked at York as well.
I worked there for a good few years.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. That's a fair old trek for you as well.
Well, that's why I stopped doing it.
Okay.
And by that time, Graham had become the commentator here, and he took over the, I think, the commentary duty. No, he did at York Raceway. So, but it was the 400-mile journey that was the killer on that.
So 2 potentially 7-second altereds this time. Topolino or Model T. In your own time, fellas.
Good looking run for Dave.
Into the sevens. 795, 164 miles an hour.
Brilliant.
Congratulations to the whole team. Came back in the sevens. 8:33. 8:33 and 1:69 that time round for Ian Merriweather. These will be the last 2 cars for the Supercharged Outlaws. Just to say again, a very, very, very big hello and sending lots of love to Andy and Haley looking in from up there at home, possibly in the hot tub, possibly sunning themselves in the garden, whatever you're doing. We wish you were here. So Keith Freeman with El Loco in the Kestrel Lane taking on Leo Knights with the rather unique looking altered. He ran his quickest run ever, I think, didn't he, Colin, yesterday?
Yeah, he's well and truly in the sevens with this. 7:72 yesterday. Came down to the Crackle Fest as well. Last night. Well, Leo hanging on.
Nice looking run too. 787, only 150 miles an hour. Still no shoot all the way down the shutdown area. There we go, there it is, just before he turns off. 970 at 141 for Keith Freeman with El Loco.
One thing I've just noticed, actually, I've just had a look through binoculars in the shutdown area. Don't really want to go into the field because the barley has not been reaped yet. It's about 6 foot tall. So
slow you down well.
It will. You get whipped round the face with it all. Right, here we go then. Nostalgia Superstock. This to set semi-finals. And it's a Williams Brothers team matchup then between James Oliver and Nick Williams. Now, Nick, fair to say, he's got a mountain to climb here because Ollie is on amazing form this weekend.
Well done. That means Ollie's just lost.
Well, it's a team car into the semis, but which
no matter
one?
what, yeah.
So there's Nick away, and Ollie, the flying Firebird, gives chase.
It's a green light race as well.
It's Ollie.
It's Ollie.
33.
And that is a whole shot win as well. He was further off his dial, but better on reaction time.
Yeah.
04 to an 09. He can give Nick a bit of ribbon after that one.
Right,
Well done, Ollie.
so that's one of the Williams Brothers cars into the semis, but that was a guarantee because they were teammates. Right, next up, Spencer Tram, Williams Brothers Racing against the Watts Speed Shop then, Dave Simcock. The Darlings, 11:01 and 10:23. Spencer will be leaving first, there he goes. And it's game over for Dave Simcock. He goes red by 0.2. So Spencer Tram is into the semis.
Oh, wow. An 11.01 on an 11.01. That's how
They're
you do
just
it.
so good,
Well
aren't
done,
they?
Spencer. Well done. Right, this is a good one. Dave Bilodeau, who's, shall we say, rather good at this, against Stu Doyney, who's rather good everywhere else and having a play in Nostalgia Superstock, and it hasn't taken him long to settle into this car. This is a very, very good matchup, actually. Stu Doyney is a quadruple double national champion. He did it 4 years in a row in comp and gas.
Both as well.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard to win one once or two once.
There goes Stu. Dave Bilodeau off in pursuit.
It's going to be interesting.
Going to be oh so close as well.
It's a squeaker at the stripe. It is
Who's gonna
Stu
be?
Doyney.
Oh, look
On
at that.
a whole shot. What a shock that is. 12.18 on the 12.15. 05 on the tree to a 0.16 for Dave Bilodeau. He was never going to win that one, unfortunately, due to that. 09 at the stripe.
Can I just say the brand of cars in the semis? Am I allowed to?
Go on.
Well, we got the Firebird, which is a Pontiac, which is the same body as a Camaro, as you know.
Yep.
And then you got Stu, Chevy.
Yep.
Pete Dodd, on a buy, Chevy.
Yep.
Spencer Tram, Chevy.
Where's all the Dodgers gone then?
Steady.
I don't know.
Steady,
But
steady.
I know I'm going to get ribbing from the other
You'll
lot.
be lynched
I know.
for that.
I know I'm going to get it in the neck, but then, hey, they know I drive a Chevy as well. It's all good banter at the end of the day. But Pete Dodd going to book his spot in the semi-finals then with the Metamorphosis Camaro. He does a 9.26. Doesn't matter about the cherry this time round. It is a solo.
What a big red light as well, actually.
It's a tune-up run in the heat. 9.27. That'll do. Mike will take that one. So your semi-final matchup: Spencer Tram taking on Pete Dodd, and it is going to be Ollie taking on Stu Doyney. Now, the interesting thing there is Bob Doyney does all the electrical work for Williams Brothers Racing, or a lot of fabrication work, and been around the Williams Brothers for a long, long time. Ollie, obviously, part of the team, and the Williams Brothers setup is at Ollie's farm, so that's all set there. Spencer, we know, has just had his car totally rebuilt and is tuned by Dan Williams. And then Pete Dodd, that car has had time over there when remember, it used to have the tube front grille on the Metamorphosis car. It's all been updated to look like a proper stocker now, as it's all got the right bits on it. So very, very interesting setup in the semis. That's Don Scott on a time trial run, goes 13.40.
However, the start line crew dressing up like old-time members of Slipknot on the start line only means one thing. They all wore hoods and boiler suits, in case you're wondering. The final of our Nostalgia Cannonball.
Yeah. Looking forward to this.
Funny car against Dragster. Now, is it heads up to the finish line wins this, or is it still their elapsed times?
Well, it used to be.
Yeah.
The final pair was a race.
I thought it was
always on a cannonball.
Yeah. Just thought I'd ask the silly question at the most inopportune time.
That'd be the question I'd ask you. But
Just got to say a big hello to my electrician, actually, Rob Jones. He's messaged me to say he's here. Didn't expect that one, but Rob, good afternoon to you. But what a final.
I don't think Bob Hawkins has ever raced a Nitro funny car either. That is how I remember funny car burnouts as well.
I agree with you. Absolutely superb.
Whoever said you can't do full stonking burnouts on a modern racetrack obviously hasn't met Mr. Tim Garlick. And the fact that you're dead right, it just evokes all those memories because it looks like Gladiator.
It does look like Gladiator, yeah.
If you squint, it looks like the later version of Gladiator, the last version of Gladiator. Outlaw Anglia into the lanes, please, for the semis. Outlaw Anglia, please, if you can join us down here. So, pick your favourite, short car or long car, Pontiac or dragster. Now, Bob Hawkins is up against it a bit here. His quickest DT of the weekend is in the 6.6s. Tim Garlick's slowest DT is in the 6.1s. However, you've got to do it when it matters. Could we also have Gasser Circus for the semis, please? Gasser Circus into the lanes for the semis. Funny, I just said that, didn't I?
You did.
I did, yeah. So, Johnny.
Half a second between them. I've got to go with Tim Garlick. I've got to go with it.
Well, you called the first Cannibal final, and you're here for this one. 6:31 beats a 6:71, 170 for Bob. I think he was off it before the finish line. Thought Tim Garlick had actually red lit then. It was just the fact that Bob was hanging about looking at the tree for a little while. So, flawless weekend for Apache.
Well done.
Congratulations, gents.
Absolutely superb. Thank you.
So good as well to see Bob Hawkins with the time traveller after a lot of grief, a lot of work. It all coming together to be in the final.
And that was a great final. That really was a great final. That Apache is so sure-footed, isn't it? When it goes up the track, it plants itself down. It's like a lot of the street cars that race now seem to squat when they leave the start line, and the Apache is brilliant at doing that. So well done.
Plants itself and goes.
Yeah.
But there we go. So Tim Garlick takes another Dragstalgia Cannibal win. Congratulations, sir. And also a huge well done to the runners-up. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the Apache team in the van there. Well done, fellas. It's another Dragstalgia Cannibal win. Well done. The one race I still really want to see is that against Havoc. It's happened a few times, but like especially over this weekend, it'll be so special. And put your hands together as well, please. 2 weekends on the trot for Bob Hawkins' team up here, all the way to the final. Well done, everybody on the team. Well done to Bob. They've had a lot of grief, or Bob's had a lot of grief getting the Nitro Chevy to run. We've got our 3rd and 4th place runoff next between Robbie Grabham and Tony Betts.
Well, obviously it should have been Joe, but maybe not able to make the call.
Yeah, Joe said they're going home to find why they seem to have lost power or performance a little bit. They were looking for more than the number they ran in that run earlier today. So I think that's a 70.5 Camaro body on that car. Any idea where the 70.5 thing came from? I guess they came out with a model halfway through the year.
Yeah, basically the 69 Camaro model year ran into 1970.
Right.
So it became a 70 and a half for the second gen. That's the basic. There's more to it than that, but we'll have to do a lot more work to give you and look up a bit more details to get the full story, but that's the basic reason.
So Robbie Grabban been deadly consistent. He's always a thorn in the side of the Nitro Funny Cars. He was in the final against Apache last year at this event.
Well, he's had 3 low 7-second passes as Robbie this weekend. He's been 180, 190 mile an hour. Best so far of the 709.
So, blown out altered supercharged Nitro Funny Car. 3rd and 4th place in the Cannonball, up for grabs.
Oh, great looking race.
And it's going to be Tony, isn't it?
It is 661.
Wow. Well done, Venom team. Absolute
213.
fabulous run.
708, 194 for Robbie, though. Another 70. Robbie did all he could as well.
Oh,
didn't
he did, yeah. That was his quickest run of the weekend, actually. 194.7.
I think that comes under the heading of a fabulous race and entertainment, ladies and gentlemen.
You got it.
Well done.
Well, the performance dropped off of Venom a bit, actually by about half a second. I'm not sure why. The speed was a little bit down as well, maybe a cylinder out or two. But well done to that team.
Well, the most consistent car all weekend has been Robbie. Low 7.1s, high 7.0s every single run, and outstanding performance for them. But as you say, Tony Betts with Venom taking that win there.
So we have one more Nitro car before we get ready to go with our semi-finals. I can see the Gasser Circus around there for their semi-finals. We're not far away with both Outlaw Anglia and Nostalgia Superstock as well. Thank you very much indeed, Lee, for that message. Colin, you know, I just said about why 70 and a half Camaro, and Lee's just messaged me to say because of strike delays.
Oh, I knew it was delays.
Yeah. That would be one. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much indeed.
Every
Mr.
day's
Charles.
a school day.
That's the one. Thank you again for the information. Round of applause for both teams. The Venom. And, of course, Freddy's Revenge, absolutely on a rail all weekend, as long as it's a very wobbly rail for Robbie. I think the track crew out there up the top end past the finish line doing a bit of a check. I can see the wagon up there against the wall.
Do you enjoy your chat with John Hale?
Very much so. Very likeable chap. Very into cars racing, obviously. No, a very, very nice chap indeed. He's having a whale of a time being over here, obviously driving Rob's car, but seeing the sights as well. Although I'm not entirely sure why they went to Grimsby. I think they went to Grimsby as one of their days out. I really don't know why, but there we go. Anyway, I'm only jesting, folks. But Aaron Fensom down there, who's licensed in this car, or started to license in this car too. After that run earlier, John made in the 6s at over 200 miles an hour. Aaron's probably going, oh, I want to do that.
Yeah. Aaron back in the car next day. Is that Rob? Yeah. Aaron's chomping at the bit. Oh, I'll have a go today. But
yeah, John Hale mysteriously falls down the stairs overnight, and Aaron's got his fire suit on him. There we go. Yeah, there's going to be a few moments. I think I was right. If you look down towards the very, very top end, it's way past the finish line. You can see the track crew out there on the shutdown area, just doing a little bit of clearing up. Shouldn't be too long at all. Anyway, we'll hand back to Nitro FM for a couple of moments. We're just collecting our couple of semi-finalists that we've got to go. And then we're not too far away from wrapping things up here at Dragstalgia, so please don't go anywhere at all.
see what you mean.
Simon Devo with the Frankenstein. Putting another run in. He's been 10.5s this weekend. 10.62 on that particular run. All right, we move on to... Oh, Nick's gone deep.
That's a hell of a gap to try and close up, Cole. My goodness.
It is.
Here we go. Is he going to do that? I don't think he is. Oh, wow. Beautiful run. So,
fierce competitors. Bizarrely, whoever wins this one will be taking on Stu Doyney in the next round.
here we go.
Oh, Rock goes red.
Wow. Red light. Now, I wonder if Dave Villeneuve has seen that.
I think
Win
he
lights
probably
come
has.
on.
Probably has. 985 comes down the back door. So Dave is going to be racing Stu Doyney in the next round. 10.95 plays at 10.78.
This is where start line reactions really need to be electric,
especially with these two.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting. Last one in is the car in the auto glim lane. Just being inched in. Here come the lights.
So it is down to Alan to chase Nick Williams down here. They start to look at each other.
Wow.
Yeah, Nick takes that one. 11.03 on a 10.92. Nick took the stripe. And we go then. Into stage. We have green light drag race, and Dave is arrow straight, which is good. Dave Simcock takes a stripe, 26 on a 23 dial. Way ahead, actually, at stripe by 10. Spencer's off. There goes Dan, he goes red.
Oh.
It's Spencer Tram that is through. Oh, Dan hits his number, 992. Spencer breaks out, but the red light was first, and it is Spencer Tram. Beautiful launch for Ollie, 09 on the tree. All right, this will be a 9.2 of some flavour, but what? Done it again. 9.28 on a 9.20.
Again, goes way too quick. Nice 941. I don't think they care if he breaks out, hopefully by a lot. Bit of a warm day out there, though, does tend to sap horsepower out of normally aspirated engines.
Well, a red light for Gary Atkinson. And they look as though they're crossing the line, holding hands.
Unbelievable, look at that. 14 on a 13 for Bob Morgan.
Look at the film of the car in the Kestrel lane, and you can see that gap there. So now the idea is, once more, is Graham Rawlings will try and drive alongside and hold hands across the finish line. There we are.
11.10, 116 for Steve Garland that time, and 9.99 at 131 for Steve Rawlings. And that frame of what we're sitting on was built in 50 years ago.
Yeah, 50 years ago, yeah. Suddenly you feel a bit wobbly and want to hold on.
Never do that. Probably because I'm the same age. So James Ald, 12.93. Tim Roy with the Boston Straggler, 8.53 at 1:59. I was giving my teenage parents as much crap as I possibly could. Right then. .17 and a 10.61 at 1:30.
1972, Gibbons wasn't certain that actually was a panic body, because there were lots of those monster bodies around at the time. So that's what information was passed on to me.
Well, Uncle Mick goes for the wall, but gets it straightened out quite nicely.
That's got great potential, isn't it, that?
9.78.
Even with that sort of left hand
over here on the Friday. everybody showed up for the weekend. That may be the gearbox crying enough again for us, unfortunately. Oh no, still going. 10:22. Quickest of the day for Wayne.
81 Nobby was at the custom car show at Milton Keynes, but with the altered body on the
D-Mag.
The D-Mag, yeah. But the funny car body then that Owen would have been driving, Owen Hayward, would have been what exactly? Would
The Challenger, then.
Was it? Not. Didn't they have something called a pup?
Mile an hour more, it has to have one. But they don't always use them if not required. I can't see Steve pulling the chute on this run.
I do love one of the
Twickenham Lane.
Was interesting to say that John Hale did actually say that the nostalgia cars, even though obviously it's not quite as quick as the big show funny car, was more fun to drive.
I just think this is a gorgeous looking machine.
The other thing that's
means it, doesn't it?
Yeah, the other thing that's really good as well for Rob. Rob's owned the car for a while now, but it's always good to have a really experienced driver at the wheel, just to give you some feedback on what the car's doing for tuning decisions and the like. So the good thing as well, also for Aaron Fenson, he knows he's going to be getting in a 6-second, 200 mile an hour proven machine now when he comes back out to complete his licensing, hopefully soon. So last check of the wheelie bar, chute pins come out. Earlier on, John Hale went 662. Rob's first ever 200 mile an hour speed with this car, 215 miles an hour. There's a lot more in it than that. Just all about how hard they want to stand on it. So for one last time this weekend, John Hale from Texas, driving Rob Elsom's Dirty's Nitro Funny car. Let's see what he's got for us on this last pass. Another great looking run for John Hale.
It is.
It's going to be another 6, and it's a 6:47. 222 miles an hour, chipping away at both ET and speed. Rob Elsom with a massive grin on his face.
Oh, massive,
congratulations,
massive.
Rob. Well done, mate. And to the whole team as well. That was a thing of beauty. Well done, sir. 110 to the 60, 428 at 177 to the 8th mile. Slowly but surely chipping away at it.
Isn't it nice to watch success?
Very.
It's absolutely fun.
Oh,
Drive it like you borrowed it.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Well, the other, you say that, is that the amount of teams that we see, obviously, I mean, you know, same forever, that it's so nice, whatever class people are in, whatever they do, to come over here and run PBs is just terrific. That's not his personal best, that's the personal best for the car, but round of applause,
Well
please,
done,
for
gang.
everybody.
Well done.
You won't be able to get that smile off Rob's face for a long while now. Well done, mate. That's fantastic.
Right, so we got Willis Wars, we got Outlaw Anglia all in the lanes, and the Wild Bunch, of course, for their last runs. Got Jacqueline, who's just going to put in a test pass. And I'm not sure if they are at Greenlight Nationals, but they're definitely at the European Finals for a round of the championship. Now, what Billy needs to do is slow this thing down just a little bit. That's better. Well done, Bill. Well done, Jacqueline. Right, it is time for the last run of the day for a jet car. And of course, this falls to Julian Webb with split second.
I think I was talking earlier on about the damn Yankees.
Oh, yeah.
And their Summer Slam at Northwood Aerodrome. I think I said it was the 17th of August. It's next weekend.
Is it really?
It's next Sunday. So, bang, bang.
Right. Whereabouts is that again?
It's North Weald Aerodrome.
Oh, North Weald. Right, okay.
So that's next Sunday.
The only problem I've got with that, is that's just about drivable for me. But the temperature next Sunday is estimated 33 degrees.
Wow, okay.
That's going to be a hot one. I don't think the cooling system in my car is going to last that long. Because my plan this week is to get the car all back and... well, it's at home, it's all fixed, but I just want to spend a week detailing it. I'm going to have to do it in the evenings because the weather forecast next week, I don't think we've had a chance to actually have a look yet. But where I live, Toaster, Northamptonshire, tomorrow 30, Tuesday 28, Wednesday 25, Thursday 24, Friday 27, Saturday 32, Sunday 33, Monday 30, Tuesday 27, and no rain anywhere in sight. That's insane. That's going to be like that across the south of
yes,
south
of course. Yeah. So it's going to be a hot one, and no aircon where I work, other than the soft Essex breeze blowing across the runway.
I think I've just gone into semi-retirement this week, and probably end up getting the sack when I go back to work. I didn't say that, did I?
No. Not that anybody would have heard.
No. None of my work colleagues.
No one's
did, thank goodness.
No one's listening, mate, don't worry.
Oh. The windows are rattling in the tower. Things are really moving around, actually. Thanks, Julia. Okay, so another 6-second pass will be the order of the day here for Julian Webb.
Look at that, Josie's learnt her lesson. She's in the other lane. Julian goes 687, 232. Another beautiful run.
Bizarrely, that could be one of Julian's last run in that car because he's really now got to concentrate on the Spider-Man jet.
He has indeed. That's all right, he was on the button. Hence the breeze noise. Well done to the whole split second team. We have semi-finals of Outlaw Anglia, Gasser Circus, and quite possibly Nostalgia Superstock. With
yeah, and Wild Bunch are down there as well. They're all there.
Wild Bunch sandwiched in the middle one last time. Right, sorry.
Thank you very much, Keith. Nice to see us. Nice to see the air conditioning.
Yeah, everyone does. Everyone walks in to see us and goes.
Keith Lee has just come up to the tower to say, well, thanks ever so much. And he's just discovered the air conditioner that we've got, and he's probably not going to leave now. But no, really, really good to see Keith Lee. Annie, thanks ever so much indeed for letting him come out once again. It's great to have him here.
Lost without him,
we would. Totally, totally lost. So and I look forward to seeing him again next year.
Semi-finals of Gasser Circus at Dragstalgia. Just doing a quick timing system reboot. So, Billy Jones with the Willis in the Kestrel lane. against the man who is unbeaten in bracket racing so far.
He has a 100% win rate.
He does have a 100% win rate. Mr. Simon Press with the Rocket. Commander Simon in the Rocket. 10.94 for him in the Auto Glim lane.
You've just cursed him. You
I
know
have
that.
indeed. I try to do that every time. Don't worry. Against Billy Jones. Here we go.
Oh, he's got it.
Final. Simon is going to the final in his first ever bracket race.
Wow. Well done. Red light in the Kestrel Beers lane for Billy Jones.
05 light as well, yeah. Bang on the money. Billy Jones went 01 red. Simon is in the final.
That's really good.
I hope he's not going to think every race is going to be like this. No, because it won't. So the Tinseltown Hustler of Tom Margison taking on Ray Irish. He keeps posting his last post on Facebook after he ran round 2 was the bubble's going to burst soon. Not yet, mate. No. Not yet. You're in the final.
Okay, so which one of these two is it going to be? Tom was our number 12 qualifier. Ray with the Willis pickup truck, our number 10.
Well, Tom is making a whole bunch of points this weekend. He's probably leading the championship now.
Could well be. Green light race.
Right, got there first, but he broke out, went that a little bit too quick. Oh, 829 on an 83 Darling.
He had a lot of wriggle room as well, look. If you look at that, he was over the stripe by nearly a tenth first, so... Oh, don't think about that too much all the way home. Dearie me. I do feel for a lot of people, you know. I never forget years ago, Peter Chauffeur, who was up for winning the top methanol dragster title, and he got beat in the final. And I remember watching him pull out of the pits with the car loaded up thinking, my God, that's going to be one long trip all the way home to Germany.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's... Anyway, Jed Guy, Rob Nixon. Outlaw Anglia semi-finals for a place in the final. The only thing is I can't see Simon Barlow down here for this round of racing. He may be there, but I don't think so. So
Well,
Rob Nixon and Jed Guy, sorry, go on.
No, I was going to say on paper there should be Jet.
Indeed.
Well, it is Jet.
Oh, yeah, Rob Nixon trying it all. Pulls the red light and the win light coming on for Jed Guy automatically in the Kestrel Beers lane. So I think that's Rob trying very hard there.
Indeed it is. So yeah, we don't have, unfortunately, Simon Barlow with the Beast. He was doing very ticking through the rounds, but unfortunately you've got to be in it to win it. Doesn't make it down here for this semi-final run against Ronnie Mercer. So it will be Ronnie Mercer against Jed Guy for...
I think, to be fair to Simon Barlow and his team, the Beast, they have had a lot of runs this weekend.
Loads, yeah,
and
yeah.
a lot of them in the sevens. I think they will be actually pretty pleased with their weekend's work. Well done, gang. Well, that's a non-nitrous run by the looks of things. I didn't see him purge, but yeah, saving it for the final. Ronnie against Jed. Right, Wild Bunch.
the last session.
Phil James with the Rampage Funny Car, and Rich Butcher with the fourth dimension Slingshot.
So what are they doing this time then, gentlemen?
Well, the idea is they have their dial-ins that they set at the beginning of the day.
Yep.
They do all their runs, and then they add them all together, and it's the best average takes the win. Second best average takes second runner-up. So there's no actual eliminations in the Wild Bunch. But I think they go over and under. So 9:48, Phil James is the tide, goes 9:66. Rich Butcher goes 12:21 on a 12:30. Okay, that's a breakout, but it's 900ths under. But I still think they count for that as well within their numbers.
Sounds pretty complicated.
Yeah, but it sounds complicated, but if you take 12:30 and they do 4 runs, they'll times that by 4.
Yeah.
So that will give them 49.20. And if they add all the runs together, whoever's closest to, like, say, you know, they add the 4 runs together, whoever's closest to their dial-in times 4 after their 4 runs is the top.
Oh, okay.
I didn't explain it very well, but I know what I meant. I've confused the hell out of you, John, and I didn't mean to do that.
No, that's right.
Right. Rory Hart. My goodness me, have this team worked flat out this week to get this car finished to the track and to get it to run. And most of the boxes have been ticked this weekend. The first one was to get it down the track. Another box that was ticked hugely was to get this car into the Crackle Fest last night. And he'd love to run a decent full-out pass, he really would. And as he goes for the run here, Rachel Wilson did message in, saying they're watching on the webcam at home and waiting to see Rory Hart again. And here he is. Caitlin has been back up for her friend that she met running juniors at age 8. Enjoy the rest of the weekend. We'll see you both soon with cake. Thanks, Rachel. So many people are tuned in, watching the coverage via the internet. I hope you're enjoying the coverage from Dragstalgia, including the gang down in Portsmouth. Yep, Tony Higgs and the family are tuned in. Well, Rory, 13-second pass. They are delighted with that. Well done. 93 mile an hour. It's coming. It'll be a 10 next time out. I'm pretty convinced of that. But absolutely, yeah, happy day. Brilliant stuff.
We are actually at well, we've settled the Dragstalgia Cannonball. We're at the finals of all of our other classes. I think
no, semi-finals.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
we haven't done semi-finals of Nostalgia Superstock yet.
Ah, that's the only one. Sorry, everything else I think we're there.
Yeah.
Good.
Right, James Auld with Little Faust going alongside Steve Garland with Sonic Attack 2. The Sonic Attack Altered is still up for sale, so as I said earlier, actually having to go in that and join the Wild Bunch, or just want a decent run with run car, that's the one for you. And shall we say, it will take a larger driver. Sorry, that's the best way I could describe it.
Well, the cage on this one is a new cage as well, isn't it?
Yes.
To accommodate Steve. Although I must admit, his head does look an awful lot smaller than the cage.
Yeah, but what Vinny gets in it.
Getting in and out, I think, is the problem.
Yeah, that's the that's the joys of knowing people that can do cage work. Is you change it accordingly. So the Little Faust Dragster, 50 years old this year. So James ran his number bang on in his first run of the day. There he goes again. So the target for James is 12.93 and the target for Steve Garland is 10.95.
And they're going to cross the finish line hand in hand again, aren't they?
James is only 400ths under. Nicely done.
Yeah.
Right, Bob Morgan with the Beasting and Jim Tanner with the Shindigger.
Must be hot inside that costume, mustn't it?
Yeah. It must be very hot.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, young Barry Bohannon goes to the start line to bring the car forward.
So target for Bob, 10.13. Jim, 9.25. As close to. 10:23, 9:12. Oh, nice one for Jim.
So this time we've got Dan Wilson coming through into the Kestrel lane in the machine he calls Antique Toy, which could apply to a lot of us geezers up here.
In actual fact, I've just found out a better way to work out the calculations there. So, if he does, right, say, example, he dialed 922. He was a tenth off. So that'll be 1/10 that he's got to add to his bank. And then the next time round, say he went on a 912, dial-in went 932, so that's 2/10 off, so that's a tenth plus 2/10. So you've now got your 3/10 off, and then whoever's got the lowest off their dial on average
gets a win. Okay.
Better way of describing it.
Yeah, all right. So
more accurate as well. That's lovely. That's only 300ths off for Dan Wilson. Steve Heaven goes 892 on an 870.
And here's crazy Chris Hartnell in his mobile oven again. So dialed in time for him is an 8.75, and for Pete Brown in the Kestrel lane, 11.34. So that's what they're aiming at, is to get as close to those figures as they can. Yeah?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. But the winning doesn't count.
No,
Only-
it's just
only
as
for your
close
own
to.
pride.
It's, yeah, it's as close to. So there goes Pete. Now his target, as we know, 11.34. Crazy Chris, 8.75. Let's see what they got for us. 11.46, 8.80. Nice one, Chris. Very close.
I passed him on the stripe on the finish line.
Yeah.
Great bit of driving there for Chris Hartnell.
Callum Swinchat. Now, if you want to know anything about running numbers and doing rather well in the Wild Bunch, Callum Swinchat is your man, because not last season, but I think it's the 2019 season, because obviously we lost 20 and that through COVID. But he cleaned up.
Did he?
Every trophy he took. It was quite staggering, the awards night. And that's a lot of trophies. Pretty much exactly what Rob and Pete Brown did last season. The trophy haul they got at the awards night was, I think they needed a forklift to load the van afterwards. And I'm not joking, there was about 20, 25 awards they picked up, yeah.
Good God. Well, Steve Field is the man in the Auto Glim lane. 8.47 is what he's looking for. And 8.8 for an off-the-track run from Callum Swinchat.
8.22, 161 mile an hour. Excellent stuff.
Well done.
Who cares if you missed the dial-in by 2/10 or more, but that was a stout run. Well, we've had Rob Brown, we've now got Pete Brown, and he is in a Rebel, going alongside Mark Hartnell with the Metal Mistress. Now, the other great thing about the Wild Bunch, John, obviously a class that's been inducted into the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame, as you know.
Yeah.
But they all race all day long. Nobody gets knocked out in the first round and goes home. So they are all here right to the end of the day. They all pack up once everybody's finished, and then they have their own trophy awards, and that every single member of the Wild Bunch is there, and it's wonderful. And I normally get round to join in with them, actually.
A joyous event, I would imagine.
Yeah, it's really good. It's really good. because Claire has to get back and she works out all the prizes, because obviously it's all on their averages.
So she'll sit there with the calculator and work it all out.
Ah, problems for Mark Hartnell pulling the car over to the right-hand side. It's a shame it's been run like clockwork all weekend. 8:46. Whoa, 8:46 for Rob Brown. Where did that one come from?
That's a PB, quite obviously.
It's not quite, but where did that one come from? The team are like going, what? But wow, 8:46, 153. Excellent run. Yeah, so problems there for Mark Hartnell, unfortunately. He's stuck just between 3:30 and the 8th mile. So he'll need retrieving there. But it's been a brilliant weekend for Mark until that point. Drove the wheels off the car, and not only that, coming into the event, he set himself a personal best of a 9:75 in that car, and then he really went for it. Went 9:59, and that was well worth it. Fantastic job for Mark, but unfortunately, his last run of the day didn't go entirely to plan. So they'll get the quad hooked up to the car and tow it back to the pits. Not that many more for the Wild Bunch to go. We got Alan Lowton with Paranoia below us, and also Liz Malcolm with the Just for Fun Dragster. I can see Nostalgia Superstock semi-finals tucked round the corner, and I can also see the Willis Wars are down there as well. I'll tell you what, we'll rest the vocal cords just for a short moment. So if Nitro FM 96.2 can take over the airwaves, we'll take it back when we continue with the last pair in the Wild Bunch.
Potentially 7 second altered this time. Topolino or Model T? In your own time, fellas.
Good looking run for Dave.
Into the 7.
72 yesterday. Came down to the Cackle Fest as well. Crackle Fest as well last night. Well, Leo hanging on.
Nice looking run too. 787. Only 150 miles.
So there's Nick away, and Ollie, the flying Firebird, gives chase.
It's a green light race as well.
It's Ollie.
It's Ollie.
9:33.
And that is a whole shot win as well. He
dials a 9:26. Doesn't matter about the cherry this time round, it is a solo.
What a big red light as well, actually.
It's a tune-up run in the heat. 9:27, that'll do. Mike will take that one. Is at Ollie's farm, so that's all set there. Spencer, we know, has just had his car totally rebuilt and is tuned by Dan Williams. And then Pete Dodd, that car has had time over there when, remember it used to have the tube front grille on the Metamorphosis car. It's all been updated to look like a proper stocker now, as it's all got the right bits on it. So very, very interesting setup in the semis. That's Don Scott on a time trial run, goes 13:40.
Johnny.
Half a second between them. I've got to go with Tim Garlick. I've got to go with him.
Well, you called the first Cannibal final, and you're here for this one. 6:31 beats a 6 blown alky altered supercharged nitro funny car. Third and fourth place in the Cannibal, up for grabs.
Oh, great looking race.
And it's going to be Tony, isn't it?
It is, 6:61.
Wow. Well done, Venom team.
2:13.
Fabulous run.
7:08, 194 for Robbie though in the Rocket, 10.94 for him in the Auto Glim Lane.
You've just cursed him, you
I
know
have
that.
indeed. I try to do that every time, don't worry. Against Billy Jones, here we go.
Oh, he's got it.
Final. Simon is going to the final in his first ever bracket race.
Wow. Well done. Red light in the Kestrel Beers lane for Billy Jones.
05 light as well, yeah, bang on the money. I think so. So Rob Nixon and Jed Guy, sorry, go on.
No, I was going to say on paper, this should be Jed.
Indeed.
Well, it is Jed.
Oh, yeah, Rob Nixon trying it all. Pulls the red light and the win light coming on for Jed Guy automatically in the Kestrel Beers lane.
Pleased with that weekend's work. Well done, gang. Well, that's a non-nitrous run by the looks of things. I didn't see him purge, but yeah, saving it for the final. Ronnie against Jed. So many people are tuned in, watching the coverage via the internet. Hope you're enjoying the coverage from Dragstalgia, including the gang down in Portsmouth. Yep, Tony Higgs and the family are tuned in. Well, Rory, 13-second pass. They are. There he goes again. So the target for James is 12.93, and the target for Steve Garland is 10.95.
And they're going to cross the finish line hand in hand again, aren't they?
James is only 400ths under. Nicely done.
Yeah.
So there goes Pete. Now his target, as we know, 11.34. Crazy Chris 875. Let's see what they got for us. 1146, 880. Nice one, Chris. Very good.
Passed him on.
Joking. There was about 20, 25 awards.
Really?
They picked up, yeah.
Good God. Well, Steve Field is the man in the auto glim lane. 8.47 is what he's looking for. And 8.8 for an off-the-track run from Callum Swinchett.
822, 161 mile an hour. Excellent stuff.
Well done.
Who cares if you missed the Darling by 2/10? Right, we are ready once again to carry on, and I believe, we believe this is the last pair in the Wild Bunch for the weekend. We can see Willis Wars, see the Nostalgia Superstock semi-finalists in the reins. So this is Alan Loughton and Liz Malcolm. And it's not very often we can say that Alan Loughton with a 3.8 litre straight six Jag has got the bigger engine of the two cars that are below us here, actually.
So 6 pot plays 4 pot.
That's right.
Thank you, chaps. That was a great opportunity for me just to stand down there and have a quick chat with them.
Oh, good.
Which was obviously an impromptu break. But yeah, one of the things that's very interesting, they were telling me, the paranoia this is, that they really have to be careful with what they do, because the availability and the price of Jag parts is off the scale at the moment, apparently.
Yeah. Well, everybody wants them. I mean, it's like the Mark II Jaguars are so collectible, but now most of the
seen the wind lights come on in his lane, so he was shutting down 72 miles an hour across the finish line.
Right, a match up there between James Oliver and Stu Doyle. So, Bob Doyle and Tim Lane down there supporting Stu, obviously. And Wolves, you've got the Williams Brothers team. Matter of fact, Tim Lane's wearing a Williams Brothers t-shirt, so props for that one, buddy. Here we go then. 12:15, place 9:27. By 0-1 at the strike. Ollie goes 9:31. He had 200s on reaction time, but Stu Doyle, 100 off his darling. Congratulations to Stu Doyle, he's in the final.
Well, it's been exciting all the way through, isn't it?
Wow. Advantage off the line, but well, maybe Ollie just lifted a little bit of the strike as Stu took it. Right, the final in old school stockers.
Yeah, Claire all out there really has been turning the numbers all weekend. Number one qualifier, Rod Spry, another sixth qualifier, but something like a second behind.
Well, Claire, 8:67 against a 9:42. Errol is your winner. Well done.
Very consistent.
He'll be delighted with that. I mean, he's been number one qualifier. He's been the quickest all day long. He takes the trophy. Right, Claire, brilliant. So we'll get to the race to see what's got there. The Billy Board. Chris Coburn coming down the corner. So let's just have a look to see what we've got left. Outlaw Anglia final. Ronnie Mercer and Jeff Guy. That's the circus final. It's going to be Simon Press taking on Ray Eye. Sad Steve Scott, you know. Stu Doyle and Spencer Tramp. Just to let people know, we don't actually have full-blown trophy presentations today. We'll obviously announce, well, we're going to see the racing trophy. We'll announce our awards, but they'll be dropped around the pits, so people don't have to come to the start line or anything. All the showmanship trophies will be delivered to you at the pits. We'll announce those at the end of the day. But Chris Coburn then. Taking this time round. Very good. Right, the lanes are empty at the moment, but we gather our finalists. Obviously, Stu Doyle and Spencer Tramp need to get themselves ready, but it won't take Stu long because he uses the road car, so we'll be able to pull down at his stage. Basically, how long it will take Spencer to get fueled up and come back down. So it is the final there. And Gas Circus, Simon Press, it's a street car as well. Going alongside Ray Irish, but they get a bit, probably not far off being ready themselves actually. And then it is Ronnie and Jed. And Jed took his semi-final relatively sedately. Ronnie did take it all the way through, so yeah, those are the three finals we've got left to go. But I tell you what, we'll hand the airways over to much of gather those finalists and get ready to close the event here at Dragstalgia, but not just yet. Right, Ben, it's all yours.
Live race commentary sponsored by the Dark Redemption. STP, proud sponsors of the 2022 National formulated to break up deposits, clean and condition the entire fuel system, and help save fuel and restore your vehicle's performance. For more information, visit www.stp.com/UK. STP, helping engines run better for longer. Crafted in Scotland, we use natural rock water, local Scottish barley, and finely selected hops to create our holy brewed beer. Inspired by traditional monastic brewing, our holy brew method delivers kestrel lager's rich taste, tempting aroma, and heavenly golden colour. First Airport Taxis Rochester, Medway's premier airport transfer company since 1980. Our goal is your destination. Call 01634 717 370 for details.
Well done, Kate. Well, that's a non-nitrous run by the looks of things. I didn't see him purge, but yeah, saving it for the final. Ronnie against Jed. Okay, so we basically have 3 finals left. We have Nostalgia Superstock, we have Outlaw Anglia, but coming around the corner first, it is the Gasser Circus. Ray Irish and Simon Prest.
Taking on the Rocket Chancellor himself, Simon Prest. Do you know what? It's such a lovely story actually with Si, because he always said he was a Gasser Circus groupie.
Yeah.
He loved the class. He'd been up here helping us with commentary. He helped loads of the teams all the time.
Oh,
and then finally got the chance to have one himself. And here he is at his first ever big event at Tantapod. Racing for the trophy against Ray Irish. Now, one very interesting thought that Sean just said to me up the other end of the tower was, this is, the semi-finals are all people that had never been that far before.
Really?
So we're going to have a new winner, whatever happens.
Ray Irish hasn't been in the final. I can't believe that.
Apparently not.
Yeah.
Anyway, so Simon is going to be going first with the Rocket in the Kestrel Lane, 10.94 and 10.06 for Ray Irish. Here we go for the big trophy in Gasser Circus.
Oh, it's a great race.
It's a proper drag race, this one. Who does the best job of running the numbers? Is it Simon? Is it Ray? The answer is Ray Irish, 10.17.
Oh, 0-1 at the stripe. Oh, so close.
Absolutely fantastic race. They were 0-4 and 0-5 on the tree. Both of them absolutely bang on in the final. Congratulations to Simon as well on a terrific effort in his first day bracket racing.
We've got 2 finals to go, but we now need to announce our showmanship trophies. Okay, so in no particular order. Now, Darryl, I'll let you announce the best wheelie of the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Best wheelie of the weekend. Again, it has to be from an unusual source. So
Yes,
the cars,
not cars or bikes that are designed to do it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Cars that wheelie all the time, they do that. Cars or bikes, actually, as the case may be, aren't supposed to. But the winner of the best wheelie of the weekend goes to Graham Sykes for a fantastic job hanging on to the bike in yesterday's action in the National Sprint Association. So, Graham Sykes, congratulations. You win the best wheelie of the weekend. Colin.
Right, next up then, driving job of the weekend. Now, there's a lot of people that hang on to cars and bikes and ride it, drive it like they stole it, you name it, absolutely everything. But there was one particular run, and I think it was either the first or second session in the Cannonball. This young man literally held on to the car and drove the wheels off it. He was being on incredible form this weekend, but one of the runs he was very, very close to the wall indeed. We know Altards do that anyway, but the way Robbie Grabham held on to Freddie and managed still go through over 185 mile an hour at the stripe was outstanding, and it was a proper driving job. So the Dragstalgia Showmanship Award for driving job of the weekend goes to Robbie Grabham. And don't worry about coming to collect trophies, folks. The Santa Pod team will be making their way around the pits to drop the awards off. Now, the next one we're going to announce is the Burnout. And there's been quite a few entertaining burnouts, but there was one more particular that really sort of produced a huge amount of smoke, obviously, because that's what we like, but did it in a way that was just pure show. And that goes to Jason Darling with the Sinister car. It was just absolutely brilliant to watch. So the Sinister Coupe, driven by Jason Darling, actually was the poster car for this weekend on the front of the programme. If you look, that is the Sinister car doing a burnout, but my goodness me, he did one of those burnouts. We didn't think he was actually going to stop, but until the car got broadside, but that's when he decided that, well, maybe I should lift off the gas. So congratulations to Jason Darling, the winner of the best burnout. Next up then, backup guy or girl. Again, it's a bit like a sort of a fancy dress competition sometimes, but this year a little bit more focused, if you like, and it's like a double win, this one actually, because we had two ladies dressed identically and came down for every run looking absolutely fantastic. And not only that, the car that they were supporting and backing up went into the nines for the first time ever, and the winner of backup guy or girl in this particular instance, the backup girls, for Ain't No Saint, the Volvo. Yep, it's Lee Johnston. Your ladies take the best backup girl for Dragstalgia. Best appearing team. We had quite a few contenders on this one, but Darryl and I had a good old
yeah, we did indeed
go through all this.
And Mr. Price as well, I must add.
Oh yeah, of course, John as well.
So backup. So we've done the backups, I beg your pardon. So the team, best appearing team, and I do mean team. The team has grown massively for this weekend too. But huge congratulations to the Dirty Deeds team. Rob Elson, John Hale, the whole team win the best appearing crew and team of the weekend. Immaculately presented, really cool team shirts as well. They did go the extra mile just to make sure they look smart.
The presentation is absolutely superb. Now this one that always gets chins wagging, and one that everybody really does like to take away, and that is the Best Appearing Car Award. This car did appear a few years ago and was a hot contender as well, but this year it's taken top honours, and deservedly so. From the world of Outlaw Anglia, the car is called Short Trip. It belongs to Ben Rushforth from EDA, and it is an absolute work of art, that car.
Yeah,
I actually had to go and have a closer look at some of the artwork on that, and it is just absolutely brilliant. So Ben Rushforth with Short Trip in Outlaw Anglia, they take the best appearing car this year.
Okay, up next is
the moment
of the weekend. Okay, well, it's actually, we did have a bit of we had deliberation,
yeah,
or dinner over all of them, deliberation over all of them. This one especially actually because there are a number of really good contenders. However, it has to go to one of the moments that this event is all about. John Hobbs, the Guard of Honour, his first run on Saturday, his last ever weekend of racing on Olympus, or racing full stop, after an absolutely fabulous storied career. On the same weekend that Keith Lee released the book as well, charting the history of the British drag bike scene from around about the 70s. John Hobbs is the winner of the moment of the weekend.
So we get to the last award. Well, they got the low ET award, which obviously the computer and the timing crew will advise us on. But we have a very coveted award, which is the Spirit of Dragstalgia. Some brilliant former winners, and it has become one of the revered awards of this event. And spirit of the event epitomises what Dragstalgia is about. It's about showmanship, it's about performance, it's about hard graft, it's about achieving things, and it's been, you know, just been an all-round good egg.
Just downright dogged determination, enthusiasm, what the whole thing's about, and there couldn't be any other winner this year than...
No, there is only one. The one and only Colin Miller. Colin, in Outlaw, Anglia, ran his first 6 on Friday night. The honour guard that he got back in the pits was outstanding. Some of the videos that have appeared afterwards have been brilliant, and yet he's down here on the start line with all the other teams, because he's broken his own car this weekend, but he's supporting everybody else. He does a huge amount of work with Outlaw Anglia, and it's very fitting. Not only is he throwing T-shirts into the crowd as giveaways, he's out there supporting absolutely everybody, and it's only right that the spirit of Dragstalgia this year goes to Colin Miller.
Well, you've got to, honestly, you've got to take your hat off to somebody that does an awful lot for the class, an awful lot for drag racing, breaks their own car even after record-breaking performance, and yet still sticks around after he's still got an 8-hour drive home tomorrow.
Yeah.
Right. Won't be home for goodness knows how long. So if anyone wants to get out the door early, it must be Colin. But yeah, huge credit to him for sticking around all day and supporting the anglers. So yeah, Colin Miller for the Spirit of Dragstalgia trophy. So we've got 2 more races to go. Is that right, Colin?
We have, yeah. We got the Nostalgia Superstock final between Spencer Tramp and Stu Doyney, and of course the Outlaw Anglia final with Jed Guy and Ronnie Mercer. Oh, what a day! What a weekend! What weather! Boy, in actual fact, I don't know if any of you lot have been looking at your weather apps on the phone, but the next 10 days are, shall we say, a little bit warm. Yeah, some amazing temperatures coming up. So if you haven't got Podface this weekend, just be careful. Even if you get home from work in the evening and spend time in the garden, it's still going to be very, very warm. And I should think the sales on paddling pools on Amazon have just gone through the roof at the moment. So yeah, get them filled up at home. And I look forward to getting home, and I'm just going to jump in my one. But I hope it's got water in it. But no, I do know it has. Yeah, it's been a brilliant Dragstalgia. We thoroughly enjoyed it. Our track crew have been put through the mill this weekend. Had a lot of work to do. And the walk-on from Ian Marshall yesterday, that was quite a moment, wasn't it, when he appeared with the old Top Gun theme music. Quite entertaining. Well done, Ian. Thanks for that one. And, of course, his wingman as well, not with us here today, but Dave Warren, certainly all day yesterday.
I thought the highlight of him walking out yesterday was actually the fact his wife said she really fancied him like that, which was, you know, that's pretty fantastic. That's, you know, I'd take that. I'd take that any day of the week. You didn't know that, did you?
Oh, dear. Unfortunately, my wife didn't text me to say, oh, you look good in that shirt, Cole. But never mind. She saw them on holiday. Not a problem there. I'll tell you what, whilst we're waiting for our finalists to come round the corner, we say we've only got 2 races to go. Nitro FM, if you could take the airwaves back, and we'll take it back for the finals. We'll see you soon. Ladder for the Willis Wars, so they all come down. They all come down.
Oh, okay, all right.
John trying to be sporting.
Yeah. Must have sat there and gone 1 second, 2 second, half a go.
9:31 plays at 11:70.
Oh dear, that famous
Yeah, but
commentator
little
bloke.
did I know, in the 70s when I bought that T-shirt, I'd go to Gainesville and actually meet him and have a photograph with him and Al
right,
Segrini and Harlan Thompson. Very proud of that. That's pretty close between those two.
Really quick if he does. Couple of stabs at the throttle off the line. 7:59, 188
That's his
miles. 2, potentially 7 second altered this time. Topolino or Model T? In your own time, fellas.
Good looking run today.
Into
Back
the
in 772 yesterday. Came down to the Crackle Fest as well. Crackle Fest as well last night. Well, Leo hanging on.
Nice looking run too. 787. Only 150 miles.
So there's Nick away and Ollie, the flying Firebird, gives chase.
It's a green light race as well.
It's Ollie.
It's Ollie.
9:33.
And that is a whole shot win as well.
He dials a 9:26. Doesn't matter about the cherry this time round. It is a solo.
What a big red light as well, actually.
It's a tune-up run in the heat. 9:27. That'll do. Mike will take that one. Is at Ollie's farm, so that's all set there. Spencer, we know, has just had his car totally rebuilt and is tuned by Dan Williams. And then Pete Dodd, that car has had time over there when remember it used to have the tube front grille on the Metamorphosis car. It's all been updated to look like a proper stocker now, as it's all got the right bits on it. So very, very interesting setup in the semis. That's Don Scott on a time trial run. Goes 13:40.
Johnny.
Half a second between them. I've got to go with Tim Garlick. I've got to go with him.
Well, you called the first Cannibal final, and you're here for this one. 6:31 beats a 6 blown alky altered supercharged nitro funny car. Third and fourth place in the Cannibal, up for grabs.
Oh, great looking race.
And it's going to be Tony, isn't it?
It is 6:61.
Wow. Well done, Venom team.
2:13.
Fabulous run.
7:08, 1:94 for Robbie though in the Rocket, 10:94 for him in the Auto Glim Lane.
You've just cursed him. You
I
know
have
that.
indeed. I try to do that every time. Don't worry. Against Billy Jones. Here we go.
Oh,
he's
he's
in
got
the
it.
final. Simon is going to the final in his first ever bracket race.
Wow. Well done. Red light in the Kestrel Beers lane for Billy Jones.
05 light as well, yeah. Bang on the money. I think so. So Rob Nixon and Jed Guy, sorry. Go on.
No, I was going to say on paper there should be Jed.
Indeed.
Well, it is Jed.
Oh, yeah, Rob Nixon trying it all. Pulls the red light and the win light coming on for Jed Guy automatically in the Kestrel Beers lane.
Pleased with their weekend's work. Well done, gang. Well, that's a non-nitrous run by the looks of things. I didn't see him purge, but yeah, saving it for the final. Ronnie against Jed. So many people are tuned in, watching the coverage via the internet. Hope you're enjoying the coverage from Dragstalgia, including the gang down in Portsmouth. Yep, Tony Higgs and the family are tuned in. Well, Rory, 13-second pass. They are. Okay, so we got 2 finals to go, and this is one of them. This is the final of Outlaw Anglia. Jed Guy and Ronnie Mercer. Well, Jed's first race meeting in 2022. Yet to get in the 6s this weekend, and when I say yet, because he went 7-0-0 in qualifying. Going alongside Ronnie Mercer. He's going to put all the nitrous he can in this car. You know he's got a mountain to climb in the final here, but that's why we race on the track out there. Colin Miller is down on the start line supporting these guys. So, Shorty's hot rod against Annie. Well, if you'd have said to Ronnie Mercer, be in the final of Outlaw Anglia at Dragstalgia, he would have taken that because it's the biggest entry of the year so far. But here he is. Just Jed Guy to get around now. So, a purge of the nitrous from Jed. What's he got for us? What's Ronnie got for us? Here we go then. The final in Outlaw Anglia. Away they go. It's Jed out in front. It's Jed all the way. It's Jed Guy to a 7.06. 190 miles an hour. Ronnie Mercer goes through with an 8.70 at 1.49. But Jed Guy continues his winnings way. Congratulations for Ronnie with Annie and the team for making the final. That is pretty fantastic. I've got to say commiserations to Colin Miller once again. He's ran a 6 this weekend. But unfortunately, the engine cried enough. But Colin Miller, just in case you didn't hear it, the Spirit of Dragstalgia Award goes to you this weekend. Cole, thank you so much indeed for the entertainment and for, as I said earlier, for being a good egg. A proper egg. Well done, mate. Thank you. And there is a trophy for that, and the Santa Pod team will get that to you. Right, so we have one race to go, and this is the final of Nostalgia Superstock. It's going to be for Williams Brothers Racing, Spencer Tram in the 69 Camaro, taking on the returning Stu Doiney into competition. He appeared at the Summer Nationals last weekend in Pro ET, and the car not quite into the 11s where it wants to be, or where he wants it to be. But Stu Doiney, one of the winningest racers in British drag racing, and by sheer guile, determination, and some brilliant racecraft, Stu Doiney into the final once again. Well, this time last year, neither of these two had these cars. I think Spencer's car had just about made its way across the pond. And Stu Doiney wasn't even looking for one. But here they are this weekend. They're in the final. Spencer just getting his crash helmet on and his harnesses on. Stu Doiney pretty much ready to go. So 2 cars actually based in Northamptonshire, although Spencer lives in Cambridgeshire. The car based in Northamptonshire, looked after over here. And of course Stu Doiney's again based in Northamptonshire. So 2 local cars. Well, it's one of those races where don't really mind who wins because they're 2 brilliant racers, 2 good friends, and both of them deserve it. They really do. Well, Stu's just Yeah, I don't know what they're doing. They're clever lads, this lot. Thing is that they both know how to do it, so can't say any more than that. So here we go then, the final of Nostalgia Superstock. Spencer Tram's journey to the final. Had a bye in round one when Glenn didn't come through, and then Richard Granger was his second round opponent, but obviously Richard didn't make it. Then he had that great match-up with Dan Williams. He got past Dave Simcock in round 4, and then red lighting Pete Dodd in the semis. Stu Doyney got past Shelby Watts, then past Duncan Watts, then past Mick Sharp, got past Dave Billadew, and then Ollie in the semi-final. So the 6th race of the day for these two. Ollie's made it down. That's fact. The whole of the Williams Brothers squad are down here. Pretty much, although they're all in the left lane, you've got representation in both lanes. So the final, here we go. 11:01 dialing for Spencer Tram, 12:15 for Stu Doyney. The last race of the day. Oh, problems for Stu off the line. The gear shifter wouldn't select the right gear for him. So it is Spencer Tram. As long as he doesn't break out, you can hear him coasting at the stripe. It is Spencer Tram that takes the win in Nostalgia Superstock. And but brilliant to have Stu Doyney back in competition. Brilliant to have him in the final. And again, he is a threat. So Bobby, they're all good friends down there. They all work together. Oh, Lorne's giving him verbal abuse now. Don't do it to him, Lorne. Don't do it. Be kind. Be kind. Yvonne Tram, absolutely delighted. The King is down there. Ollie's down there. Nick, they're all down there. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a wrap for Dragstalgia 2022. Thank you to absolutely everybody on site this weekend. For people that have been doing the catering in these hot conditions. For people that went to the Vintage Hub and watched all the live music that was going on this weekend. Hayseed Dixie brought the house down last night. Absolutely brilliant party. It was rammed over there. To everybody from the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame that have been tirelessly promoting the sport and been very, very busy in the marquee. To all of our racers this weekend, you've put on a heck of a show for us. It's been a joy to be calling this one. To Nitro FM that have always been with us in the wings, and when we have downtime they take it over. They've had a brilliant weekend. To everybody in the tower, to our timing crew, to our officials, and of course our track crew as well, thank you so much indeed. And my biggest thank yous have got to go to John Price and Darryl Bradford. It's great to call it with you once again, folks, and it's been a brilliant weekend. Drive home safe. Make sure you've still got plenty of that sunblock on, because it's going to be a very toasty week. Congratulations to Williams Brothers Racing for taking the win in Nostalgia Superstock. It's Spencer Tram who takes home the big trophy, and that will be dropped off in the pits to you. Well done, Spence. Commiserations to Stu. We could see he was having gear selection issues in the final, but well done for Stu for the runner-up this weekend. Right, that's it. I'm done. I need to go home. I need to find a paddling pool. I need to find somewhere where I can chill out. But until then, folks, we'll see you next year at Dragstalgia. Have a great journey home. Those of you that are here for the next Nostalgia event, which I believe is the Hot Rod Drags in September, we'll see a lot of you here for that one. 2 weeks' time, it's Bug Jam. And then, of course, a week after that, the Mopar Nationals. And that will be an event where a lot of the people that are here will be coming back to. So I'm going to sign off. And we will see you all soon. Safe journey home. Good night.